Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the Challenger Series for another epic night of games. My name is Jake Hysterix, Aussie Penko. Joining you as well is Nathan Mendrix-Mendez. And Nathan, I went for the vest.
You went for the vest? You're looking quite snazzy in the vest. I enjoy it.
And you.
Oh, thank you very much.
And you. Look, we just complimenting each other all night. That's all it's going to be for you tonight. But we do have an epic game coming up to start you off. 4-0 versus the red team of Abyss. Last week, teams showing how strength-worthy they were. 4-0 being one of those teams, of course, OPL previous experience. It's what we expected, wasn't it?
Yeah, and they played a very strong game. Unfortunately for them, there was a bit of a snowball that happened afterwards.
That's right.
And then from that point in time, they ended up falling. But this time around, they're going to show us what they're made of, see what they can do up against Abyss Red. Also following us for the rest of the night will be Sentinel Esports versus Chief Black. Then Legacy Genesis versus Legion Gaming. Abyss White versus Alpha Sydney will then finish it off for us tonight.
And the big teams last week, we saw Sentinels and Legacy Genesis showing how huge they were. Chiefs Black among them as well. So Fornos and Abyss Red, I want your predictions just to start off. Who were the strengths in last week's team? Who were the biggest contenders, do you think? Was Fornos as great as they were in the OPL?
They didn't feel that strong, that particular, but they were up against a very tough team last week. This one's against Abyss Red. Probably they're considered to be actually on top of them, so the underdogs would be Abyss Red in this situation. I feel Fortnite will actually come on top. Willar is probably one of their strongest players, really using control majors and using those big plays.
That's exactly right, and I mean, experience has been the big show of the Challenger Series so far. The teams that we said, look, they have experience. They're in the driver's seat. 4-0. Legacy Genesis, of course, coming up in the open ladder. Teams like Sentinels that went 6-0 in the open ladder. In the provisional tournament that we just went through as well. And of course, Chiefs Black, the sister team of the Chiefs, the team that was dominating the OPL last split last year. There, I've got to ask you, Mendrix, what are your predictions so far for the sense that a Legacy Genesis really going to be our team on top? Chiefs Black as well. Who do you think out of those teams are teams to watch?
The top three teams to watch are definitely Sentinels, Legacy Genesis, and Chiefs Black. They've got more resources than everyone else out there at the moment, followed by Fortnite. And then from there, it's really between those four teams to see what happens. So I reckon Sentinels are actually one of the strongest contenders at the moment, purely because of the team they put together. They've got a lot of they picked up a lot of Korean internationals, which they showed before. They've got fantastic synergy. That was a big problem we were worried about them, and they proved it in the last match.
That's right, and we're moving on to patch 6.2 now. So we've just come through that phase where everyone's sort of ramping up for the season. 6.2. Nunu gets a little buff. I don't think it's enough to make him viable and really bring him back into the jungle. But what else are we going to see now that 6.2 has come along?
So there's been a few changes for 6.2, a little bit just quality of life changes and a little bit of bug fixes across there. But the big thing there is that we would have to note is they put a price reduction on Athene, so 100 less gold. So probably look to see them actually pull that up, because we have had a bit of assassins in the mid lane recently. And with the Athene's change, it might bring back those control majors that we've liked to see, that really control the pace of the game once they pick up that 3-item power strike, or that holy trinity that they can get.
But not the only thing that's actually been taken away in gold cost. Morellonomicon comes down 150 gold as well. It was already such a main item or should I say first item coming through with control majors, like you say. So what's going to be the change between picking Athene's up and picking up Morellonomicon?
The big thing you're looking for is who you're going up against. So if you feel that, let's say you're going against a LeBlanc, someone who's going to do a lot of damage early, so there's assassin majors like Ari, you have to worry about them. That's probably when you pick up your Athenes. If you're feeling a bit more comfortable against who you're going up, well, you pick up that good old Morellonomicon.
That's right, and we move into Champion Select now. Bans coming through, still probably going to see Gangplank get taken out, but Kindred and Alistair, Kindred only sort of coming back into the phase and staying in that meta by the little bit. What's so great about Kindred? Why is this ban coming through?
Kindred just does so much damage at the moment. In the right hands as well, if you actually place that Lamb's Respite, so her good old ultimate, that actually stops any incoming death from that point in time. So it really means that if you decide to do a massive engage, you can throw yourself up like a lamb for slaughter, pop down your Lamb's Respite, and next thing you know, no one's getting any kills, and if you've zoned off the enemy correctly, that's a one-team fight for you. And
Luch loses his Orianna. Last week we saw Abyss Red utilizing that Orianna in the mid lane. Luch is such a great on that comfort picks. Lissandra gets taken away as well. Obvious bans coming through here. 6.2 still really big for those kiting assassins coming through there. Probably going to see Gangplank come through with the bans, Mendrix?
Most likely there. Gangplank did get a little bit of a nerf coming across for his parlay there, so he's in terms that he's getting a bit less gold, but to be honest, he's still strong. The big reason you pick him up, actually no, they really hit his ultimate as well this patch. There's actually been a bit of cooldown reduction
Still,
on that.
still strong. Still a
Still
really big top laner.
Still strong, but the big thing you're looking for is the fact that he's got a lot of pressure around the map, and that's just so big in this current meta where everything is you're not sure who's going to be around that bush with those sight wards. Well, it doesn't really matter when you're game playing. It's because you can just drop your ultimate whenever you need to.
Corki getting taken out as well, still pretty big. Needly, a good ban coming through from Abyss Red. Four not going to go for their first pick now. I can't say Gangplank again. I mean, that would just be like a broken record, but probably look to see one of the bigger picks coming through at the moment.
Poppy's open.
Thank you for taking the words right out of my mouth. Poppy actually going for a hover there. With the Corki down, Kallista's actually sort of come back a little bit in 6.2.
Well, she never really left. She's she got hit with a nerf where they took out the mana refund on her Ren, so she needs to actually hit a few more minions to get it. But it's one of those things where she's just so potent with who you choose to engage with, especially with Alistar. He has been banned in this particular game. But if you line her up with Alistar, we're talking a knock-up followed by an extra knock-up. And you line her up with these really massive tank champions with fantastic CC. It's just layered. Tom Kench, Nautilus, a few champions we haven't seen. When you get these other champions being banned out, it'd be fantastic to see what these big tanky brutes can do.
Now, Tom Kench has been banned. Sorry, not banned. Tom Kench has actually been nerfed a little bit in patch 6.2. So are we going to see him in the top lane? Going to come down and support? I mean, what are we expecting here, Mendrix?
It's still possible to see him. The major nerf was to his damage in particular, so he's not doing as much percentage damage with his good old tongue that he likes to throw out there. He's still going to be a tanky menace on the rear, fantastic for engages as well. It really comes to down to what team you want to pick. Do you want to have a team that wants to pull back and make sure that any engage doesn't really affect them at any point in way? You have him as support. You want to engage, you want to be in the middle of that entire fight, you put him in the top lane.
Graves, like Poppy, a high pick ban ratio there, gets picked up for probably going to be otherness. Wouldn't expect to see him in the 80 carry position, especially not with a Lucian. Otherness goes for the Lucian there too. Looks like the hover's coming for some AP mages. Probably not going to see the brand come through, but wouldn't be surprised if I saw a Nivea, especially with the Poppy composition coming through. A lot of AoE, a lot of stun damage coming through.
Yeah, Poppy's fantastic. Actually, one of the things that players are really adept with her, what they can actually do is layer up a 5-second stun, which is just brutal, especially with the amount of damage Poppy can put out with having that physical percentage damage available to her. But that Nivea has been picked up, more looking towards go for the Braum and the Lulu. Lulu, just a fantastic flex pick. She is so strong at the moment in competitive play. You take him mid, support, probably not support because there is a Braum, but mid or top in this situation. So it's kind of hard now for Abyss Red to have to really pick out what they want to, I guess, respond with.
That's right. Very serious there, Mendrix.
Very serious.
Pick and ban phase does get very serious a lot of the time. Lulu and Braum really good for that composition, especially if you can match that Braum with Kalista. Kalista's open for the Braum pick. Really good with stacking the Rend, and of course the passive that comes through from Braum. It's pretty easy to chain that together with him.
Yeah, that passive is just so strong, especially with good invades as well. And because they do have a Lulu, Braum, and Poppy, they've got a fantastic invade team in front of them. They can actually use that to their advantage. But Janna, the queen of disengage, she is never far from any meta.
Definitely not. Luch locks in the Victor there. The burst damage is real, Mendrix. Graves, Victor, and of course Lucian in the back line. That's all you need. That bottom lane going to be wrapped up pretty nicely. It looks like Raps and Strawbella. The Lucian-Janna combination, pretty common coming through.
Oh, it's so strong, especially with the fact that you can just throw that shield onto him. He gets that extra 80 damage, pops on through, uses his double tap. So strong with Thunderlords at the moment. And it's just a free trade coming across because if they try to trade back, it just gets taken out on the shield. Now,
Elise is open. A great way to sort of counterpick that Graves a little bit. Graves still, I believe he had a nerf in patch 6.2 as well. A small little touch-up with his damage coming through.
Yeah, just a little bit of an adjustment. At least, though, she's been hit pretty hard in comparison. She's actually lost 5% of her movement speed, which feels negligible, but believe me, in League of Legends, a game of inches, it means so much. On top of that, a little bit of damage as well coming from her good old, I believe that's the cocoon damage or the bite, the poisonous bite as well. A bit of a reduction there as well.
And Elise gets locked in anyway. It doesn't really matter. Fesh going to pick up that one, and Vimy looks like he's going to go ahead and lock in the Ezreal in the bottom lane. So going to see Lulu in that middle position, a passive sort of support mid laner, always good for the team. Bard getting picked up? Probably not at this stage.
He could be picked up. They've actually got a really good kite team, and
Why not?
layering it with Bard would actually be fantastic. But it's kind of hard to say what's going to happen to Janna. I mean, it'd be interesting to put him in the top lane. I mean, if it's basically up to them just sort of playing around with it.
I feel like it's probably not going to be Bard at this stage. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, not going to be Bard this time. But looking for the top laner there, something that is open is the Malphite if you want to. But then again, against Poppy,
it's possible Trundle is actually
that's a lot better.
Pick.
My brain didn't think that far ahead. Pabu locks in the Trundle. Going to see him go up to the top lane, and Strawbella and and Raps down in the bottom lane. The Lucian Janna combo, something to watch in this game. It's still such a hardy combination. I mean, like it's safe, Mendrick. It's a really comfort pick for anyone.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's just looking at these teams, they're very safe across the board. You've got the Janna to make sure that any engage that really happens, but Fortnite's team's actually quite siegey as well. They've got a lot of pick potential. So the idea is they're going to try and see if they can layer perhaps a stun from Braum with the Cocoon. There's multiple slows available to them, and that Ezreal will be picking up an Iceborne Gauntlet as well. So look at him to actually do a lot of slows as well. So they've got a very kitey team on the side of Fortnite. On Abyss Red, it is a bit more engaging purely because you've got that Trundle. Trundle's going to be looking to sort of throw that pillar out there, control the team fight as it happens, and Victor will be throwing that Chaos Storm as soon as he can.
So a lot of AoE sort of stun immobilizers coming through from Abyss Red. Otherness known for his early ganking pressure coming through. On the Graves there, Graves over Elise early jungling pressure. It's a question I always ask. Who is going to win?
Elise always wins in jungle pressure purely because she's got that stun. She's got that ability to actually sort of appear from out of nowhere. If you push up too far, she can actually come over the wall using her repel. It's a bit hard for Graves to actually pull it off. He does have the quick draw to sort of make some moves around the map, but it's not that
big. With
the
movement speed nerf, is that going to make a massive difference coming through?
If you still land your cocoons, no. If you land that stun, it's still going to hurt. And it's going to be harder for her to land those cocoons purely because that's what that movement speed buff is there for. But nerf is there for. It's actually to stop her from making things easier for her to actually catch up and throw out her execution damage. But at the end of the day, she's still a better ganker than Graves.
I just want to pull up something that Bard was not actually in the top lane at the end, so that was a bit of a disappointment. But Trundle's still as strong as ever. Of course, his ability to negate tanks is something that's been really popular in the Challenge series so far. So especially going up against that, especially going up against tanks and people who have a lot of versatility, it works out well. Wild Growth as well can actually come back and bite. I was going to say I was going to try and make a Trundle joke in there. It didn't work out. It can actually bite them back. So because of Trundle's ability to sort of take away the tanky stats, Wild Growth cast on someone can just as easily be negated.
Well, exactly. It negates it. Not only that, it makes him even stronger. It gives them extra health. That's more health for Trundle to steal. So, like you said, it definitely can chomp them back. And it is...
I tried.
You tried?
I tried very hard.
Exactly. And it's really... That's what's fantastic about Trundle. And he's so strong at the moment with the changes to the Keystone Mastery. Allowed him to use into that Resolve Tree with that Undying Grasp. And he can build, essentially one DPS item with the ultimate coming across as well. He'll just be... he'll be tanky from the start. So, he's going to be very hard as well to deal with because it is going to be Poppy, but you know what? He needs to watch out with his pillar. That creates terrain for Poppy to actually stun him.
That's right. Everything can sort of come back on the players here as we move into Game 1 of the Oceanic Challenger Series. Fortnite versus Abyss Red. Looks like Fortnite going to move into the jungle here, get a nice early invade. 10 gold up. Poppy's on 1 CS. That's how you do it.
That's how you do it. It's all about getting those wards when you see them, just making sure you time your auto attacks in between your abilities to instantly take them out, and already we have a lead for Poppy.
Oh, Rap's actually going to go back here. Looks like he might be... No, actually just going to go straight back down to bottom lane. Strawbella going to wait for him there. Standard lanes coming through there for you. Willaris in the middle lane. Another person I want to keep an eye on at this stage. Starts with the Doran's Ring. Actually matches that up perfectly with Luch. It's quite uncommon to see Luch on another champion because doesn't normally get taken away from him, Mendrix.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a target ban by Fortnite to make sure that he wouldn't be able to have that. They were a bit worried about it. Willaris is also a very well-known Orianna player. It's probably figured, look, against him, I really don't want to verse him with his Ori. It's probably a good idea to take it away from him. If he does go for someone like Victor, another control mage, well, I can have that early bully potential with Lulu. Lulu's actually a really big lane bully in the early game against those control mages, but she doesn't scale quite as hard as they do. So look for, essentially, it's about the utility she brings versus the damage they lose out on.
Both bottom lanes going to start those camps, try and get some level advantage, but they're both the same level. Actually, it looks like Lucian took a little bit more damage down there as well. Strawbella takes a nice hit to the face, and the chain comes through. I didn't think about Ezreal as a possibility, as it looks like up top, a flash comes out,
Wow.
Pabu actually chomps him down. That was a little bit unexpected. Level 1 engage. And I'm a bit shell-shocked at how quickly Pabu got first blood. 2 minutes in, Mendrix.
So you really need to watch out for Trundle's ability in the early game. Basically, that chomp steals your AD away, and she has a lot of it, and now she just teleports in again. My god.
Again, Mine, you gotta back out of this, my friend. You really gotta back out of this one. I think Pabu is showing his force in the top lane. Already got a small CS advantage. This is
And he's just so potent during that level 1 trade, purely because he will steal your attack damage with that chomp. It gives him a little bit of extra boost, and if you try to fight him, he's going to out-trade you. And the problem with Poppy is Poppy really needs 2 abilities. She actually needs to knock you back into a wall, and then follow it up with that hammer shock in order to really get some damage off, and she doesn't have that yet. That's why she fell so quickly.
huge wave pushing towards that top turret as well. Doesn't look like Mine's actually going to be able to capitalize on all of this at this stage. Going to get some, going to try and catch back up and sort of think about the errors, but Pabu, he doesn't have that much mana. I don't think he can get it at this stage. He is a brute.
He's playing it pretty. He's been pretty aggressive actually. I would have backed off at this point in time, gotten away. You spend that gold advantage that I've picked up, and come to lane just bully her completely. But he's decided he wants to hang around probably for a better item buying timing, so that way he can really when he does come back to lane, it's going to be something really efficient against her, and Lulu's just going to have a hard time.
And Fesh going to roam down to the bottom side, but Otherness actually has the same idea here, so actually goes for the scuttle instead. This pause might actually cost a life of Abyss Red. Actually just waiting for the Elise to come in lane. Doesn't come in the time being. Just going to pull off, and pretty standard stuff coming through. A small gold lead going towards Abyss Red. Otherness just pausing a second here. Looking to go in on the mid lane.
Yeah, he's trying to set up there, and he's just waiting for his opportunity, and he's going for it.
Willaris pulls back though, very nicely done. Otherness doesn't get a thing.
Yeah, it's really hard to gank Lulu. She can basically either use her whimsy to get away, or actually just pull him off her attacker, and then just, no worries, she's going to be using cupcakes all days. But in this situation here, it's going to be interesting to see how Pabu goes up against Mine, because Mine's, there he goes into him right now.
And taking a lot of damage already. Pabu shows that he's still the bully. Mine sticking around, just trying to get some CS, and I just can't. It's a bit hard to watch at times. Mine's taking a lot of damage in the top lane, losing a lot of CS as well, and that lane needs a jungle presence.
Yeah, and he's going up against a Sheen at the moment already as well, so every time he uses that chomp and follows with an auto attack, it's going to really hurt.
That's right, Matthew taking a bit of aggro down bottom. Otherness moves to the top lane. Not what Mine needs. It's going to be a dive coming here. The pillar comes in, zones off Mine. He can't go back just yet. The teleport actually comes in, and now looking to have a 2v2. Otherness is pretty squishy. Does Fesh actually get... He actually does get that cocoon, forces a flash away. The burn is not enough. Now Pabu, you're not the bully anymore, my friend. Fesh going to try and get this one. Where's the cocoon? Finishes it off. Fesh retains a kill, and Mine gets a little bit more control.
Yeah, Abyss Red just playing sloppy there. They really should have timed that when they came in there. He went too early with the pillar that forced the tower aggro onto him, and Graves wasn't even around yet to actually take any damage. Then he walked in afterwards, already taking too much tower damage, then caught out from the Elise. And that teleport there, although they managed to waste the teleport of Willaris, it actually was perfectly timed by him to actually stop that pressure, make sure Mine wasn't taken out before Fesh could get in there and pick up some extra control for Fortnite.
Some good synergy coming from Fortnite. Pabu actually picking up his Sheen on his first death, or should I say back. Down bottom lane, Matthew almost takes enough damage to finish him off. Strawbella being very aggressive down there. And a small CS advantage still happening, or actually started it for the middle lane there. Luch looking very strong at the moment.
Yeah, the thing, Lulu had to use her teleport to actually get out of the lane, or in that situation to sort of bail out her top laner, and because of that she wasn't able to instantly come back, and she ended up missing out on a wave there, so that's probably why Luch is a bit ahead. Luch does also have that cleanse as well, so basically he's got a little bit of an advantage. If they try to engage upon him, it's going to be okay. He can actually win more with a little bit of extra combat stats on his side.
Strawbella on a little bit of low health. Rap's actually trying to trade off with Ezreal down in the bottom lane. Strawbella going to heal up, probably going to look for an engage soon down in the bottom lane. really about who first hits 6 there. Both supports not really having much item builds yet, I should say. Matthew hasn't gone back, and Strawbella the same as well. Pretty standard stuff coming through from support. I guess it's really going to be who goes back and gets the BF sword, or should I say, Phage or Sheen. Or I guess the T is probably going to come through from Ezreal. So many item builds, Mendrix, too much time.
There's too much at the moment. I mean, one of the earlier builds for Lucian at the moment really is going for that early Essence Reaver, whereas Ezreal, he likes to actually get his tier as soon as possible, get that stack so he can get his Muramana towards the late game. But Pabu, he's still the bully. He's jumping onto mine there, but taking a little bit of too much damage there for his trouble.
But mine's actually tanked up a little bit. Spammy Cinder coming through. Really nice itemization from mine. Pabu going to take a little bit more damage on his engages. So well done to mine. Fesh going to make an appearance up top. Going to get spotted by that pink ward. So it looks like the flash actually comes through. Pabu having to force one himself. The pillar goes up. The Elise, the spider's dangling on him right now. Thunderlord's procs there, but Fish actually on hardly any health. Picks up the kill despite that. Otherness going to make an appearance top, but does he have enough time?
No, he doesn't really. He might get them with the collateral damage, but looks like Fesh is going to get away scot-free, not take any damage from that Graves. Brilliant engage there by Mine to really use that flash to push him into the wall immediately. That opened up and made it easier for Fesh to get the cocoon and really start the lockdown. Really good job by Pabu to sort of try to trade it back. He instantly put his ultimate and tried to steal as many stats and defensive capabilities from Fesh, but he was able to be too slippery, managed to get away, and he ends up falling, really giving back more control to Mine. And it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. Lulu is a bit of a monster in the late game, but the thing is, the more tanky she gets, that's more stats for Pabu to steal.
And first back comes through for our AD carries. Vern picking up the tier and the Sheen as well. Some nice proc damage going to come through from that. And of course, Raps with the BF sword. 2 long swords coming through as well. He's actually had a bit of a power spike with that Janna shield. Would be a bit scared to engage. As much as Vern is going to do with his burst damage, Raps is just going to out-sustain at this stage.
Yeah, it's going to be really frightening at this particular point in time for Fortnite in that bot lane. Vern, he's just stacking up that tier now. It's actually not really giving him any offensive stats at all. It's just going to let him spam a few more Qs out. If he gets caught out in a particular trade, look for Lucian to absolutely decimate him because he's just got a lot of extra AD.
Luch coming in off the side. Willaris actually sticks around, does a bit of burst damage to Luch. Waiting for that Chaos Storm to come out and see what Luch can do. He's going to head back now, probably upgrade his Hex Core again. See the final build coming through there. On top. This is not a wet noodle fight, as you like to call it, Mendrix. Mine actually takes more damage. The teleport comes through from Willaris. Nice wild growth. I think he's already used his ult, so nothing much going to come through it. Pabu actually on half health. Willaris going to back off, but still do some damage from the backline. Milne looking to come up. Fesh actually going to come up from this lane as well. 3 members of Fortnite going to save it. And Mine, very well played. He's turning this lane around.
He's not turning this lane around. Fortnite is turning this lane around. It is amazing the amount of pressure they're putting there, and Abyss Red is just not answering anywhere. Sure, there's been a little bit of a push-up by Luch, but really, that is just amazing from Willaris. That presence of my son. But that's actually a flat happening. My God.
Otherness came in, and Fesh was so well positioned. 2 kills to the Poppy. Going to go back and get that Sunfires anytime soon. Fortnite proving that they're the experienced team here. Otherness just really bad positioning.
And as I mentioned, Fortnite really are the team with more experience. Abyss Red, more of the underdogs in this situation. And the scaling team really doesn't get aside. But there he goes. There's the Glacial Fissure.
Can Vern get enough damage on Raps there? The True Shot Barrage misses and Raps pulls out the culling. 4 hits on Strawbella. Stuns. Oh my God. Whoa. You thought he was out. I told you that was the damage to come through. Maybe he has the burst damage. Raps picks up an easy kill on Ezreal.
And this is the damage we're talking about. Fortnite went in, but Ezreal just doesn't have that power spike yet. He needs to turn that into a Muramana. There was a little bit of trading back and forth, nothing too crazy, and then Raps saw weakness, striked, and with that extra BF sword, with those long swords, just completely melted him away.
He's actually got a sizable CS advantage coming in that bottom lane. Next back, probably going to see Essence come through Mendrix. Would not be too surprised there. In the jungle, though, however, Fesh has a very, 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 very nice start. Looks like already building into that Runic Echoes. Actually already has it finished, mind you. So, Luch in the middle lane there. Dragon going to go towards Abyss Red. Teleport comes through. Trying to position themselves. Fortnite just can't get the team fight just yet.
There was more of a defensive teleport coming across there just to make sure nothing could really get taken down. In that, just before then, we did have a trade of the Rift Herald for the Dragon there, basically taking advantage of the teams being out of position on the map. Fortnite seems to be coming out on top of this trade because mine's got that good old Rift Herald buffed, and he's just going to take a tower from it.
Finally going to see Willaris go back as top turret takes the Rift Herald's damage straight to the core. Willaris finally picking up the Athenes. You were right, Mendrick. You were right. You're on top of it. First Athenes of 6.2 getting picked up for Willaris. The Lulu going to look for the supportive pick with the magic resist. Top turret goes down, and a slight gold advantage going towards Fortnite.
Yeah, and that's just him being a bit worried against Victor that he's going up against. Victor primarily going for more damage. Lulu want to be able to survive and remain in that lane, and he's really just going to be running around the map and really strengthening anyone else around. So, and they're just really decimating Pabu at the moment. He seems to be overextending too much. He really needs to ward out, play a bit more careful. Here they go again.
Again, the Rift Herald comes through, strengthens up that minions. Pabu can't do much here. Takes a huge chunk out of Fesh. The flash comes through, nice cocoon. Secures yet another kill against Trundle.
And as I mentioned, Fortnite have just smelt, well, they just smell weakness. They're going straight for Pabu every single time, and they're really going to be snowballing Poppy there. And now they're jumping across in the bottom lane.
Turret goes down in the bottom lane, nearly gets the engage they want. Vern, still pretty strong, but actually goes towards the Iceborne. As he should as his first item, not fully built yet, so he's not going to have his spike. But Lucian, Essence of the Reaver, Rap's going to be doing so much damage, so much armor pen as well. Moving towards his second.
Yeah, there's just these teams at the moment just really pushing around the map, taking objectives. Again, Fesh is in a bit of trouble. Graves is very strong.
Is he though? Because mine is there to pay it back. He says, Fesh, you've done enough for me. He pushes that off. Ezreal, True Shot Barrage comes through, and mine missing with that super mega death hammer. That's right, I just went there. Willaris going to pull off, and nothing again going to happen from this team fight. But really nice of mine to disengage that so quickly.
Yeah, he got a lot of peel there from Strobella to actually keep Avernus alive as well, but Abyss Red, they got the advantage from that trade, and now they're going to go on through and take that mid lane.
Gold advantage just evened out now. We're looking at 1 turret for Fortnite, 2 for Abyss Red. They're going to move towards this Dragon, which I... Or maybe not. I think Dragon just went down.
Dragon's got another 3 minutes.
Come on, Jake. Come on, mate. What are you doing? Luch in the middle lane, taking a bit of damage. Still a huge CS advantage coming towards him. It's quite disgusting at this stage, Mendrick. He's actually not going to finish his Hex Tech core just yet.
Yeah, and he might be ahead of Lulu at the moment, but Lulu's been having more impact around the map. That's what he's given up. So Fortnite's got more advantage across the area, whereas Abyss Red seems to have more gold advantage purely built inside their towers and also their CS leads.
Rap's actually a bit far out, going to push back. The whole of Fortnite moving up top. I don't think they're going to get him at this stage unless... He's moving to a site. No, he's gonna back off. So nice positioning from Fortnite to sort of try and catch him out, but not a kill this time. Poppy finishes the Sunfire Cave actually quite a while ago. Looking for the second item now. Itemization from Poppy. I'm expecting a damage item. Maybe Trinity or Iceborne coming through, or if you want to stay full tank Poppy.
Yeah, well, Iceborne's definitely a good pick for Poppy because she does tend to build a lot of armor, so it increases the area of the stun. Plus, it gives her a lot of wave clear as she pushes out along the map.
You don't think we're going to see Dead Man's Plate?
Dead Man's Plate still hasn't been nerfed, so that's going to be coming up in 6.3. So we'll probably see a Dead Man's Plate. It just seems to be the go-to item for these players at the moment. But I'd say she's probably going to pick up a good old Boots of Swiftness first. We do have those League of Swifties. That nerf hasn't come across just quite yet.
That's exactly right. Distortion gets picked up from Willaris. The Flash Wild Growth, expect to see it soon. Otherness a little bit out of position. Willaris looking for that really nice ult coming from Matthew, and now Strawbella just gets bursted down. Teleport comes through here. 5 members of Fortnite. Poppy going to be a menace, but they're going to pick up the one. Look towards Baron, I think. Oh, sorry, Rift Herald is still up. Excuse me. I'm used to the 17-minute Baron.
Yeah, very well played there by Fortnite. Really playing advantage of the fact that they knew where their wards were, able to pick up Strawbella there and get another Rift Herald for them on that side. And it's going to be interesting to see who they actually end up giving that to. I think they're going to give it to... Fesh. Fesh decided to take it there. So that's an interesting point. Normally, they'd like to give it to the jungler early. That gives him a little bit of extra clear. He's able to back earlier, get around the map as fast as he needs to be, and then give it to laners later. That's when they're looking to push. But they seem to do things back to front at the moment. Guess they want to try and slow this game down. They do have a lot of champions that come online later.
I Abyss Red actually not too safe in their own jungle. Look at this. Mine, the one who was getting bullied in the beginning, gets the wild growth on him. Pabu having to run away from this one. He doesn't think he can do it. He doesn't actually have his frozen domain up either. Luch is within reach, and really good of 4-0 to pull off.
Yeah, and Trundle's still a ticking time bomb. He scales amazingly into the late game, really being a big... But wow, what happened there? Did they just take out Raps and Strawbella?
So quick, the camera just could not keep up at that stage. 3 members top from 4-0 going to siege this top turret. Looks like Luch going to move up there as well. But on the back line, Mine coming through to enemy jungle. Really, Otherness at this point in time is not safe in his own jungle. 4-0 are pushing up really hard.
Yeah, 4-0 really have control of the map at the moment. You can see it based off the amount of wards they put on it. See how it is completely in Abyss Red's jungle at the moment. That means that they know exactly what they want to do. They want to control that top area. Baron is up in about 2.5 minutes, but they're really looking to push that place down. They seem to be backing away now as the wards expire, so probably look for them to probably move everything towards that Dragon Pit area as it is now up.
Just comes up there looking for first dragon of the game. Abyss Red, of course, already picking up the other one there. Poppy going to go towards the Iceborne. I think we're onto something there. Looks like we already see the Shroud getting built. Manamune gets built for Ezreal. Vern, of course, doesn't have that fully stacked just yet, but won't be too long. 2 item power itemization coming through from Vern. That's Ezreal's strongest point, in my opinion.
No. You have to wait for Miramata to finish.
So, okay, let's say it finishes.
Yes,
strongest point on
that's
Ezreal.
His strongest
Thank
point.
you. Let's just go with that's what I meant, because I was kind of there. But in, of course, Raps, Essence of the Reaver, picks up the Shard. Probably going to go for Rapid Fire Cannon, because of course it got a small little touch in 6.2, but not enough for it to really be that exclusive to anyone. Rom ult comes through. Cocoon comes through, the teleport comes in. There's 4-0 pull away from this one as the Chaos Storm goes on Matthew. Pabu's actually still really big. Mine goes back into the fight, and Pabu is the only person taking damage at this stage. Gets stunned. Poppy ult gets interrupted and wraps on this backline, doing a lot of damage. Otherness takes quite a bit as well. Luch going to back off. No members go down from both teams, but that could have been catastrophic for either side.
Both sides teetering on the edge there. Almost one person going down. One extra crit, one little extra burst on the side. Maybe a Thunderlord's proc thrown in there and someone would have been taken out. But a lot of disengage from these teams at Janna, really making sure Abyss Res members stay alive. And 4-0, though, at the moment, they are in the driver's seat. They've got a lot more kills around the map, a lot more towers down in the right area. But it's just going to be interesting because the longer this game goes, 4-0 is going to get bigger and bigger advantage because they have such a great kite team. Ezreal just so strong in that late game. That's why he seems to be banned and pick at the moment.
That's right, but Lucian in the backline. Raps just then was a huge threat, so definitely someone that 4-0 has got to turn their attention onto. Score stands at 8-2 and a small gold advantage coming towards 4-0. Something that's been building up and down all game at this stage. Although 4-0 does have the kill advantage, the gold at this point in time, Otherness only just escapes that one. Abyss Red going to try and protect this middle turret. They do it quite nicely. Luch is doing a lot of damage. Victor hasn't really been in this game just yet. Luch with the Luden's Echo coming through.
So he's just looking to have more poke there, and the blue team also pick up a free drag on the side there. They're using a lot of pressure to their advantage. Wow, the damage!
Oh, the Chaos Storm. Raps actually gets a Cocoon there. Now's the time for 4-0 to go in. He bursts Raps before he can do anything. Matthew trying to take the damage with his shield, but Luch is just so huge. The teleport comes in, and Mine is going to be with you soon, ladies and gentlemen. Abyss Red going to pull back to their turret, and Luch did so much burst damage, but Fesh is 6 kills strong, has Rylai's built. Who said Elise was weak this patch? Was it you?
I didn't say Elise was weak. I said she got nerfed.
But she's still huge.
And then most of the changes that came across of her would actually inhibit her strength from coming across. But Fesh is doing a fantastic job showing us, you know what? 5 movement speed is absolutely fine for me. I'll still make this work. And just so strong at the moment. This is why Elise is so strong, purely because of the amount of burst damage you can put out, absolutely deleting those ADCs. Raps and Luch really need to look out. If they're not careful, there will be a spider's web webbed over them.
Oh, lovely. Web the web over them. I love it, Mendrix. It's going to happen anytime soon. Fesh, of course, just a huge cheese. But not the only one in 4-0 at this stage. Looks like Willaris building towards his second item. Luden's Echo going to come through for Willaris, the Lulu.
I don't think he's going to go for the Luden's Echo. He still can also pick up
Lich.
a Lich Bane, but considering he has picked up the needlessly large rod, he is probably moving towards the Luden's Echo.
I would expect that because honestly, a Lulu with Luden's Echo at this stage just enhances that movement speed and that proc. You got to remember that Willaris is still doing so much damage. Brom again, Matthew goes for the ultimate. The flash comes through from Luch and Otherness actually backs off. Strawbella taking a lot of damage. Ezreal ult soon to come through. Vern sends it through, doesn't get Strawbella at this time, but Fornot's still so strong.
And Fortis is just looking for their opportunity now. They want to get that pick so they can actually take that tower, begin that siege, be a lot stronger as well. And there they go, Fesh, maybe bit off a bit more than she can chew, but walking away.
Just walks out of it. No one wants to challenge Fesh at this stage. Split push coming through from mine. Pabu's actually in this team fight, so it's 5 members strong in Abyss Red in the mid lane. If there was a time to engage or try and get a pick, it is now. Mine doesn't have that teleport. That's got another 90 seconds, I believe, to go until we see that back up. Mine going to split push bottom, and Pabu probably going to look to rotate through there as well. Fornot probably not going to try and pick him up. Going to move back to mid lane, 4v4 there. They really want this middle turret, really desperately.
It just opens up the map for them. It's a really big strategic take, and Fortnite are really using this pressure to their advantage. There comes out the calling though, just going to force it away. That unbreakable, just amazing for it. And here we go, he's in trouble.
Matthew doesn't at this stage. Don't worry, folks, he's going to survive. The bubble's going to keep him safe. Otherness going to keep trying to get a pick, but doesn't prevail at this stage. Hextech Drinking getting picked up. Boots of Swiftness as well for both these junglers. So Swift people coming through. Of course, it's such a nice buy, especially for the fact that Boots of Swiftness, only 800 gold.
Yeah, it will be buffed up, or not buffed up, it will be nerfed up to that 900 in the next patch, but people just taking advantage of it, or players still taking advantage of it at the moment. And it's basically because Tenacity was a bit nerfed on the side of those good old Mercury trades. It's a bit too expensive for it, and if you happen to be delving into that Resolve Mastery, you can pick up 15 Tenacity anyway.
That's right, Matthew again going to frontline this. They're still looking for a fight in middle lane. Luch doing a lot of damage, actually chunks a little bit out of Vern. He's got his Manamu procced up. Don't worry about mine in the top lane. He's fine. He'll be right. He's gonna get rid of the minion wave. Oh my god, actually goes in on Raps. Look at the burst damage coming through. Almost destroys him. Does he have flash available? He actually does. Waiting for the proc of the E to come through. Charge him into the wall. The heroic charge comes through. I believe a flash comes through there. And Brom forcing a flash out of Raps. The culling comes out. And now Matthew going to negate all that damage again. Actually going to try and pick up Otherness with the proc to get a complementary kill. Otherness not taking enough damage. Abyss Red, they're all surviving by the grit of their teeth. Members of Fortnite going to back out at this stage.
Fortnite just putting so much pressure on at the moment, and Abyss Red are reacting. They're responding.
Oh, yeah.
They're saying, no, you cannot kill us just yet. But Fortnite, if they keep this up, they will be able to take towers. And Pabu, he's going to have a hard time against Willaris, so he's not going to be able to really catch that Lulu.
He's not. But he's got no mana to really chomp this lane down at this stage. Luch in the middle lane. Fesh going to look for the cocoon, misses the combination. That middle lane turret has hardly any health on it. Vern going to try and pick it up after this wave. Looks like Luch going to back off now as well. Picks up Alacrity on the cooldown reduction boots. What are we going to see, Mendrix? What's the next item coming through? Rabadons?
Rabadons is
Full
probably...
AP?
Rabadons is a good pick for him to get there. At the moment, there doesn't seem to be too much magic resistance on the map, especially if he manages to catch out Fesh. Fesh can be blown up quickly, but they've got those Spirit Massages built now, so they're the Spectral Cows, so they're building up towards their Spirit Massages, or maybe perhaps a Banshee's Veil, but I think they want to have a bit more sustain between those particular champions.
Not the only person finishing items there. Willaris goes and finishes the Luden's Echo onto his next one, which, in my opinion, I'd probably be wanting to see either... Well, you're not going to see Zhonya's on Lulu. I mean, like, what Lulu uses Zhonya's unless she's the first one into the fray, which Willaris at the moment is playing quite a supportive role, which is always good to see. Probably going to be seeing either a Rylai's for the health and AP, or Mentrix way in.
I don't think he really needs to go for the Rylai's there. He's got so much shielding potential and he's quite safe as he is. So he probably might go for the Lich Bane because it just synergizes so well with Lulu's abilities. To use an ability, powerful auto attacks, but Pabu, he's caught in a sticky situation.
Pabu actually stops, goes the other way. He realizes Fesh is on his tail. Mine takes a little bit of damage. Nice cocoon that lands there from Fesh. And now the damage comes in. How many stuns can Fortnite land? We don't know. But the transformation finishes it off. Willaris picks a kill, but Abyss Red pick up the dragon.
And Fortnite just really using that teleport to their advantage. Luch hasn't really, Luch doesn't have that. He's got that cleanse. So Willaris, every single time they get an opportunity, they take it, and they're going straight for the Baron. Though this is a bit risky, Abyss Red are collapsing.
Luch on the outskirts of that Baron, will they pull out? Fortnite actually looks to be disengaging at this stage. The Bromalt comes through there. Otherness takes a front hit, but Mine looks for Luch. This is their major target coming through. 3 members strong on Fortnite. In the back, though, Otherness takes out Matthew, and now the rest of Abyss Red are taking off the split. Fesh has to back off as well. They don't pick up Luch. Oh, sorry, they do pick up Luch at that stage. It's a 2 for 1 trade. Fortnite still comes out on top, even though they were split. Very nicely done by Willaris.
They really just kited out so well there and really baited that Baron well. I was a bit worried for Fortnite in that situation, but they really showed us they're making sure that they know, actually, we're going to take a win for this fight and just kite away and make sure there's nothing these guys can do. And that's one of the weaknesses of Janna. Janna's really good at disengaging, but if you're trying to catch someone, there's not much you can really do except slow them and hope eventually your team catches up to you.
That's right. Otherness goes back now, probably going to celebrate his first kill of the game. Warrior Enchantment, of course, helping that Hex Drinker. Picks up the Sterix Gauge on Graves. Pretty standard stuff coming through.
Yeah, it's a really good pickup for Graves because he does have a lot of base damage. That's why he's so strong in that early game. And it just really ends up amplifying his damage. Also with the True Grit coupled with that, he just becomes tanky as well. So if anything really happens to him, he's actually going to be quite durable in that lane. And he's got enough abilities to get away while putting out that damage Abyss Red really needs.
Willaris going to split push that bottom lane too. Probably going to make a name for himself and clear a lot of that pushing wave. Bottom turret, of course, hasn't been taken for Fortnite just yet, so look for Willaris to try and capitalize on that. Victor in the middle lane. He does not want to let this turret go. Luch is defending this with his life. Look at the nip it's on.
That tower can literally fall over with one well-placed ref from one of these players, but unfortunately they just can't get to it. And a lot of gold coming through just from the CS from Victor. He's actually up 66 at the moment. That is a huge lead.
It's absolutely massive. Huge CS advantages coming through for the mid lane. Top lane, a small one coming through for Pabu. Just actually picking up that 200 is quite nice, in my opinion, as Raps. Wow, Mine doing so much damage, flings him in the air, really nicely timed skills, but Raps has actually got quite a lot of sustain.
Wow.
Nice flash combination from Mine, picks up yet another kill.
And Poppy just playing amazing now. She's getting that lead from the rest of her team, and she's just rolling with it at the moment. And she just had such a well-placed, basically blocking dash ability. They're going for the Baron once again, and the rest of Abyss Red, they're collapsing once again.
Alan Gale not going to be able to pick it up. Of course, it doesn't do 8k damage. Luch on the outskirts looking to find a target for his Chaos Storm. There is the pillar to zone off. Pabu actually takes the front of the True Shot Barrage, and Luch doing so much burst damage. Mine is going to back off now as well. It's not going well for Fortnite. Although one member is already down, the AD carry, don't think they need him. They've got Otherness. Strawbella is taking massive amount of damage here. Gets finished off by Vern. He's still hungry for more. Actually, Arcane shifts into the fight. Luch gonna run away. Pabu, nice flash over the wall. Cocoon just misses. There is the Q coming from Vern as well. Not gonna find another target. But a 2-for-1 trade, I believe, in the end. Sorry, maybe it was just 1-for-1. Strawbella gets bursted so quickly. It was 2-for-1. Raps. Raps gets taken out before our very eyes.
Yeah, it was just amazing there. Ezreal's well and truly online now. Look for him to finish up that good old Blade of the Ruined King. He's just putting out so much damage that he actually had a True Shot Barrage just managed to hit the entire team as it came across. And that really helped out Fortnite in that situation. Then you had such a tanky frontline from Mine and also from Matthew. Matthew jumped in. He did get blown up there after he managed to blow all his cooldowns, blow everything away. Abyss Red now trying to get back some control as they did finish that back earlier than Fortnite.
Fortnite looks like they're in a desperate position in this game, in the team fights especially. That's what I'm focusing on here, Mendrix.
A desperate situation.
When they get into their team fights, they look like they're not winning. They look like they're losing it.
At the start, it looks like they do, but they do have a very kite-focused team. But at the moment, if you look at the way they're doing everything, they're forcing Abyss Red to engage, make mistakes, and then they capitalize from it. They're actually 4k up as well, and as this game goes longer, Ezreal is just going to get stronger and stronger. He's finished that Blade of the Ruined King now. That means every time he lands a Q, he's getting the on-effect hit from the Mirror Mana, the Iceman Gauntlet, and the Blade of the Ruined King. He is going to be a monster.
Not able to defend this one. 13 for 4. Quite a lot of kills coming through for Fauna, but the gold advantage doesn't reflect that just yet. A nice lead coming towards them. And of course, that especially is held by Luch's ability to CS. He is a whopping 70 CS up on Willaris. Now, it's not that difficult to farm with Lulu. However, Victor's a lot easier, and Luch has had a lot of mid-game pressure.
Lucius had a lot of free farm, actually. Well, Lars has been running around the map, using those TPs, jumping around here and there. Lucius has been sitting there going, no worries, I want to try and keep this tower alive at all times. And then when we do get to that late game, you guys make one bad misstep, my Chaos Storm and my Death Ray is going to absolutely obliterate you. But there, Pabu, he's in trouble.
The cocoon doesn't hit. Pabu actually puts up the frozen domain. Mine backs off. Matthew looking for some frozen damage himself. Mine's the only one in this fight. The culling comes through. Matthew going to try and disengage and help this one. Does a great job of it as well. Stand by me. Stand behind me. Gets him away. Fornot disengaged very easily.
And Papu's just starting to get really strong now.
Yeah.
That pillar is just amazing. He didn't even really take too much damage as the fight. But there's the TP by Mine. What will start?
He actually goes into Otherness first. That's his main target. Matthew in the backline doesn't have his ult, but Mine, neither does he. Luch is the focus of target. Otherness takes down Matthew, so there's no Brom in the fight anymore. In this front line, Mine is just going ham. Gets shut down by Luch. Too much damage to come through. Vern is now unprotected. Willaris can't do much. He flashes away to save himself. Shutdown goes to Luch again. But Fesh on this backline, he is full health. He is destroying everyone. This 7 for 0 Elise keeps it in the fray. Fornot lose 3 members, but still come out a little bit on top.
Well, they're still ahead in gold at the moment. They're really well done by Abyss Red to really kite out that situation. It felt like they had the drop on them with that teleport as well. With Fesh having so much extra HP, he's not able to pick up that consolation prize for losing an extra member. Will be that dragon for them there. And it was just one of those crazy fights where everything was all around it. Mine, he was amazing. He actually managed to keep 2 carries pretty much locked down for the rest of the fight. Fortnite were not able to capitalize on this, and as soon as he fell, those carries were able to pick up one easy quick kill and then hightail it on out.
Luch, of course, doing a lot of the major damage in that fight for Abyss. Red actually has that, the staff, the magic penetration on Luch at the moment is quite massive. Looking to build the Rabadons is what I want to say again, because he didn't go for that. He went for the Void stuff.
Yeah, it's really good to get that Void stuff at this point in the game now, because as you can see, Lulu does have that Spirit Visage, and now is also going for a Banshee's Veil. So he really needs something to chew through all this MR that the Fortnite front line is starting to build, because you do have that good old Locket of the Iron Solari on Brom as well. So a lot of also global MR between the teams. When a team fight happens, he needs something to chew through that.
Willaris on the Rabadons. Normally see Lulu pick that up second in patch 6.1. I guess the itemization is still working out for him there. Luden's Echo and Rabadon's going to have a lot. Oh God, there's going to be a lot of AP coming through.
There's going to be heaps of AP coming through. And Luden's one of those champions who doesn't really need to go for that that magic penetration early. Just having extra shielding and crossovers is more than enough for a team. It also means that she can speed everyone up, so they're just going to be flying around the map. So she can actually afford to get it later. Ezreal, on the other hand, he's actually finished his last Whisper item as well. So any armor that's been built up by Abyss Red is going to be taken away immediately. And he, again, the longer this game goes on, he's just looked to him to really clean up team fights after they break out.
Do you think we're going to be seeing Lord Dominic's regard coming through, the health penetration?
We might be seeing the Lord Dominic's regard. There's not really that many tanky members except for Pabu on that side. So probably, I'd say, Water Reminder would be really good because it will cut through all the regeneration that he has. So both of them are very good for them to get. Lord Dominic's regard does give out more DPS throughout the entire game. So maybe feel for him to go for that, because that way he's going to be able to make sure he's able to hurt everyone.
Great idea coming through there. Fesh picks up the Banshee's Veil. Some good magic resist coming through, especially for Luch, who just picked up the Rabadon. When Victor gets fed, it's just something you go, wow.
Yeah.
Because their ability to burst is crazy. We've seen Luch in that last fight. He pretty much remained... He got dove on. Mine dove on him. But Luch just was doing so much damage, and he can kite around that as well. Of course, that W giving him movement speed as he fires that shot. Mine's not doing enough damage, but that's not his purpose at this stage. He's so tanky. what are we going to wait for with 4-0? I mean, like, who's going to be the decider? It feels like they're doing everything right in team fights, but are they not grouped enough? Are they not together? Are they not? Is there focus?
No, both teams are playing it extremely well. The moment Fortnite tried to engage, there's just so much disruption on the side of Abyss Red. You've got that pillar slowing everyone down. You've got the Monsoon from Janna pushing everyone away, and on top of that, a giant Chaos Storm just dispersing them. But the thing is, Fortnite like to fight disperse. So whenever they do try to engage, that natural disbursement sort of helps them because they're not able to focus someone down. What they're really waiting for is for a mistake on Abyss Red. They're really just going to keep on putting that pressure up, eventually have a big siege once they know Ezreal's hit that critical mass. It can really hurt their team with those nice little hits on the Qs.
Definitely be waiting for that. Both top laners going to split push top and bottom. Mine and Pabu really just see us challenging at the moment. Deadman's Plate gets picked up for Pabu too. Willaris actually challenging. We're going to back away this time. Pabu's still doing a lot of damage. Looks like he might be building towards... What are we seeing? Sterix Gauge again for the Pabu?
He could possibly go for Titanic Hydra because one of the things that Trundle likes to do once it gets this sort of supreme late game is really just push down that lane as fast as he possibly can, and Hydra will help him there. Sterix Gauge is also a good pickup for him as well, so it's something that we're not too sure what he needs to pick up. It really depends on what Abyss Red want to do. Do they want to continue to have him split pushing, or do they want him there in those team fights? If it's going to be in the team fights, you'll see him pick up that Sterix Gauge. If they want him split pushing, it will be a Hydra.
A lot of positioning coming around this Baron pit. Strawbella is actually going to back away. Both Pabu and Strawbella going back to the fountain. Curious to see, it actually goes to the Sterix Gauge in the end, so doesn't opt in for that Titanic Hydra. Instead goes for that. Ooh, nice little burst damage coming through there just to shock the camera. 4-0 going to try and position themselves up top, try and get a pick so they can initiate this Baron. It is Baron time, ladies and gentlemen. It's the season to be jolly. Both teams looking for an opportunity, so we're going to see it slow down a little bit. Both teams just going to keep farming and doing the best they can in that regard. Down bottom, now it is a wet noodle fight. We've gotten there.
Pretty much there. It is at that point where both these guys are so tanky. It'd be interesting to know. Papu should start to win this towards the later game, but still so much damage there from the Poppy, that percentage damage doing so much.
Of course. Raps, what is he actually doing there? Has to flash over there. Brom misses the ultimate, but gets otherness and Strawbell. I don't think he was expecting them there. The culling comes through. Raps just casually walking through there, almost loses his life. What are 4-0 going to do now? Might see them go towards Baron, might actually back off and continue doing what they were doing before.
Now that this has happened, they've actually blown the they've blown the flash and the heal for Raps there. So that's about a good 3 minutes. He's going to be very vulnerable. So they could probably actually bring themselves together and look to push up. There's no teleport on the side of mine now, so I'm not sure if she's going to be probably grouping with the team now. We'll send Willaris. There he goes. He's the one with the teleport advantage there, and that's why you want to have the 2 teleports in the team. The moment one has been used, you just rotate your mid and top around to be in the team fights.
Fesh going to keep clearing out Baron pit. He's done this about 3 times now. Clearing vision. Baron doing a lot of damage. He's not happy. You don't wake him from his slumber.
You know, if you go attack me, I'm going to take out your spiderlings, and she's only got 1 left now.
You do a great Baron voice. That was absolutely fantastic. If I
do
thought,
you think that's what he sounds like when he sleeps at night?
I feel like
That's
if
how
I
he-
ever
one of the
talked to
dreams
Baron, that would be what he sounds like. You've done well, Mandux. You've done very well.
How cool would it be if they put Benedict Cumberbatch voices in for the Baron voice? I reckon he's Dragon, Lord of the Rings.
Happy holidays.
He'd have the perfect Baron voice.
In The Hobbit, you mean?
In The Hobbit, yeah.
Come on, man.
Oh,
Lord of the
you
Rings.
mean Sherlock, of course, with like the good old. He'd be going through saying, "Oh yes, I believe they're going to be picking up this item next," using his detective skills. Baron with a monocle.
Oh god, the only way to do it. Actually, otherness comes over the wall. Abyss Red form up. And 4-0 move closer towards this Baron. Trying to bait it? Not too sure, but teleport's not actually up for Pabu at this stage. So if 4-0 want to engage, it's a very good time to. Willaris has that teleport to hold on to. What we're going to see here is a bit of delay. waiting for the engage
It's
to come
turned
through.
into a chess game now. It's all about the strategy there. They want to see if they can actually sneak this Baron now by putting some pressure on the map. But Abyss Red, very intelligently going to try and walk around, see if they can get a ward there. But they still haven't done it. They're taking their time.
It looks like Otherness is going to be the person to put the ward there. Abyss Red stack up. Pabu's still not out of base. Matthew's the one who pops the ult there. He's a bit out of position, but it doesn't matter. He actually forces a lot of things out there. The knock-up from the Wild Growth has just done so much. Luch as well, taking a lot of damage. Nice CC coming through. He gets shut down. Otherness now taking a lot of that damage. Pabu is trying to get some regrets taken care of. Shut down again. There's so much gold going towards Fortnite. The Wild Growth turns everything around.
And this is what Fortnite has been looking for. They've been putting pressure here, putting pressure there. Let's hit the Baron. Let's hit a tower. Let's see what Abyss Red can do. They were waiting for the wrong response. They decided to jump on Matthew. They thought they had him there. And just a fantastic Wild Growth after the engage by Mine. Blew up the whole team, CC'd them down. All their carries instantly knocked off the map. And now Fortnite have got full control. They're going to get the Baron. They're going to get that mid turret there as well. And now that they've got the Baron, they could possibly go for the inhibitor turret.
Abu trying to defend that one, unable to at this stage. Gold advantage well and truly in Fortnite's favour at this point in time. A nice turret lead as well, and it looks like they're going to try and get this third dragon. That movement speed, very, very dangerous on Willaris. Lulu at the moment.
Zoom, zoom.
That's right. Zoom, zoom. Exactly right. Rift Scuttler doesn't even care. Just going to keep going about his daily.
He's just sitting there hoping the team doesn't turn their eyes or their attention to him.
Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
It's like there's a dragon. Go right there, guys. And Fortnite just picking up everything for the blunder by Abyss Red there. And now it's going to be a very interesting match. Now that the whole map's been open, they've got the Baron. They've been trying to get this for the past 6-7 minutes now. And Abyss Red have just been knocking them back each time. Finally, they've failed. And now Fortnite are probably going to group together and really push through. Mine does have the teleport back up. Willaris does have his teleport as well. Probably look for one of them to go down towards that bottom lane.
Look at this. Look at this. Speedy Gonzalez coming through there. It's just absolutely huge at the moment. I always love a good Lulu pick in the middle lane. Of course, Willaris utilizing it very well in the mid game. Now that we're moving too late, Luch probably going to fall off a little bit until he goes for that final item. I'm gonna guess here, Menus, as I do with a lot of my stuff.
I'm interested to hear.
Rylai's.
Rylai's.
Probably not.
For Luch, Rylai's.
Oh well, look. Let's just slow everything down.
I think Zhonya's.
Yeah, probably. I tried. I did try, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for my poor itemization. You can tell I'm not a very good picker. Wet Noodle Fight continuing up in the top lane. CS advantage. Wow. Gotta give it to Luch.
Yeah, Fortnite really just using the map to their advantage now. They've got that 1-3-1 at the moment, really pushing Abyss Red thin. And it's just not much they can do here. They're trying to defend against all this pressure coming out.
Willaris pushing the bottom lane. Top lane has Mine, and it has to have attention from Pabu. Willaris going to stick down in that bottom lane, attract Otherness and Strawbella. What are the Fortnite members going to do at this stage? Looks like probably go to the top lane. Fesh comes through from behind. That movement speed has worked so well. Into the air goes Pabu, and now all three of them engage. The culling comes through. Vern, sorry, he's going to come in the back line there. The Brom ult comes out. Pabu is no more. Nice Arcane Barrage. True shot barrage. It was a barrage. Destroys 4 members of Fortnite in this top lane, continuing to siege this top.
Yeah, and just seems to be really the story of the game. Pabu getting caught out, an advantage game for Fortnite. And they're just pushing on through. This tower dropping very quickly.
All those Baroned up minions in the back line. Bottom turret goes to Willaris. Top turret goes as well. Fortnite going to get this inhibitor. 2 inhibitors going to go down. What can Abyss Red do at this stage? They've got to back off. Fesh is so huge. If a cocoon lands, doesn't actually throw it out at this stage. Fortnite probably going to back off. Actually going to pick up mid turret as well. The base is going to be exposed if they can get this. Wow, Luch. Go back inside, buddy. Go back inside.
Basically just forcing them off there. Fortnite, their Baron about to expire, and they've been easy. So, you know what? Let's get on out of here, guys. I think we have done enough, and let's get back to lane and spend all this extra gold advantage that they have now. Roughly 12k up on Abyss Red at the moment. Although with such high gold amounts, it's going to be a little bit negligible, but they're still well and truly with the advantage now that that map is open across the board.
The Merc Skim coming through for Raps too. Of course, the ability to disengage and cleanse is always a fantastic thing to have for Lucian, especially if Strawbella doesn't land all of her abilities. Vesh going to clear out some wards in the jungle, continuing to put some map pressure. Willaris at the moment, 1 for 0 for 10. Truly the Saput Lulu that everyone... what did I say? Saput? Support. Support. Don't say Lulu and support in the same sentence. Only everyone else can do it.
It's quite funny with her there because she seems to be top and mid all the time now.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, even in support there, but Pabu,
Look at this.
is on him.
Look at this. Pabu's taking a lot of damage. Willaris doesn't take enough. He's going to continue to push that. Members of Abyss Red are going to try and zone on him in the bottom lane. In the middle lane, though, Matthew actually takes a lot from the Chaos Storm. Was it prematurely used as the culling comes through as well? 2 ults down for Abyss Red. Mine says that's my opportunity to come in the top lane. 4 members going to try and push him out. But the rest of Fortnite use that decoy to get this inhib. 3 inhibs will be down. Raps is going to go down, or is he? He actually uses the cleanser, gets out, but Pabu not as tanky as one thought. The Bromol comes through. Willaris gets Raps in the end. Otherness gets Wild Growth, and Willaris going to back off while the rest of Fortnite trying to engage. Mine is there to save him, and the buckshot, can he use it when he's a panda? No, of course he can't. The ults come through, and Luch doing a lot of damage on Matthew, but Matthew doesn't really need to be in this fight anymore as he's used everything. Fortnite take a lot of damage, but Pabu goes down again. Willaris gets another kill to the list. 3 for 0 for 11. Looks like this is it. Looks like Fortnite are showing their experience, take down Abyss Red, and get their first win of the week.
That was just amazingly done by Fortnite there. Really textbook coming across from them there.
Yeah.
Just putting constant pressure on Abyss Red. Keep it up, chipping away at them. That is what they went for. One big mistake, and they take everything.
And Luch in the Victor mid lane. His CS at the end was near 500. He was doing so well, which is why a bit of a shame to see that his efforts were in vain. He was doing a lot of burst damage, but the problem is, Brom was the focus of a lot of those team fights. Of course he was the front line. Of course you've got to take him out if he's far from his team. But Brom goes down every team fight, and then the rest of Abyss Red get taken out because of that. They use all their ults.
Yeah, they're sort of like going through, blowing everything they can onto that Brom, and then at that point there, Fortnite just doing a great job kiting back. He was essentially their big engage. Fesh, just a monster as well. If he caught anyone out, they needed to blow pretty much everything. Like, straight away, let's use our heal. Let's use that Mercury Scimitar. We need to get away from the Spider. But in the end there, it was just a situation where, to be honest, Luch wasn't doing that much. He was doing a lot of damage, yes, but Willaris was just everywhere on the map. Willaris was going on through, setting up Mine, making sure Mine was strong, always down in the bottom lane, using that teleport advantage. And he came across. He didn't have that many kills, but he was still 10 assists up, and he didn't die that entire game. Very well done by him.
Mine was bullied early. It's like the rise of the underdog. First blood, 2 minutes in, Trundle picks it up. Oh yeah. Easy game, we thought, in the top lane. But then the pressure coming up from Fortnite was so well simulated. All I saw was a Poppy that was regaining consciousness, coming back into the fight, and then in late game was such a big threat. I mean, like, honestly, the synergy that came from Fortnite there is what I think won it.
And it was just really one of those things where Mine was in that good mindset. He gave up first blood early, one-on-one. Managed to come back. You know what, I'm going to sit here. I'm going to know my team's the better team in this situation. I'm going to wait for them to come out, and I'm going to play this matchup perfectly. And Pabu overextending every single time, and he just kept on falling. He sort of learnt it towards the end there. You have to realize, okay, I need to be careful against this team because they really do have it out for me. But in the end, they found that little opening with Pabu once again.
And it's that confidence that sort of brought Pabu down on his knees. I want to talk about itemization because Poppy in the top lane, the Sunfire Cape, I think, was a fantastic first choice against a Trundle who all he does is hard engage early game. Sunfire Cape as a rush, I think really sort of pushed it back and gave Poppy that early game damage.
It gives everything, basically all those good old tops want to have, especially if you're going up against an AD laner. So having that Sunfire Cape means you do get a good amount of extra HP, you get yourself a little bit of magic damage deal, and some armor as well to boot. So it's really good for wave clear. It's really good as an early rush, purely because if you're a bit unsure on lane, well, you know, if I pick this up, this means it's going to be good throughout the entire game.
That's right. And I mean, although it gives Trundle tanky stats, Fortnite, Synergy, Mendrix, out of 10, out of 7. It's got to get a digit there.
It's getting a digit for sure. But at the moment, Fortnite Synergy, I'm going to put it as a decent 8 for that game.
Decent 8 out of 7. Fantastic, Mendrix. Make sure you stick around for Oceanic Challenger Series. We're just getting warmed up tonight. We'll see you very, very shortly. But first, Mendrix, next game. This is going to be a cracker. Chiefs Black, Sentinel Esports. What more could you want in a
Oh,
perfect
I am
night?
so excited. These are probably one of the two strongest teams
That's right.
in this competition at the moment. So I'm excited to see what they do and really what Chiefs Black can do. Because Chiefs Black, the last time they versed Sentinel Esports, they did fall to them. So I'm going to be very interested to see if maybe they want to get a bit of a revenge kill back here, or will Sentinels continue being dominant?
Sentinels, in my opinion, 7-0 at this time of being, because I'm counting the provisional matches coming through. That's all right. That's just what I do. Sentinels, very, very strong. Chiefs Black, very, very strong. I could say the word strong 10 million times about these two teams. So definitely a game we have to watch as we move into the Oceanic Challenger Series. Game 2 coming up for you, ladies and gentlemen. Stick around.
Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me. This valley will relieve us. Stay with me while we leave. Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me. This valley will relieve us. Stay with me while we leave. Stay with me.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the Oceanic Challenger Series. My name is Jake Hysterix, Aussie Penko. With me is Mendrix Mendez. My friend, you don't even have a first name, it's just Mendrix now.
You know, to be honest, I've always been called Mendez most of the time anyway, so
Good.
it's absolutely good.
Good, that's absolutely fantastic. The game we just witnessed, Abyss Red versus Four-Knot. My word, Four-Knot showed that they're a force to be reckoned with in that last game. That was them playing the Chiefs back in the OPL, showing how they can capitalize on every little mistake. Sure, they went into team fights like a bit half-handed there, but Four-Knot always came out on top. Except for the one team fight. They lost one person, but they came back and they said, you know what? We'll just go in, we'll sneak in the back. Fesh did a lot of work that last game, so big shout out to the Elise coming through. Mendrix, what is it about Elise that is still so relevant? I'm asking myself this question. You said she got a little bit of a nerf.
That's correct.
Was it enough, my friend?
Well,
Honestly.
it's hard to say because this Elise just got going. So it's one of those things where if someone starts to snowball, I mean, well, like if that's that point. These guys are pretty much professional players. They know what to do in the situation. Fesh just sort of took it and ran with it.
Yeah.
He decided to go for a more assassin version of Elise, so that's why he picked up that good old new Runic Echoes
Instead of the Cinderhulk.
instead of the Cinderhulk. And that's one of the big reasons why Elise is so good is her versatility. She can be a tank, she can be an assassin, and at the end of the day, she also has fantastic pick potential for the team. So you learn that Cocoon, it is just so huge, especially if the rest of the team is not ready for it. And basically, she's just always going to be a force to be reckoned with. Maybe she would need to take a hit to her numbers for her to really be put down. Whether or not this is not enough, is this isn't like the best game to actually have control for it. You need to have one where she's not getting 6 kills by the 12-minute mark.
That's right. Fesh in that top lane. I mean, you're a dangerous person. You're a dangerous Elise. Poppy was my hero in the end. Mine proving that even if you lose first blood at 2 minutes in, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, ladies and gentlemen. I'll just get the whole of Four-Knot up. I'll just sit on Trundle, and that'll be it. As we move to the standings coming through now, the game's coming up. Sentinels versus Chiefs. I said the word strong. I'm not going to say it, except for that one time I just said strong, which makes 2. So Sentinels and Chiefs Black, but they're not the only games coming through. Legacy and Legion Gaming, and Abyss White and Alpha Sydney coming through. Sentinels are the mystery team. They're looking good. And they've got good players. But Chiefs Black, of course, that sister team of the Chiefs, a safe pick to sort of put your bets on them. Do not rule Sentinel Esports out, Mendrix. They're tricky.
Sentinels, they're the black horse. They're the ones that basically every time that Black Knight enters into a competition, everyone wonders what's happening here. You know, what can these guys do?
Speaking of Knight, we should have moved into this straight away. Of course, Knight in the middle lane there against Omni, a very, very big lane to watch at this point in time. Soul Strikes, of course, has the experience of a jungler, and Zahi, a very immunity type name coming through there. Zero and Rosie in the bottom lane. Now, Rosie, of course, an ex-Chiefs player, has moved around a little bit, was the top laner for Sin, now coming back to the Challenger Series, playing the support role, which, in my opinion, is his best role.
Oh, he's very, very versatile player, and Rosie's definitely been around for quite some time, probably since the beginning of really the Oceanic scene. And he sort of brings a lot to Chiefs Black purely by having that experience, being able to provide the right information for them to actually engage when they need to. And he's a playmaker based off that. He always likes to pick those utility-based supports that really have either hard engage, or he's really looking to make sure that if they are one of those more softer champions like the Bard, they're still doing a lot.
That's right. And look, only person who I haven't really talked about yet. Let's be real. Praedyth, top lane, Lissandra. Say no more. I know the hype train was going last week. I know everyone was getting on the bandwagon. And that's the bandwagon. God, who am I? The bandwagon was real because Lissandra in the top lane. Praedyth just did so much work. And we were seeing these awesome plays coming through with the Frozen Tomb in the back line. And it was pretty much just like, look, focus on Praedyth. He's going to be in there. He's going to dive. He's going to Zhonya's. And he's going to be doing so much damage all in one. Something we're going to focus on again. Probably ban Lissandra.
Oh, well, Lissandra's been banned pretty much. She's been almost 100% pick and ban throughout this entire
Oh,
tournament.
that's right.
And she's just a fantastic flex pick. Top, mid. The fact that is that she's going to be strong against whoever she goes up against because she's going to be hard to zone out either way. The best thing to kill her is really just get to her before she's got that frozen tomb to really make sure that she stays alive or lock down someone. And it's just really dirty when she teleports into that bottom lane and
so
just
dirty.
drops it into you. You're just kind of you were locked in there in that regard. It is amazing there. But to be honest, I'm really excited to see what Knight and Omni do. Knight really showing us that what to do as a control mage. Omni's known for his assassin, so it's going to be a really interesting matchup in the mid lane.
And especially, look, I wish it was 6.3. That new assassin item coming in. High hopes, high dreams. Look, I want to focus. I want to focus on so many things. My mouth just can't contain it. Zahi is a fantastic Rek'Sai. Soul Strikes, fantastic Rek'Sai. Pretty sure we're going to see Rek'Sai in the game.
Oh, definitely. Either in the ban area or on the rift. So Rek'Sai is going to be a contested pick between those two, whether they want to steal it away from each other or just make sure it's not being played. And to be honest, I'm really interested to see the depth of Soul Strike's champion pool. What happens when that Rek'Sai is taken away from him? What he can actually do with it, with a different champion on his list. What's going to be picked up with 6.2 as well? Elise probably still going to be open. Graves really going to be a contested pick between these two champions.
Graves doesn't look really that appealing after last game. Honestly, all I saw with otherness last game, he was caught out quite a lot in his own jungle. Now, of course, like deep warding would have helped. Of course, warding in the river as well. But Graves, in the end, not a real big pick on my authority. I still think Elise and Rek'Sai, really two major junglers at the moment. Or Yasuo.
Or Yasuo, maybe even Teemo. Well, let's throw Teemo into the mix. He's amazing. He just assassinates every single time he comes across. No, but look, Graves is one of those guys. He's, again, a fantastic flex. You can put him, even as ADC, you can throw him as an ADC, a top laner, or in the jungle. And the big thing with him in the jungle is just that base damage he has. So Otherness maybe not able to find the mark in that game, but believe me, these teams will be looking towards Graves to really be one of their picks or bans in the next game.
Are they our only picks coming through? I mean, is there any other junglers? I'd like to see Trundle come back into the jungle, honestly.
He's good for that. He can still do the jungle, but he's just so much stronger as a support or as a top laner at the moment. And the thing is, it's interesting to say that Trundle's stronger as a support rather than as a jungle.
Well, that pillar is so overpowered.
Oh,
if you position yourself right, if you get that pillar right, I mean, instantly you're like, oh, okay, well, I'm a god at Trundle because I can aim the pillar. As we move into Champion Select now, Zed goes down. Omni loses his Zed. Either a secret we don't know about, or Omni is just some little big Zed god.
Like I said, it's definitely a target ban against Omni there. He is an amazing assassin player, so Zed's something he really likes. He's also known for his talent, so I wouldn't be surprised if they take that out, but it's probably too much to focus on one person. Poppy also going through again.
Lissandra.
So strong. And Lissandra, we mentioned, she'd be a pick or ban.
And Lulu getting taken out for Knight as a possibility, even Dis too. Of course, Lulu last game. Willaris proving why it's such a big pick or ban champion. Gangplank, one of our common bans coming through as well. Wasn't even picked, wasn't even banned last game. So that was a bit of a first. Looking to see either the Graves or the Elise getting banned through here. Wonder what Praetor is going to decide. Actually picks Corki, takes that away from Zero or Omni. Of course, the care package at the moment. Corki's just this huge machine. Rockets into lane. Never thought I'd see the day where Corki was like immobile, like super duper immobile.
It's just
mobile.
Super mobile
That's
there.
it.
He's extremely mobile at the moment, and purely once he does have that care package, it's absolutely huge what he can do with it. He will just immediately go straight to someone else's lane, engage, deal his damage, Valkyrie on out.
Yes, I'm seeing a Rise. I love Rise. Rise is just like, watch him. And look, Yasuo, anything's possible in this game. Look at my face. I'm happy. I see Rise.
Rise is normal.
Rise
is meta.
I know Rise is meta, but he's like, I mean, there's all these picks like Trundle, Poppy. I'm seeing like Graves. Like, I want to come back to the basics. Rise is super strong. Rise is absolutely massive at the moment, but I feel like not many top laners or even middle lanes
Faker really showing us what Ryze can do in the mid lane
That's right.
as well. And it's one of the things where he's come back. When he does have his cooldowns available to him, that passive decides to be fully charged. If he uses his Desperate Power, he will unload a machine gun of magic into your face, and he will take you down. You have to be really careful with him and really monitor how he's using his abilities.
Kalista Elise getting locked in for Chiefs Black. A nice pick getting through. 0 on Kalista. Of course, we've only seen 0 in one game, and it was on the Lucian. And what a brutal game it was. Let's see if he can step up with the Kalista coming through. Of course, Ren does a lot of damage. It's still so very, very, very overpowered.
Oh, it's just a fantastic ability to have, and what it brings to the team is not just the damage, but it's neutral objective control. It's fantastic when you're going for those dragons, when you're going for those barons. It makes it so hard to get those steals coming across as well. It no longer is that 50-50 steal if you've got a dive jungler. At that point in time, it really becomes like an 80%, possibly even 90% chance that it's going to be going towards the Kalista side.
See that Soul Strikes doesn't actually pick up Rek'Sai at this stage, and Dis has the smite on. Has the smite on the top. We're going back to version 5, boys. We're going to go back to that smite top lane. Probably not, though, however.
Well, I mean, what would they use? Probably the Runic Echoes. I'd be interested. That's the newest jungle item that might want to mess around with.
Is that Trundle in the jungle?
I doubt it, actually.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
All right, I will hold you to that.
I feel he's probably in the top lane. You got to Ryze mid, Alistar support. That's what I'm feeling.
We don't know what's going on at the moment. We could see it there. We could see it here.
He's still capable to go in the jungle.
That's
but
right.
I'm still feeling that they. I want Soul Strikes to have something that's more versatile, because the thing is, Trundle, although he's potent in team fights, he's not that really good at really getting that pressure out early. He's got essentially that big, good old pillar of ice, and if that doesn't land, he's kind of, I guess, not really the biggest pick for engages, and that's why he's not as strong in the jungle anymore.
So we'll have to look at where Sentinels positions their team at this point in time. 0 picks up Kennen. Ooh, Kennen. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
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 Kennen is not common, definitely out of meta.
Definitely out of meta. Now I'm right. I mean, like, bad Ryze, like, oh, meta, Ryze, and then you're like, Kennen.
But I think that's a Kennen support.
Okay.
Because what you do is, the reason why you take Kalista is for the specific support that you pick up.
There it is. There it is. Waiting for the Rek'Sai to get locked in. Of course, no AD carry picked yet for Sentinels. Maybe they've got a strange team composition coming through. Kalista, sorry, they're all spooky ghosts to me. Kindred,
They're all spooky ghosts to you.
Kindred gets hovered, but
nice from the Shadow Isles.
Yeah, all right. We know what's going on now. I think we've got a pretty good opinion. Rek'Sai was a big expectation coming through from Sentinels, and it looks like it will possibly get picked. I have 1 second to be right. No, you did it to me. You did it.
Well, he went for the Graves there in the end.
Smart pick.
And there you go, as I mentioned, Graves really a big contested pick. They really were hovering that Rek'Sai because Soul Strike's just so strong on it. Definitely a comfort pick for him there. I'm very interested to see the mid laner that's going to be coming out for Chiefs Black, because I'm calling that Kennen a support, believe me.
All right, let's look. Let's not call anything just yet as Rosie comes down to the final pick. And team compositions have been a little bit weird, especially with, Graves. I wish he would swap already so we can not see Graves support, but that's all right, Probably just...
We have to wait for them to swap. They have to wait
Thank you.
for Chiefs Black to actually pick that champion out, so then they can do their swap-aroos around. And they're really taking their time here, Chiefs Black. Probably thinking it really well through. Kennen is a bit of a flex. He can be put into the mid lane. You can put him in support. I feel he's going to be that support purely because of the Kalista pickup.
Yeah.
And it's just amazing how powerful it is when he uses that good old that attack to go in. And there we go. It is a TF that's been picked up. So strong in the meta. I've almost forgot about him there, because you really don't have those wards available to you anymore. And how do you fix that? A good old Destiny from that Twisted Fate.
I think that's a joke on Sentinel's side. And yeah, unless we see Alistair coming back in the top lane, Trinity Force Rush, the only real way to do it. Praetus goes ahead and picks up the Fiora. Of course, Fiora, a real big comfort pick for a lot of these top laners at the moment. The versatility in Fiora and the damage that comes out is absolutely, the word's whopping.
The word is whopping. It's purely because that true damage is so hard to itemize against as well. Because the thing is, you can keep on building HP, no worries, percentage true damage. You can try building armor, it's fine, it's true damage. It's Fiora, man. It's just very frustrating to deal with. The only way you can really handle her, you need to catch her out without that riposte and blow her up before she blows someone up.
And Rise coming into the middle lane there. Knight, haven't seen him on the rise just yet, but probably going to be having some big expectations. Of course, Omni going for the Flash and the Ghost coming through, like all Twisted Fates should. Be looking to see some map pressure coming from Omni in the middle lane. Twisted Fate's #1 problem is whoever utilizes him doesn't have enough map pressure, in my personal opinion. You've got to use his ult. You've got to travel around the map. You've got to make map pressure. That's the whole essence of Twisted Fate. And in past games, we haven't seen Twisted Fate used really that well.
Yeah, in this tournament, he has been a bit unflattering, I guess you could say. I'm really interested to see how Omni does decide to go on through and really use the Twisted Fate. Like I said, he's known for he's an assassin. That makes him an aggressive player. So I expect a lot of ultimates coming between Omni, either towards that top or towards that bottom lane. Probably his focus will be in that bottom lane because he has so much engage, so much kill potential with that Callista Cannon combo.
And Cannon. I just can't believe we're saying Cannon support is still lurking around. In the bottom lane, going to be a lot of poke coming through. Of course, Cannon known for his early game damage. Of course, with the Marks of the Storm, does quite a lot of harassing early.
Well, that's his major strength. He's going to have, well, you have a butt.
I have a butt.
You have a butt.
I know you're talking about strength, but Alistair is good at heavy engaging early. I feel like this might come back on them.
It might come back on them because if they try to engage, Alistair's amazing at basically punishing you for it. You try to engage with him, no worries, Unbreakable Will, Pulverize, knock away. What's going to happen there, Cannon? But it is a bit of a gambit coming across from these two teams. Really going to wait to see if they can probably force a cooldown out of Alistair. That's when he'll probably be their key moment to throw that Cannon into the fray. He's going to pop the Vengeful Maelstrom. Not the Vengeful, he's Slicing Maelstrom.
Oh, almost.
Those damn abilities. Some of them are quite similar. The Vengeful Maelstrom's actually Maokai's one.
Thank you.
But the Slicing Maelstrom is the Cannon ultimate, just pushing on through a lot of stun, a lot of damage there, probably with a TF ultimate every single time they decide to pull the trigger.
Waiting for that moment to happen, of course. Looks like we're going to start off with a pause, but Mandrix, that doesn't mean I don't get to look at your beautiful face coming through on the game.
Thank you so much there.
Only for a limited amount of time, like. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I want to focus on the Fiora top lane. Fiora is such a comfort pick. As I've said multiple times throughout this tournament, even 5 minutes ago, Fiora, why pick Fiora over the other champions available? Why go for Fiora coming into the composition?
She gives out so much split pressure potential. The fact is you've got good mechanics on her. You could probably 2v1 anyone that engages you towards that late game. So if you're going to be sending that Fiora pretty much towards that top, towards that bottom, every single time one of those big objectives come up, whether it be the Dragon or the Baron. So when it's Baron, down to the bot she goes. When it's the Dragon, she'll be in that top lane. But the thing is that again, the way she scales, percentage true damage, it is just so hard to deal with the longer the game goes on. She'll go through, wait for the right opportunity, pop that grand challenge, and then eventually rip you to pieces.
Absolutely, and of course, you're talking about Dragon utilization there from the top lane, and not much we've seen from previous top laners in the game. Fortnite actually did really well to sort of position themselves around, and they focused on that objective a lot more than Abyss Red last game. Chiefs Black, I've noticed from their first game, and it's hard to make a definitive decision from one game, but they were quite indicative in coming around and taking Dragon as soon as it was up. Their objective control, in my opinion, is one of the best in this competition.
And it is an objective-based game. That's what you want to go for. At the moment, Dragon has sort of fallen off in terms of priority. Very big, obviously, once you get towards that 5th Dragon, but everyone seems to be going, you know what, I really like to have that extra gold. Baron just does so much more. Imagine a giant Garen in the middle of the Baron pit there.
Oh, God.
That would be quite scary to deal with as well, just spinning the entire time. But essentially, it's going to be so hard for these teams to sort of make something off Dragon at the moment. When 6.3 comes along, though, there's been some very significant buffs to Dragon that I can't actually wait to see how these players utilize it to their advantage. Basically, they've decided to replace that good old pushing potential. You take 20% less damage from turrets. That means when you siege, it is going to hurt. Now, when you take that first Dragon, rather than giving a buff towards that percentage attack, which is really good towards that mid game when you have a decent gold lead. It gives you to have a little bit of extra damage against turrets, so it's going to be really exciting. Now, as we move into this game here, just a nice little line of scrimmage set up between these players there. They want to make sure no one gets in their jungle, no invades are happening, and everything is going to be standard across the board.
Pretty straightforward, like you said. Mendrix, Illusion moving down towards that bottom lane. And it's a growing trend that bottom lane is starting with Gromp or Krugs at this stage. It kind of comes back to patch 4, or in the version of patch 4, where all the lanes sort of decided, look, we can get the level advantage, we can come through, and of course it's going to make a huge presence in lane. However, I feel like it doesn't do much, Mendrix.
It doesn't do much when both the teams are doing it. The big thing is they both pick up that experience advantage, they go to lane, they both hit level 2 at the same time, there's nothing
They want to make
really
sure they're both
capitalize on.
doing it.
Exactly.
Okay.
If one team does it and the other team doesn't, they put at such a big disadvantage early, and they're going straight for a fight here. Sentinel was believes taking a bit of damage, yeah.
Illusion, you're getting a couple of spears in him. The Rend actually comes through, forces a flash. Zero gets some free easy shots. And Illusion just walking the wrong way there.
Yeah, and I'm not too sure what they thought they were going to do there. Just so strong at the moment with Zero having that Ren. And Zero is a fantastic ADC, very new to the scene as well. He's come into it, really got that mechanical prowess. And there we go, another pause coming on through.
That's all right, your face appears again, Mendrix, just like magic. Illusion being a bit silly to start off with there. And of course, Sentinels down in the bottom lane, going to have to watch where they step next time. Cannon is just going to be the highlight of my game.
You reckon?
Cannon's going to be the bomb diggity.
The bomb diggity.
I mean, like, honestly, all you have to do is engage, make sure that, well, look, I'm assuming Cannon's starting the item. I think he's going for the Spell Thief's Edge there, unless I'm wrong.
So that way, basically, he's going to be harassing as much as he can. Even though he can utilize the ability power that comes from it, he doesn't need the mana. But having those spooky ghosts are always good on Cannon. And the big thing that it does is, again, it will be giving a little bit of extra damage when he does throw that poke out. And plus, every single time he gets a good poke off, he's getting gold.
That's right, but I'm probably going to be seeing Zhonya's first item. I mean, like, you're a cannon, you're a support. You do a lot of early game damage, and you pretty much scale naturally anyway, so you're going to be doing some damage. Zhonya's first item is that real easy way to get that Slicing Maelstrom, go into a team fight, and pretty much get that stun off for your whole team. It's actually, when I think about it, it's actually quite a fantastic support pick with Sentinel's team composition going against them, I mean.
Well, it's going to be good for them because it does give him a lot of kite potential as well. If anyone tries to really engage onto Cannon, he's able to get the stuns off, and he can just lightning dash away, which is really really strong for the team. One of the big issues, though, was they have changed the itemization that comes across for Zhonya's recently, so it's a bit harder for teams to pick up, especially if you're the support lane and not getting that much gold. So I would like to be interested to see. He will probably end up rushing it, probably, though, after he gets his Spooky Ghost and his Sight Stone.
So really not economic coming through for the Zhonyas.
Unless he gets really ahead, then it's going to be very efficient.
If Illusion does what he did before, then probably.
Yep, that's correct.
As we go back into the game after a short pause, ladies and gentlemen, I have game sound. I have the magic coming through my ears. Knight in the middle lane being a bit of a harasser. Rosie, of course, known for his experience in the OPL Zero, apparently an up-and-comer as well. This bottom lane quite strong, but do not rule out Sentinels. Illusion proved himself in the game from last week. Absolutely playing magnificently. Dis in the top lane, reaches 3 first, going to probably push a little bit more. However, Zahi, really nice positioning, probably going to move up to top lane, forcing the Trundle out of lane. What's going to happen here, Mendrix? Waiting for it. Waiting for it.
Oh, you have to call it there because Dis is in trouble.
Dis, oh, nice flash coming out. Dodges the cocoon, doesn't take the riposte damage, and escapes another day.
Yeah, so it was just really well done there by Zahi to actually go around and see if he can force some flash pressure out of Dis. At that point in time, he is a bit stronger than Fiora early. She really needs to get herself to level 2, level 3. It was at that point there, but he already managed to chunk a little bit away from her there. So that's why he was sort of feeling a bit more advantageous, a bit confident to get on through and make something happen. But instantly, Soul Strikes responds and gets the blue.
Nice dodge from Soul Strikes there. Dodges the cocoon. Omni going to try and make a presence, but he's already out before anything can happen. Slow start to the game, but Soul Strike's going to try and get Scuttle. Actually backs off of this one. A lot of members trying to position around this jungle right now. I'm seeing Sentinels trying to get an opportunity, especially with Believe here. Actually finds Rosie, doing quite a lot of damage. There's the spark coming through. Solstrike's trying to find it. But like you said, Rosie actually quite versatile early.
Yeah, he's very slippery to get away. If he's got that lightning dash, he's probably going to get away. And they tried to sort of pincer him there, thought they could get him. Rosie being cheeky, thinking to get that scuttle car while they had that little bit of extra free breathing room while Zero had backed. But now, at that point, no advantage really gained from both sides there. But Rosie down a little bit on HP.
Zahi already picking up the poacher's knife, I believe, unless my terminology is wrong, Matrix. But
Tracker's knife.
Thank you. Poachers. Trackers. Okay.
Poachers is gone, man.
Oh, God, I have no memory whatsoever. Tracker's knife comes out. Fantastic itemization coming out of Zahi to start off. Already rushing with that build. Going to have a small advantage over Soul Strikes. So look to be seeing Zahi in that mid lane sometime soon. Nice farming coming out of Omni. He's keeping up with time. These mid laners actually doing quite well to start off. Not as a good start coming from last game. This is absolutely fantastic. Look to see the roam coming from Sentinels. Mendrix, it's looking. It's looking. We're waiting for it. The gold card comes out. The stun comes through. Damage goes on Omni, but 4 members roam up. Missed some lane experience for that as well. Doesn't actually make it worth the Sentinels.
No, they actually do. They timed it well. They had the lane pushed up. That's why they were able to make that roam happen. So as you can see, Chiefs Black in that bottom lane. Now they're trying to push that on out. Rosie's waiting to see if he can actually pick up some free harass. There he goes. Gets a nice little nick onto Illusion. So he's going to have to make sure he's not too hurt there. Zahi there. He's having some issues there. Soul Strike's really bullying out. Well, actually, no. He's trying to get into his jungle. But Soul Strike's, he's up 1 level there at the moment, and this is the Graves we're talking about. It's that Elise Graves combination again, but it seems to be a bit more potent on the side of Graves because he hasn't gone back yet. When he picks up his knife, he's going to be big on Omni.
There's the ult. Where is it going? Doesn't look like anything happening in that mid lane. Zahi actually going to jump onto Dis, takes a lot of damage. Dis hasn't reached 6 yet, so not going to engage this one. 2v2 up top. Soul Strikes is inbound. Sounds like a care package coming through. Rosie harassing quite a lot in this bottom lane. I'm very impressed at how much this cannon's actually working in the early game. Gonna push him out of lane. And Illusion and Believe are struggling a little bit there. The pillar goes through. Praetor's actually going to take quite a lot of damage coming through. The chomp comes. Dis not actually going to find the damage. The Grand Challenge goes off. And that's a lot of healing coming from Praetor.
That's a lot of healing both of them had to do there. If you use the Grand Challenge to sort of force Dis out and see if you can keep him out of the lane, he is being forced out, so he's backing away now. And that's going to be a really big advantage for Praetor there because that is a lane pushing into him. So he either has to teleport immediately or take the long walk back to lane and miss out on a lot of CS.
Omni going to move down to this brush, drop a little ward, keep it safe. And sorry, he's not going to get caught like he was before. Knight is actually quite huge at the moment. Rise is just, in my opinion, all game, every game. Honestly, all you have to do is kill Rise 10 times, and he's probably going to come back slower. But it's really hard to shut Rise down, in my opinion.
Yeah, he's just like a moving mountain of mana, basically. And
Mana.
Of mana, yes. And basically, that blue build for him there coming across. He's got his tier now. He's probably going to be looking to build towards that good old Rod of Ages, get himself stacking, having a bit of that power trough towards the mid game there. It's really going to be Omni's opportunity to jump around the map and get Chiefs Blacks ahead, because the longer this game goes, they might be in a bit of trouble.
Soul Strike's going to steal Raptors. He's being a bit of a bully in the enemy jungle. Soul Strike's actually picking up that Tracker's knife. Thank you, Mendrix. Again, so going to see the Graves with a pretty standard build coming through for the jungle. Of course, the tier getting picked up for Knight. Very, very obvious item to get for Rise. I mean, what else coming through? 2 long swords down the bottom lane, a nice AD advantage going to 0 as well. And a small CS lead as well for that bottom lane. I mean, it's got to be expected. Rosie is just harassing. Look at this middle lane. What's going to happen here? Soul Strikes goes in. Nice flash coming out of Omni, but the flash comes out of everyone. The Pulverize goes in there, and Graves gets an easy first blood. But up top, Dis going to try and get on Praetor, but Praetor looks like he's going to try and challenge that around. Grand Challenge already down, actually out of mana. Uses the riposte to get away, but doesn't get away as Knight in the middle lane looks to be going after Zahi. Top lane doesn't amount to anything at this stage. Soul Strikes did a beautiful gank there.
Yeah, just action happening across the map there. And this is the Graves that we wanted to see. This is the one I wanted to show you that he's not exactly going to be that unflattering pick. He's actually going to be quite strong, and that's why he's a contested pick. The big thing, though, is Sentinels, although they seem to be on the back foot for Chiefs Black, every time they seem to force them out, they shove their lane, miss a little bit of CS, but they instantly look for that gank, and that's why they're able to take out an early kill onto TF, and that's a big deal there. Omni not being able to actually use his ultimate early means that there's less pressure for them to have to worry about, and Rise, he gets going even quicker. That Catalyst has been picked up from there, so ever closer towards that Rod of Ages.
Blue buffs getting picked up by both mid laners. Some huge sustain coming through there. And the Catalyst, like you said, on Knight, probably look to see... Oh god, Kennen, he's doing his thing. He's doing his thing. Actually, Twisted Fate ult there. Is Omni going to come down? He gets a gold card, I believe. Forces the ultimate out. 4 members of Chief Black are down here. They pop the ult. But that's a lot of roam.
That's a lot of roam. That's all for ult there. They might turn their attention towards the Dragon because they do have a bit of a positional advantage at the moment. And Kalista just so good once she gets those Ren stacks on, and there they go for it as well. Might be looking towards for an there, but Graves, he's more content just picking up the red buff for the time being. And now that's going to be a quick early Dragon towards Chiefs Black.
Chiefs Black, of course, capitalizing on that small damage percentage. Soul Strike's back in his own jungle now. Not going to have to retaliate against what was happening before. Zahi, of course, doing the same thing. Both junglers building towards their enchantments. Soul Strike's actually picking up Caulfield's Warhammer quite early. Boots of Swiftness coming through as well. Zahi went for the Aether Wisp. Of course, going for Runic Echoes first, but sometimes we do see Boots getting utilized quite early on the Elise.
Well, again, she did just get to take a hit to her movement speed, so having some extra movement speed would be good there. But the thing is that Aether Wisp does that as well. So probably if you had backed, you have a bit of an awkward back timing and you're not able to pick up the item that you want, that's probably when you go for your boots. Basically, nice, easy utility. You're going to need it anyway. That's why she's picked it up. In this situation, she's got, you know what? I've got a little bit of extra gold. Able to back Bradiff. He's in trouble there.
Bradiff forces a flash, dodges the trophy. Gonna get out of this one. Knight back to his own lane.
Yeah, and Graves just around the map. Straw Strike's really utilizing him well. He seems to be involved in pretty much every single gank at the moment as they occur. Knight, wow, he's really starting to get ramped up there, instantly blowing that wave to pieces.
Rod of Age is going to be the next back for Knight if he chooses so. Zahi in the top side of this map, but Praedyth doesn't look like he needs any help at this stage. Remember that pickaxe? Sorry, he's actually gone into the Tiamat now, so look to see the Titanic Hydra, I believe, coming through Mendrix.
Yeah, he's got the Sterix Gauge. That suggests that's what the Jeram's Fist. That's going to be that. But Zahi, wow, the damage.
Zahi has to force a flash over, but Soul Strikes just jumps on. Praedyth is there to defend, and actually now the Grand Challenge goes on Soul Strikes. Praedyth still looking to go through here. The riposte gets it and finishes it off. Praedyth, really good team fight coming through, and Knight actually, he's doing so much damage. Dis uses the ultimate. Omni backing off as well. Praedyth, good positioning, almost gets taken out, but in the end, 1-0.
Yeah, and Praedyth is really starting to take control of this top lane at the moment. That's why he was able to move first. Soul Strike's managed to force everything on out there, but unfortunately for him, he gets taken out immediately. And that's what happens when there's control in that top lane. You need to be careful when you decide to push closer towards it, because there might be support against that person you're chasing.
Praedyth showing again why I gave him a bit of raps before. His Fiora is just proving to be this menace in the early game. Much like his Lysandra, almost better at this stage, I've got to say. So Praedyth, definitely one to watch as the game progresses there, but don't rule Dis out. He's still doing quite well. Building towards that Iceborne to start off, didn't actually move for the Titanic Hydra as well. Gonna go for that armor, gonna counter Praedyth, and actually just picks that up as he leaves Fountain there. Praedyth yet to go into the Titanic. So first item built for Dis might give him a small advantage until Praedyth goes back.
Yeah, and Praedyth at the moment, he's just going to push that lane on through. The moment he picks up his Titanic Hydra, look for him to really start to push forward and take advantage of the fact. Try to push Soul Strikes to him and maybe take him out again with that good old Grand Challenge. And because he is up now, Fiora up is just such a tough spot to be in because she just starts creating so much pressure. So Sentinels, although they've managed to pick up their own kill, it's on the jungler at the moment, and he's not exactly doesn't have a lane to push out. So look to see what they can do, and there we go. Believe is here. They're going to see what they can find, just some wards.
Soulstrike, of course, having the Warrior Enchantment. Going to back off this top lane. Doesn't look like they can get anything at this stage. Zahi gets the Runic Echo. So both junglers well and truly into the fight. bottom lane has 2 PF swords. He's like, nah, don't worry, man. I will not build the Essence of the Reaver. I will not build an Infinity Edge. Instead, let's go for two Bloodthirst. Oh my god.
Wow.
Where did the good times
they
go?
They were lining that up. They were waiting for him to walk back in. There comes the TF ultimate as well, but it's not really going to be used. Probably just to find out, hey, are we safe, guys? Yes, we are. Let's take this tower. And again, that was just amazing damage coming across it. You have to be so careful. So what if you've got 2 PF swords? You're still going to get blown up by an Elise.
Believe actually used his ultimate at full health there. Didn't even take the chance of getting out. Pops the ultimate. So now you've got an Alistair down bottom who's just been de-altered, as well as Illusion, who's just been taken out of a couple of waves. Bottom lane well and truly in the favor of Chiefs Black as Soul Strike forces an ultimate, almost gets taken out by the poison. Then Knight actually comes in with Disc. Zahi, there's a nice pillar coming through. Rise bursting already. Sentinels well and truly in this mid lane. 2-all is where the score stands. And well and truly a fed Rise coming through.
Yeah, see, the just movements around the map, the teams poking each other out, seeing what they can do. There was just a fantastic teleport there by Dis to really take advantage of the situation. Knight jumps in, and that was the machine gun of damage we were talking about. He's already picked up that blasting one, so that next back will most likely be the Rod of Ages. For him to get around that 15-minute mark, pretty good timing.
And Dis just going to farm up this top lane. Mendrix, Illusion still hasn't bought anything with the BF swords.
He did instantly die the moment he went back with them.
I am guessing the tactic is instant Infinity Edge, instant Essence of the Reaver. Everyone's like, oh, he's weak. And he's like, surprise, guys, I have 2 items for you.
Like, out of the blues, they're thinking like, well, he seems a little bit underwhelming at the moment. Next thing you know, he's blowing your face off.
That's right.
And it's possibly a case that might happen there. I feel he's probably going to go for that Essence Reaver as soon as he possibly can, though.
Illusion going to pick up the Krugs, get a bit more gold to build towards whatever's going on in this bottom lane. Zero and Rosie looking for an opportunity. Rosie, of course, still engaging. That 1 assist gets him a side stone and gets him the Spell Thief's Edge. Doesn't actually have Frost Queen's Claim yet, so he's gone for the side stone, played for the team, got some bottom lane warding, going to keep them safe down there at the time being. Of course, a nice advantage coming towards Zero, some good CS going towards him. At this point in time, Blade of the Ruin King not fully built, so both 80 carries lacking a little bit behind in power spikes. Usually at this point in time, 16 minutes in, we do see Blade getting fully built through, so a slow build coming through from Zero. And of course, Illusion as well. Both 80 carries just lagging behind a little bit. Rift Herald's going to get picked up. Chiefs Black pick up Dragon. But honestly, I think Rift Herald at this point in time, much more worth.
Yeah, especially as they're pushing straight towards that top lane, probably going to empower that wave and immediately take the tower down. Raiden wisely backing off up immediately there. Look at the damage coming across. It's going to fall very, very quickly. But Chiefs Black, they've got 2 dragons now. That win condition 5th dragon starting to become a threat there. So Sentinels needed to really look to sort of put some priority on that next time, see if they can stop the dragon train happening.
Knight actually 3, or should I say 2 levels ahead. Coming through of Zero. Actually, Zero just went up to 10, taking that back. Knight still doing quite a lot of damage. 3 members of Chiefs Black go on Knight. Wow, the damage through again from Zahi. Elise is a menace in League of Legends.
Yeah, Chiefs Black really played that well. They knew that was a massive, juicy wave right there for someone to pick up. Knight really, really greedy that he thought, you know what, I'm safe, I'm going to come here and blow this up. If he tries to engage me, I could probably win a 2-on-1. You know what, it's 3-on-1. Omni, though, he seems to be under the firing line.
Pops a Ghost, he's safe for now. He's going to back off to mid. Falling behind a little bit in CS, Knight actually finishing the Rod of Ages. 2 stacks already and strong. I'm a bit scared for Rise. Look, he's huge. He's huge. Let's be honest. Rise is a great pick and always should be a great pick. In the middle lane as well.
He's charging up at the moment. He's nearing his final form.
Oh, yeah. Final form. Oh, he's got so much more to go.
Oh, so much more.
Early, mid, and late game Rise just comes at you like that. Dis goes for the Spectral Cow. Actually finished the Iceborne Gauntlet quite a while ago. Titanic Hydra and a Caulfield Hammer in the inventory of traders. Spell Thief's Edge, or should I call it Frost Queen's Claim now? Omni actually going for that as his first item. Lichbane not fully built just yet. Expect that the next back coming through. Blade of the Ruin King on 0. So quite a lot of items getting finished for Chiefs Black at this stage. Recurve Bow gets picked up as well. So pretty standard itemization. Look to be seeing 0 go for the Renan's Hurricane as his second item.
Absolutely there, and that Rune's Hurricane will really help with the wave speed once that picks up, creating 2 split pushing threats on the side of Chief Black. They'll have that good old creative, and then they'll also have... Oh, wow, they're going for it. There's TF Ultimate knocked away!
Oh, believe in him, ladies and gentlemen. Omni is just redeemed useless now, and Knight is going to walk back. Looks like Illusion takes quite a lot of damage, but fantastic from Believe to disengage that.
Oh, that collateral damage really hitting TF there. He thought he had that red, that yellow card going. He wanted to put some revenge onto Soul Strikes. Realized he couldn't hit it, and took a lot of fire from them. And Rosie, he seems to be catching out Zahi. No, Zahi's just
the same
chilling
team, man. It's all right.
The same team. I'm wondering what's happening
They're just
there.
playing. They're just playing.
They're looking to see if they can find the blue buff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not this time.
Actually, it's really smart for those two to actually begin to move around together, because with the utility to support brings and the catch and damage potential from Zahi, he's going to run around and actually do a lot of damage. Oh, there's a
Cocoon does not hit at this stage. Soul Strike's doing a lot of damage. Serrated Dirt coming through, of course, and a Hex Drinker looking to go into that Maw to finish off, I believe. Second item for Maw on Graves. Again, there's some pretty standard item builds coming through, but is that the best itemization at this point in time?
For Graves, basically wants to build pretty tanky. That's one of the things that's available for him there. He does a lot of damage with really those 2 items. So once he's picked up his good old Warrior Enchant and finishes his Maw, he'd probably look for him to pick up one more. Then probably get the Sterix after that, because you just go tanky from that point on. He's just got enough base damage to really roll with that. And as you can see, it's a lot of damage there. Knight now seems to be taking on Creative. Creative a bit behind. He's going for it.
He didn't even take him on. The Grand Challenge comes out. Knight actually gets the stun. His ultimate's down. He walks away from that one. I don't think Praetor can actually challenge Knight at this stage.
He was actually timing everything to disappear, but there's the teleport coming from Knight, and he's trying to catch Rosie, maybe.
He's a little bit late. Rosie and Zero are in a bit of a pickle. The Twisted Fate ult. Where is it going to land? We don't see anything just yet.
In the mid lane.
Dis,
He went for the mid lane to the mid lane.
I think Rosie and Zero actually took out Dis there. So Dis going to go down to the Callista, who's 2 kills strong. A big CS advantage coming through. Knight, nice CS advantage as well. And even Soul Strikes. Look at that, Mendrix. He's done very well for this early game.
Yeah, well, that's the thing with Graves. He just clears the jungle so quickly. That's what makes him strong as well. So the fact that he can actually be competitive with his junglers, not even be competitive, be over-competitive against them, at least having a bit of trouble as well. She's a relatively quick clearer, but at the moment, Soul Strike's just been a big menace in her jungle, running around. She has more of an impact than the least at the moment.
Soul Strike's moving back to his own jungle. Zahi going to go ahead and give Omni the blue buff once again. Of course, Twisted Fate having picked up that Lich Bane coming through. So a bit of power going to come through from Omni. But Knight, he picks up the Seraphs. He's dangerous. He's dangerous.
He's on his final form at the moment now. He's ready to go. Wow, flash
done. Damage that comes through, and Omni doing so much damage. Twisted Fate. Here comes a Grand Challenge coming through. Praetor doesn't actually reach that disc. Forces a teleport in there. Here's the big fight we've been waiting for. Praetor gets bursted down by Soul Strike. Disc goes down as well. It looks like Chiefs Black are still pushing this out. Knight still alive. So a lot of damage come through, but Zero hopping all over the place. Soul Strikes if he sticks around. Zero smashed it. Absolutely smashed it. Believe under turret. Pops his ultimate there. Knight actually still in the fight. Bursts down the Twisted Fate. The ultimate comes through. And I've got to say, a sloppy fight where both teams don't really make an impact, but the turret makes it worth for Chiefs Black.
Chiefs Black there were really on top of the whole situation. They knew what was coming up instantly. Rosie jumped on in there as soon as that flash gold card went on through. Gave enough CC. Illusion was immediately deleted there. They tried to follow one through. A little bit of mistakes were made. A little bit of extra gold given back to Knight. But with that tower, they've opened up the map and they're getting themselves that 3rd dragon. That means movement speed for the Black team.
Zero sniped that. That was a good snipe. Fantastic snipe. Come on, Mendrix.
That was actually amazing there.
It was like, well, pretty much Soul Strikes there, I think, just didn't judge his position well enough. And the fact that Zero knows his range, and that Zero, as we've seen, is a very capable AD carry, I think just a little mistake from Sentinels makes that team fight a little bit less, or
3-0-2, massive lead at the moment in CS.
Yeah.
He's going to be a big force to worry about for Sentinels there, and the fact that now Chiefs Black seems to be taking a lot more control of this game, it's going to be a problem for them. And Sentinels do have a bit of a better scaling team with that Rise, with that Jungle, but the thing is that that's 3 Dragons for Chiefs Black, Chief Black's now win condition right there. Ballista is very strong. That makes it easy for the Baron to be taken there. If Sentinels are not careful, well, one more bad team fight, and you can see them snowballing this game to a win.
Looks like Kennen going for the second item here. Rosie actually builds the Belt of Hell. There's another thing I didn't sort of see coming in. I should have really. Rosie, all he has to do, if not getting AP and doing damage, all he has to do really is build tanky, and Soul Strike's just proving that he's out of position. Zahi picks a nice kill up. Graves in his own jungle. Needs some warning there, my friend.
And this is why Twisted Fate is so strong. The fact that he can use his Destiny as a scout now instead of using wards and just picking off players, because the thing is, they don't really know where the rest of everyone is. It's so much harder to get wards out around the map. And instantly they're showing the power of Twisted Fate. Chiefs Black starting to run away with this game.
Omni very strong at the moment. Actually goes for the needlessly large rod. I'm expecting either a Void Staff or a Zhonya's to come through. Actually not sure at this stage.
Most likely is Zhonya's, because it's so strong for Zhonya's on Twisted Fate. He jumps in, uses his Destiny. Once the gate comes on cross, he throws his gold card out as an initiate. Instantly Zhonya's, so he's not blown up.
Sentinel sieging mid as they should, but in top lane, Zero actually capitalizes, picks up another turret for Chiefs Black. Gold lead, 5k in the advantage at this point in time. Some small dragons coming through as well. It's actually 3-0 for Dragons, Mendrix. Some movement speed going to come through for Chiefs Black, of course. That's already been utilized. They've got a strong capitalization on their objectives at the moment. See that Chiefs Black continue that. Sentinels, though, they've still got a massive chance in this game as another turret goes down. Zero just untouched in this top lane. There's no pressure whatsoever.
He's not someone that you want to actually meet in lane at the moment. He is probably one of the strongest, he probably is the strongest member on Chiefs Black at the moment, closely followed by Fiora there. She's actually at that point, she's transformed her Titanic Hydra into a Ravenous Hydra now, so she's going to be really pushing that lane out fast. And Rise actually blew his flash before trying to catch TF, so he's actually down that for the next 5 minutes.
Doesn't matter though, because he's huge. He's absolutely huge. He actually has a Quicksilver Sash. Going for his third item, I believe. Takes a lot of damage, pops the ultimate. A sneaky cannon embrace there. Zahi having to go up in the air to repel. But look in the backline here. Zero, untouched, gets the triple kill because Zero does what Zero shall do. Doesn't get touched, hops around, and gets an easy triple.
Yeah, that was just well played there by Chiefs Black. They saw a moment of weakness and just seized on it. Instantly, Rosie gets in, gets that 2-man knockup. Bradiv, wow, man, you're going a bit crazy too, and now they're just spoiled for choice. There goes the Grand Challenge.
Grand Challenge is not going to save him this time. Actually, the health comes through, but everyone's getting healed. Dis has quite a lot of sustain. The Baron buff comes through with perfect timing. Dis now having to pop. Oh, the trophy doesn't save. The trophy almost messes up there, but Dis gets kept alive. Baron buff goes to Chiefs Black, and a huge gold advantage looking their way.
Yeah, now this is where they're going to start to run away with the game. Sentinels need to do something to stop the bleeding right now. They need to turtle up, really make sure that their endgame carries can actually get to that point where they can actually face up against Praetor, face up against Zero. That's going to be a long time in the making. Probably they need to put on the good old bandages and survive for another 15 minutes before they can actually fight Chief Blacks now.
Sentinels actually grouping in this mid lane. 4 members strong. With Baron buff, wouldn't like their chances at this point in time. Praetor is actually coming on the backline there, so it is in favor of Chiefs Black to force a fight here. Keep an eye out, ladies and gentlemen. Probably going to be seeing something quite soon. Soul Strike's getting a cam. Ghosts go out. Waiting for it, Mendrix. I'm really waiting for the moment.
At the moment, they're just waiting for Sentinels to make a mistake to capitalize on it. At this point in time, they don't need to force anything. They have got a full advantage across the map. They've got that Baron, a split pushing Fiora as well. Of course, Knight is extremely strong and not to be counted out, even if to engage with those powered up minions. So it's going to be interesting how the fight goes. Soul Strikes, pops Cocoon.
What a nice cocoon it was. Graves gets away. But God, things are getting heated.
Yeah, that was a really nice cocoon, but just not enough follow-up there by the rest of the team. They were a bit of out of position trying to push that bottom lane out. That was more of their concern in that situation. And as soon as they get Baron, just moving towards that bottom lane, and there goes a Twisted Fate ultimate.
Nice ult. The cleanse comes through from Knight. Can they get him? The grand challenge in, but nothing capitalized at this stage. Gets one of them. Heal going to come off there, but Chiefs Black in the bottom lane doing so much damage. Disc goes down, Inhibitor with it. Chiefs Black are well and truly in the base. Probably going to back out of this one, move around the mid lane, get another easy turret. Prater's going to tank this one as well. Probably going to die if you stay there.
And he's just decided to move on out now. And he's got another Duran's Fist there as well, so probably look for that to turn into a Steric's Gauge the longer this game goes on. And Chiefs Black at the moment just really pulling Sentinels apart. And that is a really cool inhibitor to get as well, that bottom lane one. That means the next time Baron comes up, it's going to be timed with those supers as well. So it's going to be very hard for Sentinels to actually keep up with Chiefs Black's rotation.
Fourth Dragon through for Chiefs Black. One more means the burn. Omni going to continue farm up this mid lane. He's actually caught up to Knight, who was always in a small advantage. Zero. Wow. Picks up the Steric's Gauge for an 80 carry.
That's actually a really good pickup for ADCs, especially when they're ahead. Gives them so much more durability, means he can actually go up against Knight in a good fashion. And plus, they do have fairly high base damages, so it just synergizes well with them. So generally, you look for the ADCs to really pick up a lot of damage, but Knight, Zero, he's just so far ahead at the moment that he can actually probably fight Knight. That's the thing I was thinking about next there. He can actually fight him at this particular point in time. He's got that Maw of Mortalis, going for more defensive-based items now that he's got his Blade of the Ruined King and Runane Hurricanes. And also got that Berserker Greaves as well. More than enough attack speed, time to build some tankiness.
Remember when I said Rosie might go for Rylai's? He's done it. He's done it. He's got the Crystalline Bracer, probably moving on towards his next health item, but Rylai's actually, I think, is a fantastic pickup for Kennen. I mean, there's a lot of versatility there. Of course, Rosie's doing quite a lot of work, quite a lot of poke. And when your poke champions have a lot of slow as well, I mean, Rosie, quite huge at the moment. 1 for 0 for 11, showing that Kennen support pickup, actually not a bad move.
Oh, no, definitely. And it's the reason why it's so strong is that it's coupled with Kalista. Those two together are just such lane boolers early that's hard to deal with. And then the thing is, it's a fantastic synergy combination. One of the big problems that he has is actually getting into the team fight to blow his ultimate, that good old slicing Maelstrom. With Kalista, that problem's solved. He gets just thrown in there. But I think the team fight's about to break out.
Chiefs Black pull off of the top lane. Dis actually had to pull off of the turret. Not sure how that Nexus turret is going to survive. Only by the bare of its teeth. The minions are doing most of the handiwork here. Chiefs Black, there's 5v4 in the top lane. Dis is... That's right, that's exactly right. Then so they should be. Knight is still quite huge, and without the Baron buff, not as much pushing power as they had before.
Yeah, they don't really have that crack knacker to get into that base. Their Soul Strike's taking a lot of damage. There they go!
Nice Cocoon coming through. Omni in the back line. Believe pops the ultimate as well. Zero's just jumping in this fight as Illusion gets Rosie, but Omni takes him out. Dis, oh my god, he's got so many spears coming through on him. Forces the flash. Zero doesn't get him, but 4 members remain from both sides. Illusion gets taken out, but Rosie the cannon. Wow, I told you Knight was so huge. Zahi goes down. And they defend this top turret for another day.
Looked like not the best engage there. Sentinels really needed to push on out of there. A tower going in favor of Chiefs Black there. Basically those good old supers doing their work. But that was amazing though. A 3-man pulverize gone through by the good old cow. Believe, just making sure we can believe. And the big thing that bought time, that defender's advantage, so crucial there. Chiefs Blacks thought they had pushed enough players out, stayed a little bit too far, and Knight was able to capitalize on that with his second round of rotations and that cooldown of his passive coming up.
Chiefs Black still in such a major lead at this point in time. 13k and 8 turrets to 2. I mean, if that isn't a lead that enhances their gameplay, I don't know what is. 5th Dragon looking to be up pretty soon. Another win condition for Chiefs Black. Of course, Baron coming up in a couple more moments as well. Wait to see Chiefs Black capitalize on this like they have all game. Their objective control is almost perfect.
It is incredible. 4 dragons. They got the last Baron as well. So they've just got a lot of gold in their pocket. Roughly 14k at the moment. That's a lot to work with, especially at this particular point in the game. Now that they've got that next dragon probably coming up in the next 4 minutes, it's just going to be so much for Sentinels to deal with. They're going to have to worry about that bottom inhibitor. They need to worry about the Baron. They need to worry about the dragon. It's really so much on their mind, so much pressure that Chief Black's just waiting for a mistake. And it's going to be interesting to see whether they can actually keep themselves with this pressure or whether they're going to basically buckle.
And look at Praedyth in the bottom lane. Finds his opportunity, not watered at this stage. Who's out of position? I think it's Illusion. Twisted Fate with the gold card. Omni comes in with the teleport. Illusion uses the cleanse. Very nicely done. Almost gets taken out. Meanwhile, on the top lane, Believe Knight's ultimate coming through. Knight is the force of target, gets bursted by Zero, and the ult goes down for Believe. Double kill for Zero. 5 members strong in the top lane. They're going to get this top turret. They're going to get this inhibitor, and the base is well and truly broken for Sentinels.
Yeah, that inhibitor in the bottom lane also popping up at the moment as well. So Sentinel's just backing away, letting that go through. Don't want to lose any more. Just basically forfeiting that after 2 of their members go down. And now that they have to worry about that bottom wave, easy Baron picking up for Chiefs Black. This is the Chief Black we were waiting for. Someone that can actually tell and show us what's going to happen against this Dark Horse Sentinels.
That's right, and so many members are fed at this stage. Chiefs Black going to pick up an easy Baron uncontested. Praetor's going to keep pushing this top lane. Let those super minions do the talking as soon as they make it over. Of course, 5th Dragon is going to be up very, very shortly as well. Looks like Chiefs Black going to be moving towards it now. Believe we're looking at about 30 seconds, Metric, so it shouldn't be too long. The burn damage.
3 minutes.
The Baron. 3 minutes?
On the Dragon.
Maybe not then. That's sad. Another day.
That's all good in that regard there, but they do have that Baron buff, and what they're probably going to do, probably send one of their split pushes down to bottom there, basically pressure, force Sentinels to be spread too thin. It is an open inhibitor as well, so that'll be an easy picking for them there, and with that Baron buff just push across that bottom lane.
Knight going to try and repel top lane, continuing, that's right. And Believe absolutely getting hammered in these team fights. His ultimate's doing so much work.
Well, there's a dragon.
Wow.
I
was the timer. Told you. There is no timer, Mendrix. Only Zool. 5th Dragon. Burn damage comes through. Twisted Fate doesn't care where he ults at the moment.
They're so big at the moment there. But that is amazing. Now that they got the Baron buff and the Dragon buff, they're just grouping as 5. This is going to be a slaughter when they come through. Sentinels really need to pull something out big once they actually begin that team fight.
Remember that Knight is still huge. Dis is very tanky. Even with the burn damage, all it takes is one mistake from Chiefs Black to turn this game around. Huge death timers at 35 minutes in. That is a major win condition for Sentinels, of course. Soltrix takes a lot of damage. Cocoon misses. Waiting for the moment here. The inhibitor almost coming through there. The culling comes through onto Zahi. He's going to back off. Believe there. Pops the ult, flashes in with the pulverize. Soul Strikes on the back line. Kalista just dodging around this fight. But Praetor is showing why Fiora is such a massive pick at the moment. Zahi almost goes down but doesn't. This is the only one alive, ladies and gentlemen. And all members of Chief Black survive. Another triple kill comes through from Zero. 12 for 0 for 7. And he is a menace. Bloodthirst that just means he cannot die.
And he's just so tanky as well at the moment. 12-0-7. Amazing game there played by Zero. He was just a monster going on through, and at that particular point in time, it was just a bulldozer. Running towards that bottom lane. There wasn't much they could do. Basically, the cow tried to get it. He tried to get in there. He got steamrolled.
Thank you. Bulldozer, steamroll. It's all right. I'm just getting my machinery.
Oh,
right.
wrecking ball, whatever you want to call it.
I mean, Zero at the start, you saw an early game advantage. You thought, well, he's going to capitalize on the lane because the laning phase was instantly, as soon as Illusion fell behind in farm, I believe they needed a bigger jungle presence down in the bottom lane. Of course, Chiefs Black playing very well, synergizing well is what the big focus is on. These teams, you can tell the difference between their communication. Sentinels actually played a fantastic game, a fantastic early game as well. We saw their pressure in the mid lane. We saw how they capitalized on the early mid turret. However, Chiefs Black just proved to be the better team, I believe, because of laning phase.
Well, it really was the laning phase, and it was also because of the amount of engage they had. They chose their right moments, they saw the right opportunities, basically blowing the triggers, throwing Rosie into the fray, using the slicing maelstrom, making sure they could lock it down. Just no fear coming through from Omni as well to blow that flash yellow card and really start to give that team to catapult them into the lead. That's essentially what happened there. It was just this sort of situation where Sentinels were sitting back, waiting for mistakes, but there weren't any mistakes coming from Chiefs Black. There was just engages. They were proactive, and they were basically, fortune favors the bold.
Praetor on Fiora. That's a new one to put in the books there. The Lyssandra's a comfort pick on him. Apparently, Fiora's a comfort pick on him. I'd love to see what he comes up with next. That top lane was absolutely brutal. If we have a quick look at the standings today, Mendrix, I believe Chiefs Black are 2 kills. Oh, kills 2 games
you
strong.
can call it 2.
Let's call it 2 kills there. Chiefs Black.
DKP, all the old versions of things that could possibly be. They are now up in that regard. Now I am excited for the next match.
Ooh, Legacy Genesis versus Legion Gaming coming up next. But Abyss White and Alpha City, the last game for tonight. Make sure you stay tuned, though, because Legacy Genesis and Legion Gaming is going to be a fantastic one to watch. Remember that Legacy Genesis last week proved to be one of the strongest teams. We've got to see if they can keep it up. But Rogi will be joining us on the desk ASAP, ladies and gentlemen. That's all for me tonight, but make sure you stay tuned. Rogi and Mendrix will be back with you. My name is Jake Hysterix Ozzypenko. Mendrix Mendez. You're a legend, my friend, and we'll be back for Game 3.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Max Rogi for Foglia. Joining me is Nathan Mendrix Mendez. And boy, what a game did we just witness.
Yeah, that was amazing there by both teams there. Basically, Chiefs Black just playing a really flawless game. A little bit of sloppiness on the side there, but their engages were just so crisp. It basically allowed them push on through and really get the advantages they need to steamroll the game.
Yeah, I was having a look at the damage dealt stat at the end of that game with Kalista putting up massive numbers, 26k, followed by Twisted Fate in 24, with only Rise, despite looking like he was doing a lot, only 16k damage there.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you spend a bit of time dead, basically. All that time, Kalista didn't die. Look at TF, and TF didn't die that much either. So, I mean, if you're throwing a lot of damage out, another thing to note, those guys are pretty good at throwing some poke out there, whereas Rise, he's really waiting to just hammer you down the moment he catches you out.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I'm sure all 15k of that damage was spent from getting someone from 100% HP to 0, whereas Kalista, she's throwing out spears 3 at a time once she picks up that Runearns. It's crazy.
It's a bit crazy there, and as soon as those spears just floating out, she's thinking, should I rend? Yeah, we go. Yeah, it's a good time now, rend.
But no, that game was an absolute bang. I'm really looking forward to the next one. Legacy Genesis taking on Legion, if I'm not mistaken.
That is correct.
Yep, awesome. And we have the lineups in front of you. On Legacy Genesis, we see Squiggle, Pabib, Psyker, Zami, and Zephyr.
Definitely good players there. Squiggle has been around for quite some time. So has Babib. He sort of has been running around as the sub for the main Legacy team for quite some time. Zami as well, as he's been in there. Fantastic ADC, just so strong throughout the entire Season 4, Season 5s. And I'm really impressed with this Legacy Genesis side. One of the big power bombs at the moment, or one of the big power forces or power strength. They're just powerful, okay, guys? Damn, they are one of the big contenders at the moment.
Yeah, and on the side of Legion Gaming, we have Rare in the top lane, a Pink Bomi, Jungler, Apaps in mid, and rounding out your bottom lane, Squidgy and Gagators.
Now, Gagators, I really hope he buys an item this time when he goes to lane.
Oh, the Bard. Bard's so strong, doesn't even need an item.
Exactly.
Didn't help him.
He did well early. It was pretty impressive what they ended up pulling out there. But it could have done better. But yeah, Legion Gaming, more of the newer team on this team in comparison to Legacy Genesis. So at the moment, they're considered to be the underdogs in this matchup. It'll be very interesting to see how they put up against them. Perhaps if they've got some special strategies planned to really either cheese them out or actually throw Legacy Genesis off balance.
It's always interesting to see how much the support side of things helps a team when they're coercing together, and just a team of friends who are really good at the game getting together and trying their best. Legacy Genesis, kind of the apprentice team of Team Legacy in the OPL, so they will have a lot of good advice coming from their higher-ups. So, like I said, be interesting to see how well that comes into their game plan coming into this.
And there is definitely a story to say about these other players who are the really good friends that have been sort of rising up the ranks as well. They're the ones you really need to watch out for when you are the veterans on the scene.
Oh, yeah.
The thing is that the Blade Masters don't need to worry about the second best Blade Master at his heels. He needs to worry about that. Basically the novice with the sword who decides to throw an upperhand swing when he should be throwing a down one, and next thing you know, he takes you out.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I'm expecting to see a lot of high-intensity champions coming into this game, but again, wouldn't be surprised to see that Lulu coming up. Lulu we saw in Game 1 just being an absolute menace, and is, as if on cue, we are in the champion select. So Corki, going to be banned straight away. Corki, we saw him tearing face in week number 1. Not going to happen here. Has he been banned every single game so far?
He's pretty much been banned every single game. Yeah, he's one of those champions who's, again, fantastic mobility, as was mentioned previously. He's just going to be jumping around the map the moment he has that care package and blowing people away. And it's just amazing every single time he does pick it up, because it is a knockback at the same time, so it's really good used as an engage. And the fact that he gets a second Valkyrie after the immediate use, he's pretty much going to be out of there straight away.
So Legion Gaming, definitely a target ban of Malzahar here.
That is
not something that you check off your list. All right, Corky's gone, Graves has gone in Italy, and make sure we get that Malzahar. So definitely aimed at Psyker there, because who else would be running a Malzahar? Following that one up will be Graves. There's no Graves in jungle, and that top lane Malphite. We are not going to be seeing that this game.
Yeah, it's been surprised. He's actually sort of snuck through a few pick and bans recently, not really being picked up.
Yep.
So I guess, people are sort of moving away from that whole super hard engaged team, because we've been seeing a lot of kiting from these picks that seems to be advantage at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. Kindred going to be banned out away. Been seeing a lot of Kindred banned. Not a lot of being played, but Kindred, such a champion with such a high skill cap. So these challenger teams, they might not know how to play against it very well or how to pick it up and use it to its maximum potential, but not going to be seeing that here. So just waiting for Legion to round out their last ban here. Definitely going to be something, maybe a Lulu, maybe a Nidalee. Just have to wait and see, I guess.
And
the Elise we saw. Well,
She's been in every game. She's been dominating.
You can't go past Elise. If they were watching the stream the last 2 games, they've got to be thinking to themselves, Elise is the hot topic right now. But speaking of hot topics, Squiggle instantly locks in that Poppy.
Yeah, and he's just, with Poppy, so good, so tanky. That massive Verdict's, Verdict's keeper? No, keeper of the Verdict. That's believe that's the actual. That's the that's the
Your
name.
guess as good as mine, Mendrix.
My God, like the giant hammer that knocks people
The
away.
giant hammer that knocks people away. Poppy, the Yordle queen of flex picks right now. We see her a lot in support, but more or less in the top lane for these teams. You got to be able to do a lot with Poppy if you're going to be sacrificing that gold to put her in support.
Well, it's be interesting what they can do. She is flexible in that regard.
Yeah.
And the big thing about it is that when she locks you down, that is what you're looking at. The fact that she can put you into a vice for the 6 seconds is just unbelievable. And it's just incredible what can be done in that space of time. And then at the end of it, she does percentage damage as well.
Yep.
So as she's building tanky, doesn't really matter. If you're trying to build tanky against her, she's still doing the same amount of damage against you, unless you get it, hit that critical armor point.
Yeah, if you get locked up for those 6 seconds, I don't think there's any other champion who can contest with that much CC rather. On the side of Legion Gaming, they're going to be looking at Lucian right away, followed by that Nidalee. Graves has been taken out, so the massive AD wave clear that is Graves, not going to be in it, but Nidalee, kind of like the AP sister of what Graves brings to the table.
Yeah, she's able to run around the map, a lot of ability to get through to those camps instantly, and plus, with the change to Runic Echoes, her spear now has that little bite to it that we always expect and remember. So when it gets towards that mid-game, once she's picked up a little bit of AP, look for her to really hurt in some skirmishes.
Yeah, and look at that gameplay. A champion we forgot to mention when talking about all these must bans. So
God.
banning out Malzahar, but leaving Graves open, I'm drawing a blank here to the ban strategy coming out of Legion Gaming. So Gangplank can be snapped up in that second rotation along with Callista, the MVP of last game, but this is huge.
Yeah, again, he's been hit this patch.
Yep.
His ultimate has been nerfed in terms of the amount of times he can throw it out there. So probably why he's been slipping through the cracks a bit more. It's harder for him to really land a good old cannon barrage when it happens. So that's probably why you probably seen perhaps, oh no, maybe not too much favored at the moment because it takes so much longer for him to actually get online.
Sure. On the side of Legion Gaming, we see them picking up Ezreal. That will be Ezreal in the mid lane as Lucian has already locked in. Now, Ezreal is the ticking time bomb of hyper carries. He starts off slow. He's got to get up that massive hill. That is the Muramana, that is the Frozen Fist, that is pretty much its entire build until he's relevant.
Yeah, and once he gets to that point, though, my God, is he hard to deal with.
Yeah,
He's just going to be jumping around you, slowing you down. Any sort of engage that you might want to put on him is probably not going to work. And as well, especially against those bruises, the things that are supposed to like really wants to get into the face of an attack damage carry, the fact that he's building an Iceborne Gauntlet basically means that he actually is able to negate some of that damage.
Speaking of throwing down the Iceborne Gauntlet, it is going to be the Queen of Ice herself, Lissandra, being locked in for the top lane. So that is going to be a Poppy support that we mentioned. And then rounding out their jungle pick, the Rek'Sai, an all-round amazing champion. And Gate Gators, maybe a little bit of trolling, hovering over that little owie.
You never know, it might come on through. It'd be interesting to see. Because the thing is, the big thing about Lowy against Lissandra's going to try and walk around, sort of whittle you down.
Yep.
It's kind of hard to do that to Lowy. Every time she lands one of those tentacles, she steals a bit of your HP back. She's got fantastic sustain. So the fact is that if they're going to counter this massive CC with someone who doesn't have too much CC, but a lot of sustain in lane, it might really be a bully against Lissandra. Maybe this particular pick we're talking about, throwing Legacy Genesis off balance.
Not to mention her E is probably the most annoying spell in the game.
Oh,
you get
man.
hit by it and you're like, well, I guess I'm just got to watch where I'm going for the next 30 or 40 seconds. But it looks like the Mundo did receive quite a few nerfs this patch, and we were discussing it amongst ourselves that it's highly unlikely that we will be seeing him, but right before our eyes, there is Mundo being locked in to go against that Lissandra.
He's still a hyper tank towards the late game, and actually does round out the team very well for him, because they do have what looks to be a very kite-focused team.
Sure.
You're taking a look at what they have there. What they have is those big front lines, the Mundo, and they've got the Braum to really hold them in place. They don't really need anyone to lock it down, because really these three particular champions we're looking at, the Nidalee, the Ezreal, the Lucian, they pill for themselves.
Yeah, it's all going to be about Lissandra, Rek'Sai, and Gangplank. Is that going to be Gangplank mid? It is. So Gangplank mid coming into this game. We skimmed over that briefly, but so
he still works mid. He's fine.
It's all going to be about Gangplank setting up that flank with the ulti, that massive slow field, then Lissandra and Rek'Sai coming over these fog of war areas and getting in the backline, knocking up that Ezreal, knocking up that Lucian, and Poppy just kind of keeping people in place for 5 seconds or so.
I mean, Poppy's just going to sit there and just make sure that, like, there's just going to be massive disruption happening in there. Anytime someone actually tries to get onto, tries to escape, they're going to have a Poppy barreling down their face.
Yeah,
and it's going to be hard for them to deal with. So much engage. If they try to, you know, perhaps move themselves towards a wall, the Poppy's going to be ready to go. Just push them straight into it.
Yeah, it's one of those things with Gangplank. He's going to create such a massive field that you cannot walk through. That gives Poppy so much more area to get into that ult. Maybe even might buy the upgrade to speed them up so they can get through that ult while it's being slowed down. Poppy just slam him in the wall, knock him up, get the Q, slam into the wall again, rinse, repeat, 5 seconds. They know that the side of Legion, they really have to scale up Ezreal. He's going to take a long time. And speaking of Ezreal Gangplank, such an odd thing to be talking about in the mid lane.
Yeah, you think that, you know, one's supposed to be, you know, in the bot lane, the other one's supposed to be in the top. They've decided to converge in the middle, meet together, and
traitors,
traitors to the cause, and basically, it makes sense for them to sort of throw the Ezreal there because Ezreal's one of those contested picks that you want to get. So if you're taking it away from the other bot lane, you might as well just put him in the mid lane. You got an AP top. Let's take advantage of this. That's one of the big things about going for going for the Mundo there. He does give a little bit of AP damage of what you need. And the fact is that once Ezreal's online, a lot of that on-hit damage that he does is a bit true damage, is a bit magic. So it's a pretty good pick for him to have him there.
It makes sense. It's just going to be up to Mundo to hit those cleavers. No hard CC on that champion, only a little bit of slow. But once you hit that cleaver, should you not miss it, you'll be permanently slow. But we're jumping into the game. Will Legacy Genesis take this away, or will Legion walk the plank here as they're facing Gangplank in the mid?
I really like that one. Walk the plank as they're versing Gangplank in the mid. It's going to be interesting to see. Gangplank should technically have a little bit of an advantage against Ezreal in this lane. He's able to use that parlay to really harass him out and just make sure he gets a lot of plunder from his barrels.
Yep.
But there's going to be probably a lot of focus towards that mid lane. It's going to be hard for them to actually catch Ezreal. But Gangplank, if he doesn't have his orange, it's not going to be okay.
No, it makes a lot of sense. Gangplank starting with that corrupting potion needs it for that sustain, as Ezreal does have the range advantage going into this matchup.
I love that little pick they decided to put. You know what, guys? We're going to stand here and taunt our enemies from afar. If only there was a ward for them to see it.
Yeah, so not much going to be happening. Everyone just wanting to start at their own routes. We saw a lot of people in the bot lane especially taking those early camps, and it looks like we will be seeing it again. Lucian and Braum rather should have an easier time of this, as the Braum passive is amazing.
Yeah, it does, and that's one of the big things about it. It does affect those good old jungle minions as well. So once the jungle creeps get hit with that stun, it means that there's not going to be too much damage coming to either Squidgy or for Gators there. And has he bought an item this time? Yes, he did.
He's already doing way better at this stage of the game than he was last time. Now, we mentioned a little bit briefly on Gangplank, and look at that Thunderlord just coming up huge. So at this stage in the game, would it be more advisable for Gangplank to be farming with this Q to stack up his Silver Serpents, or does he want to poke Ezreal out of lane?
The fact that he's already been taken down means he sort of needs to go back and go for the farming there. The advantage has already been given towards Ezreal there. Easily poked him out. Those potions aren't going to be used to actually try to apply his parlay onto him and sort of use that corrupting damage to push him out. At this point, he's got to play very careful.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, Zami. We saw Kalista last game just being the absolute MVP. Let's see if we can see a repeat, just doing her best to farm whilst also getting in the trades. Poppy has a kind of a pseudo-range ability, so able to proc that passive, that 12% maximum health would be nice this early on in the game to kind of assert your dominance.
Yeah, and it's really good that she can use it because it also be used as an execute to get those ranged minions once her Spores of War pops up for the passive.
Does it count as a melee attack? Does it execute? Oh, that is interesting.
Yeah.
I assumed it would, or else people wouldn't have her as viable in that support role.
Yeah, it would make it really hard for it to actually come through. So yeah, it's one of those things because it's like kind of like the parlay from Gangplank. When he uses it, actually procs if you picked up the Resolve Mastery Keystone, you get Undying Grasp, it procs Undying Grasp. So you're able to actually pick up some sustain as well.
Love League of Legends. Love all the little intricacies that we can pick up with Psyche. He's got a big wave in the mid lane to farm. Apaps is going to try his best to make him suffer, make him work for every single CS, and you can see just that, missing a few. Thunderlords had already been procced, or else that would have been down, but just doing such a great job of fighting him over every single CS.
Yeah, basically punishing him every single time he wants to go for it there. He goes, you want to CS against me? That's fine. I will be taking HP as my repetence for that. And he's going to force us early back. That's why he did that teleport is good to have on Gangplank. But Gangplank, he doesn't mind taking too much harass because the thing is he still has more global pressure than Ezreal. Ezreal may have that true shot barrage that he can throw any which way, but once that cannon barrage is down on your face, it does so much damage.
So a little bit of gold lead here coming out, about 100, maybe 200 in favor of Legion. That is all going to be in the back pocket for Ezreal, as he is the only one with the CS lead, but it's kind of expected when you have those range versus melee matchups. The junglers yet to make their presence known in any lane, just doing their best to farm out their crabs, farm out what they can. Psyker, though, gets taken pretty low, but it looks like we see Pabib in the mid lane. The Arcane Shift is going to be enough to keep him safe.
And this is what we're talking about. Ezreal's so hard to gank, purely because of the Arcane Shift. He's got a flash pretty much waiting for him every 12 seconds or so. And it's just so hard for them to deal with. And Zephyr just using that good old hammer shock to sort of get some minions there for his trouble. But yeah, it's just sort of really tame game at the moment. Team's waiting for it, but Nidalee waiting in the shadows.
Yeah, just kind of showing her presence here, making Gangplank know that it is not safe for you to stay in the mid lane, especially when your health bar is flashing red.
My oh my, he is so low at the moment. He needs to get back and coming through. One spear and he's gone. There it goes. Oh! And he's going to sit on his crate.
Yeah, not the tip of the spear today, unfortunately, Pink Bomi. So Apap's just going to have his way with this lane for what seems like a major duration in case, unless that Psyker, he's going to use that teleport, so he's not going to miss too much, but he's already down about 10 or 11 CS here, so
a small lead coming on through there for Apaps.
Yep, he's really going to have to make his global pressure work.
Oh, he definitely is, and now he's, as you can see, he's using that parlay to get the last hits there, so he can get that plunder proc on through and get some silver serpents underneath his coin purse. But there we go, Pink and Bowman just clearing out some wards there. Actually, no, wards dealing with that. Oh, there it is, another watcher. So pesky.
Spooky Ghost 2.0, mate.
Well, actually, those are the first versions, weren't they? The first versions, the Spooky Ghost came afterwards.
Looks like both top laners just expending their teleport to get back there. Not going to want to miss out on any lane pressure. So we see Ezreal. He's picked himself up that tier, so it's going to start stacking immediately. Which is what he needs because he has such a high ramp time.
Oh yeah, as soon as you can get it, that's the first thing that you want to pick up. Although he was happy to stay in lane until he forced Gangplank out to get a little bit of an advantage there. But at that point just means bigger mana pools for him there to actually spam out some more attacks for him. And Barbie just trying to see if he can catch out Nidalee. Oh!
It looks like a little bit of a poke coming down here, going over the wall, going to get the double knockup, not too much coming, but turning it around the stun, going to come out onto Babib. Squidgy, he's doing what he can, the spear lands a true shot barrage, not hitting anyone, a nice knockup to prevent the damage, the wall stun comes in, a flash out of Nidalee. Zephyr, he's trying to do his best, flash is coming every which way. Zami gets the first blood, is he going to get the second one? Another beautiful double knockup from Babib.
Just so many stuns coming across there, and Legion Gaming gets basically taken out. They thought they had the drop on Babbitt there. He basically thought he needed to get out as well. Instantly using that, no worries, I'm going to take a turret shot to get away here. The chase then ensued, and it was just a fantastic unburrow by him to knock the Nidalee up and then force her into the lane. And then from that point, Legacy Genesis had control of that fight, easily getting a quick early lead, and it going to the people that you wanted to go to. One in the favor of that good old Callista, one towards that jungler, meaning more pressure and that really good early scaling for her.
Yeah, after that fight, we see a 2-kill advantage for Legacy Genesis, about 1,000 gold, almost 600 rounded down here and there. So Gangplank, he's picked himself up that Sheen. Going to be proccing on his parlay, allowing him to last hit Undertale a little bit more easily. That passage is burning through the minions here, but a really successful game coming out of Pabib, just kind of putting his bot lane ahead. They need to get that early advantage because if they can't, they're just going to lose it to the late game.
Yeah, it was interesting. It was kind of an accidental gank. It was more like him trying to get out of that situation. He's like, hey guys, I'm here. He forced an overextension by Legion gaining and just them capitalizing. And now they got this situation here in the top lane, which seems to be a bit of a wet noodle. That's just like cleavers and icicles everywhere.
Yeah, not too much going on. Mundo just trying his best, but the Claw of Doom comes out from Squiggle, getting him to safety here. Apaps just farming up that tier, wants to to stay in lane as long as possible, using that Q every single time it hits, getting a little bit less of a cooldown on
It's a bit of a
abilities.
mouthful there.
Yeah, what a mess.
Well, basically he wants to get going, he wants to get ramped up. That is what he's sitting there. He's going to sit there, play as passive as possible. The moment that Mirror Mana comes up, that Ice Point Gauntlet's in, look to him to actually probably see if he can jump there, get as many pokes off as he can in team fights. And it's going to be interesting, you know, they've got this massive poke on the side of them, the Ezreal, they've also got the Cleavers from Mundo, they've also got a little bit of help there from Lucian. He's not the best at poking that piece and light, only up every so often, but those spears as well, my oh my, Legion Gaming, that's going to be very interesting towards that mid game where there's just going to be skill shots flying every single place possible.
So looking in that top lane, despite having a range disadvantage, it is going to be Rare pulling ahead about 15 or so against Lissandra. Now that's pretty interesting to know.
Yeah, he's doing a fantastic job against Squiggle there, and it's purely because he's built, he's allowed to actually go very magic heavy straight away. Mundo wants to go up against a magic damage dealer because it means he can get his Spirit Visage as early as possible. That synergizes extremely well with his passive, and he's just going to be a menace in the mid game.
Yeah, Rek'Sai going to be contesting this blue buff, taking away a small one, maybe a little bit more, but Zephyr going to be backing up on Gate Gators coming around, but that is going to be the blue taken. Not sure if it was by Pink Bomi or Paps.
We'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see.
Probably by Pink Bomi. I doubt he was in a position to let
I think he smashed it away. There it is.
Yep. He was definitely not in the position or had the luxury for Paps, but it looks like maybe a gank in the bot lane here.
It's possible that they seem to be ready and lining up for it. You have to wait. They're not quite level 6 yet, so that's not really what they need. You'll probably want to wait for that to come across. Once it is instant glacial, never mind, Italy's backing away.
Yeah, Nidalee just being a pseudo Soraka coming in for the drive-by heals and going on her merry way, but it looks like Pabib and Pink Bomi are down here in the bot lane. Zami, she wants to get ahead to Kalista. Already a nice CS lead and a kill, but Poppy, he's gone in, trying to do what he can. The passive has been pocked, but the Fate's Call is going to go. The Gangplank ulti comes down. He's in a world of hurt. He's going to get taken down, and Psyker picks himself up that one.
And there we go. That's the Gangplank ultimate coming through. Just well timed by it there. That True Shot Barrage completely missed as well, trying to throw some global pressure down on that lane as well. And it was just well timed by those teams there. They knew exactly where Pink Bomi is. Wow, look at the damage. Rare's taking him out. He's gone.
Wow, Rare not even given a moment to ult. Sorry, he didn't even have his ult up in that fight, but Zami going in. The heal has been used. The Rend was also used, but nothing going to come out of that. But Rare just getting taken up, staying in lane without your ult on that low. A very costly mistake. And we mentioned earlier, Lissandra having the CS lead. That is no more, but a gank onto Squidgy. Zephyr and Pabib coming in from the back, stunning him up. See you later, Lucian.
Having that Rek'Sai, having that Poppy, so much dive potential between them. And the thing is, again, that is percentage damage being dealt by Lulu there. So she doesn't even need to itemize towards damage to deal damage. With it there coming across, there's not much you can do. Instant lockdown into that wall, and then followed on through by a knock-up. That's a one dead Squidgy.
Yeah, Legacy Genesis just doing all they can to make sure this early advantage sticks. 5 kills to 0, a 2,000 gold lead. Gangplank, despite being down in CS, was able to pick up a kill with that cross-map ulti. That's going to do wonders for him to get back into the game.
Yeah, and he's actually doing all right now considering how early he was being bullied. Sure. That cross-map, I can't believe he got the cross-map kill as well. Look at that. That's 1-1-1-1-1. A nice even spread of gold between Legacy Genesis at the moment. So look at them to actually probably be like, you know what, guys, we should probably team fight.
Yeah, sharing is caring here. Legacy Genesis definitely thinks so. We see Zephyr coming back down to that bot lane. If I was Squidgy, I'd be saying, get Gators, get back here, man. I've been dived too many times this game. Please.
He's just running on through, trying to get some wards. Dude, we need to get these wards so that you are covered, so that you don't get dived. And I'm just going, this is a Poppy, man. He's going to jump on me straight away. 5 seconds. It's going to be hard.
Didn't you hear Mendrix? He said he could do 5 seconds of CC. Get down here and protect me. But Babib just going to be getting that crab. Takes a little dragon shot to the back, but not much going to happen from it. That passive healing her all the way back up to full. So, yeah.
Yeah, just nice and calm at the moment. Legacy Genesis just sitting back waiting for that, but Nidalee, she's making her way through.
Nidalee is so fast. The spear prediction hits Squiggle. He's going to be in a world of hurt any minute now, but no, the defensive Gangplank ulti out of Psyker to deter any further aggression.
And this is why we've been speaking about Gangplank so much. It is just the moment he's being used well, he can be used offensively, defensively, and the whole time it feels like he's in the other areas of the map, but he's been mid.
Yes.
This whole time. It's always been mid, but he feels there, but he might be in trouble. There seems to be a dive in the mid lane.
Yeah, Psycho, he might be up the creek without a paddle. The flash comes out and the takedown to finish him off, but the teleport in comes from Squiggle. The flash ulti that is going to land on Apab's Pink Foamy, trying to do his best. The heal comes out. Squiggle might be in trouble now, but Apab's gets the Arcane Shift. Not going to be enough as the melee follows through. Here comes Red, trying to do his best, misses the initial cleaver, and that's going to be nothing else.
Yeah, and just using that frozen path to get away there. There's not much they can really do. She's very slippery herself, Lysandra, despite being stuck to the ground as ice. So, just so much happening around the map, and Legacy Genesis taking advantage of everything. However, now their Legion are on the board. They've managed to take out that Gangplank.
Yeah, they really needed to, because Gangplank was just doing too much, but I don't think it is going to matter. Like we've mentioned, he hasn't even left lane, and he's already up a kill over his lane opponent. The Frozen Fist now being finished by Ezreal in that mid. Apab's going to be happy with that when he can finally start kiting some of these more annoying champions like Rek'Sai and Gangplank.
Yeah, Gameplank's finished up that Trinity Force as
Oh,
well.
wow.
That's a massive pickup for him to get there. So look for him to actually be happy to take on this this Ezreal now, because that's just such a big power spike. He's not there yet, Apabs. He needs to get that Mirror Mana, or at least a Mana Mune.
You're exactly right. Babib and Pink Bomi just going to be trading blows, but Pink Bomi in no position to fight any further, just going to be recalling his way out of this one. It will be interesting to see how Psyker values his ultimates here. Which one will he be going for, I wonder? But in the bot lane, Squidgy, despite having gay gators around, got dived again.
I'll tell you, 6 seconds, 5 seconds, that's what you've got Poppy there for. And he's just in the he's like, dude, I couldn't do anything. I tried, and it just went on top of you. What can you do? And it's just so easy for Poppy to get in there when she's being thrown at the enemy.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Babib going to be taking away that blue buff. Legacy Genesis 7 kills to 1. They've extended that gold lead an extra 2k, now up to 4. No dragons have been picked up by either team yet, despite the bot lane of Legacy Genesis being ahead.
Yeah, and it just seems to be one of those cases where they're going, you know what, we can just keep on getting kills. Rather than farm the dragons, let's just farm Squidgy.
You're exactly right. That seems to be the game plan. Now this bot lane of Legion just not having a good time. Gators and Squidgy. Squidgy's able to finish his first item, but Kalista up a Zeal, and that is going to be imperative. But going Zeal here rather than a recurve bow. An interesting choice.
It is very interesting. There was a little bit of a buff to Phantom Dancer.
Okay.
So that might be possible, but might be deciding to go for that and then maybe go for more range. I think the Rapid Fire Cannon would be the next prudent pick. But it's still going to be interesting. Runan's Hurricane is just so efficient.
Yeah, you basically get used to seeing Runan's Hurricane on Kalista. You basically think that's an item that only she can purchase, no other champion.
Yeah.
Maybe Caitlyn here and there to get those extra headshot procs, but Pink Bomi and Gate Gators just trying to do what they can in the invade here. Squiggle in the top, just trading blows with Red.
Yeah, Squiggle's just having a fantastic game as well at the moment. He seemed a little bit shaky at the start because he seems to have this Mundo that was ahead in CS. Next thing you know, he's getting a solo kill in the top lane. Just amazing there. And he's actually been around the map to make sure that if someone is going to capitalize on it, instant teleport, I'm going to make sure I capitalize back.
Oh, that would have been a massive amount of damage coming out onto Squidgy, but they do get the tower regardless, despite Psyker's beautiful barrel.
Yeah, it's at that point he really hit it. He just needs to keep on building damage. That's one of the interesting thing about Gangplank.
Sure.
He just keeps building damage. You'd think at some point you want to be a bit more defensive. No, just keep building damage with him. You'd be surprised how effective that is. It's purely because if you're able to line up those barrels in the right way, it's just amazing what 3 to 4 barrels can do on the whole team, ignoring 40% armor. Squiggle though, he's running away quickly.
Oh, the culling is doing a buttload of damage. Gators is here also. Squiggle, he has no summoners available. He is going to get taken out any second now. The ulti comes down. Might try to turn this one onto Pink Bomi, but the ulti from Gators coming out. Glacial Tomb onto Glacial Fissure. Beautiful.
Yeah, Legion Gaming have been sitting there for a while, waiting for that moment to strike and shut down that. I'm surprised that Legacy Genesis haven't made their move towards Dragon just immediately there. They've turned their signs. You take our top laner, we're going to take yours.
Yeah, deja vu right here as Rare goes, come on guys, I need some help here. He's just going to get rendered without a chance. Didn't have the ulti available again. So it's seeming like he's been forced to use this defensively time and time again, never available for when he needs it. But Legacy Genesis Still got that 4K gold lead, but 2 kills going over Legion.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Rare was thinking in that situation. If someone on the other side of the map drops down, that means all your teammates are there killing them. And if you don't see anyone else on the map, it's safe to say that maybe they're coming to you when you're so far pushed up. So really, a bit of a misplay by him. He should have actually been able. Oh, Zammy just
Too cool for school.
But
Cool guys don't look at explosions,
Exactly
man, or
there.
arcane barrages.
Exactly, allowed to continue to blue pill on out of there. And finally, the Dragon's going to go down.
Yeah, 18 minutes and 30 seconds into the game. Zephyr just trying to be a helicopter here and take off. Not going to activate the ulti here. More of just a warning shot.
Oh, he really threatened that Dragon there.
Imagine just seeing Dragon flying across the map.
Well, like, where does Dragon go? Does he like go towards that far end side where you can see him floating around for a little bit before he goes to the...
Just goes home.
He just goes home.
Just
He
flies
just
off.
flies
He's
off.
I'm done with this.
That's a giant hammer, man. I'd like... This is just...
I've seen a lot of crazy things in Summoner's Rift over my 6 years on here, but a giant hammer, no thank you. But a Squiggle goes in on Pink Bowmy. He's caught out. He's going to get taken down from Psyker. That parlay.
My, that was a lot of damage there, and he just couldn't get away from that situation. Instantly going towards the Rift Herald. Legacy Genesis picking up objectives across the map.
Yeah, just going to getting that Rift Herald. I wonder who they'll give it over to. Probably Babib, as that seems to be the going trend here. No, it's going to be... Does that just say who kills it or who picks
I
it
feel
up?
they should give it to gameplay because he just seems to be staying in mid lane the whole time, so it makes sense to keep him in the mid lane. And sure enough, there it is. He's got it there. The Culling coming out doing quite a bit of damage. Whoa! Giant
See
hammer.
you later, Brom. The Giant Shield versus Giant Hammer. We now know who wins. This is going to be another free tower in favor of Legacy Genesis. They don't even want to fight at this stage. They just want to take every single objective on the map, and they're doing just that.
And it's just really intelligent use of that ultimate as well.
Yep.
If you kind of figure, well, you know, guys, you guys are kind of in the way here. We want to take this tower. Giant hammer, fantastic, beautiful. And now that's what they don't want to do. They don't want to fight. They're ahead. They know that Legion Gaming need to make the move. They're the ones that have to be proactive here if something's going to give. Otherwise, Legacy Genesis will continue to starve resources out of them. And once they feel strong enough, it will be a repeat of last game. They will just steamroll on through.
It's always a show of veterancy when a team does not take any risks they don't have to. They could have very well fought under that... Oh, Jesus. Pink Bowmy accidentally taking away that blue buff. That is going to be very detrimental to a champion like Ezreal, who still has not finished stacking his tier.
Yeah, it's fantastic to have cooldown reduction, extra mana regen. I can just keep on spamming my abilities out even more and quickly get that mirror mana, but now it's just going to be a little bit more delayed. But you know what? It's okay. Legion Gaming are still in this. They have a fantastic siege team. So when it does get to that point that it's time for them to take those towers out, those giant hammers need to be ready pretty much all the time in order to force them off.
Oh, Rare, he might be caught up once again, gets knocked up. Zephyr is here, does have the hammer of... No, the hammer is not available, but I don't think it matters. He's going to get taken down. The flash and the ulti will be enough. Pabib trying his best to get in there, but Mundo goes where he pleases.
And he's starting to get to that point in the game. He's got a lot of magic resistance. He's actually to build up an art lock of the Iron Solari, which is interesting.
Sure.
I guess he kind of figured I am getting bullied here at the moment. Let's get some more magic resistance and give something back to my team at the same time.
Oh, Squidgy and Gator's trying
wow, he's going for it.
Yeah, they're trying their best to get this tower, but no chance as Psyker just gets another one with his old Gators. He's going to get taken out. Maybe another one to Psyker. No, Squiggle, you dirty team killer, you.
Oh, Rare, why'd you walk back in? The ultimate was down.
Come on, man.
Oh, no. But at least to Psyker's benefit there, or, you know, good on him to actually being in the lane at the time to get the kill there. So he did give a little bit back to the team, not just throwing his cannon barrage and walking towards mid.
Remember, kids, Mundo goes where he pleases when his ulti's available.
That is one of the prerequisites. He needs to make sure he has it. And now just Legacy Genesis beginning to just take everything along the map. All the infrastructure going down for Legion Gaming now. This is really a really bad spot for them to be in. They need to stop the bleeding. They need to get some gold back for themselves. 10k ahead for Legacy Genesis.
Yeah, they are doing absolute work in this game. They knew their win conditions. They knew they had to act fast. They had to take out this scaling siege comp of Legion. They haven't even focused too much on Ezreal, but they're making it so hard for him to just stay in lane. 22 minutes, the tier still isn't fully stacked. He got that off his first recall.
Yeah, it's just taking so long for him to get there, and it's because there's just so much happening around the map. All he can really do is actually get pushed out, pushed away, tries to come back in, but it's kind of hard for you to really get yourself stacking if there's a giant hammer pushing you out of the lane every single time.
Yeah, he's had no opportunity to make use of that blue belt. Psyker going to be getting donated blue buff. Let's see if Zephyr does it. Zephyr does a better job than Pink Bomi to transfer that buff over, and yes, he does.
He's a support, and he's just happily sitting there taking the damage and soloing a blue buff. That is a bit ridiculous what Poppy is actually capable of, even as a support form.
Yeah, with only one completed item, and it is the core support item, just offering so much to the team that requires little to no gold. And the stun comes in on Gay Gators. He's not even going to be able to get the shield up in time. True Shot Barrage coming through, barely going to even nip that.
Yeah, and now that everything's just on the map, Legacy Genesis are taking everything.
Yep.
With Scuttle, no worries. Thank you very much. Squiggle, I'll just sit here, split push my TPs up. I'll wait for something to break out. You guys seem to be doing fine anyway on your own. And now that this Baron area seems to be the one of contention, wards going up, starting to light up on that top side, and they've started it.
Yeah, with Callista, it is always 100-0 chance that your jungle will be able to outsmite that Ren damage Squidgy. He's trying his best to teleport in, coming from Rare, but it's going to be answered by Squiggle. The ulti comes out, Pink Bomi trying his best to get it, but no, once again, Ren is going to be too much. We see Zephyr in the backline doing what he can. Pink Bomi goes down. Here comes Babib, gets a triple knockup, but Rare trying to be Mundo as he can. The ultimate from Gangplank hasn't come out just yet. It is going to do a ton of damage. The barrels just chain exploding. Paps doing what he can to keep everyone at bay, but the Ezreal Q, that's all it's good for right now.
The Stranglehold is getting deeper and deeper as it closes around Legion's neck, just constantly forcing them out, getting that vision advantage, taking easy wins, and then when they try to react, it's all good. We've got so much power ahead of us. That gold lead is getting closer towards that 15k mark now as these towers begin to fall.
Yeah, it was a valiant effort by Legion to try and defend that Baron. We saw Pink Bomi. It looked like the Red wasn't coming out in time, but there it was. We see Paps in that top lane doing his best. 14 kills to 2 in favor of Legacy Genesis. They are making a mockery of Legion right now.
And now with the base open in that mid lane, it's just going to get easier and easier. They don't exactly have the strongest siege comp on the side of Legacy Genesis, so for them to actually crack that base and get that initial inhibitor is a huge situation. Legion Gaming can't sit there, use their siege and poke to actually stop them from getting this objective. It's already too late. They've taken it down, and now the pressure really is on Legion Gaming. They need to somehow stop this sort of motor train that is just coming on through, this locomotive that is Legacy Genesis. They are in trouble there. Now another dragon going on through to them.
Yeah, pretty much. We see the experience really showing in the shot calling coming out of Legacy Genesis. They know that they do not have the strongest siege comp, which is why they are forcing these neutral objectives, drawing their opponent out, trying their best. Legion, they know that if they just let them have the entire map, they're going to lose the game, despite Ezreal finally finishing his item. He's still so
He's
far
online,
behind.
guys. This is it. This is his chance, chunking a little bit away from the team there. And it's just, wow, that Baron buff is just going to be so hard for them to deal with. How long has that still got left on it? It's still got a good quarter on it going.
Oh, that was close. That would have
Wow.
done a lot of damage with Squidgy. Going in here, relentless pursuing in, trying his best, but here comes the culling. What is he doing? The massive bomb comes down from Death's Daughter and is going to destroy him. Psyker takes the 2v1. Oh boy.
There's still more happening there. There goes the giant hammer.
Oh no, it was picked up by the Fate's Call, but Rare is going to get knocked up and taken down. That is going to be another inhib going over to Legacy Genesis. 2 inhibs down. Legion, they're trying their darndest to hold on, but if Legacy Genesis play this correctly, they could end the game. Paps, you have no chance here, mate. This is Legacy's base now.
Wow, and look at that. Everything's starting to fall there. Look at those death timers. Not much they can do. It's sort of one Italy and a big shield. Not much the best actually push someone away. And there we go.
Wow.
Legacy Genesis really showing some dominance. My, oh my, that victory screen just looks so good as it comes to
Victory music sounds so good.
I love it. It's just, there's just that feeling and energy. It's just like out of the blue.
League of Legends, baby.
Because you know, whenever the Nexus blows up, it's like, okay, cool. The
It's
game's
like,
over, and then
oh, we won.
bam, the music brings you back up. Oh, what a game there by Legacy Genesis, really showing them that they are the experienced team, really taking the amateurs to town and showing them they have a lot to learn.
Yeah, the strategical prowess coming out of that squad. They knew exactly how they were going to win this game, and they executed it perfectly. They didn't give Legion a single chance to set up a siege at all.
Yeah, and exactly the case. They wanted to set up a siege. They had so much poke on their side, but essentially what they did was just kept on putting just a little bit of pressure. We'll wait for that little bit of opening. They went through, started pushing on through, and poor Zeppa, man, he was just getting, what I'm saying, Zeppa, Squidgy.
Yep.
Oh, poor Squidgy, man, he just kept on getting taken out over and over again in that bottom lane. And I just started opening up all these little areas in Cooks and Nannies. There seemed to be that little bit of moment when, hey, we managed to pick up Swiggle, everything's good. But then, you know what, they were able to pick on through. They got Rare. Rare had all the opportunity to get away there. So I'm not sure why he didn't, like, take that note and go, hey, their top laner just got taken out. I'm probably in trouble here too. And after that point in time, they were to pick up a tower, the dragon. Everything started to fall into place.
You could see early on in the Champ Select how valuable Legacy think this Poppy is, picking it in first rotation, first pick, and it showed just how well that Zephyr can play this, constantly hitting the stuns, using that hammer to perfection. Despite that last one, just is about to throw out the Fate's Call, picks him, like, no, I want the glory, man.
You know, it's okay. Sometimes we don't need that hammer to go off, all right? just relax. You used it on Dragon. It's just, you know, there's no point on the Dragon. We need to take him out, remember? And I guess he decided to pull one hammer just away from him there. They didn't need it.
Yeah, we're just going to take a quick look at the standings of tonight's games. As you can see so far, Fornot taking out Red, Chiefs Black. A good day for the colours here. Not so good for Red, though. And Legacy Genesis is going to be rounding that one out with a very convincing win over Legion Gaming.
Coming up next, we do have Abyss White versus Alpha Sydney. Will we continue to see the same trend where the colours seem to be dominating? Or will we actually get something else where Alpha Sydney come on top and say, you know what? Colours aren't about everything today.
No, you're exactly right. Color casters as well, I think, Mendrix.
hey, I've been here for 3 games.
You're rocking it, man.
I'm
Anyway,
rocking it.
we're going to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
this is it, the borderline to where the future leaves us behind. The fire will burn and never die, looking through the eyes of a brand new life. So just find me, just find me. Sparks will fly if we scream no. This is not how we're gonna go. We are the ones who will never let go. Just watch us roll to where no one knows. We'll never grow. Don't look back, we're here to stay. A life we knew would come one day. And this is it, the borderline to where the future leaves us behind. The fire will burn and never die, looking through the eyes of a brand new life. And so just find me, just find me. Sparks will fly if we scream no. This is not how we're gonna go. We are the ones who will never let go. Just watch us roll to where no one knows. We'll never grow.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Oceanic Challenger scene. My name is Max Rogi for Foglia. Joining me again, who's been on the desk all night, is Mr. Nathan Mendrix Mendez. And we just saw a poke comp get obliterated in a matter of minutes.
Yeah, it was just one of the things that just never got off the ground, really. There was no pokes really happening. And at that point, it was just like, hey, you guys are going to have a poke comp? We'll have an engage comp, and we're going to hit you hard.
Yeah, they tried to go for an eagle, but only got a chicken in that case, fluttering only a couple feet off the ground, never getting that full saw.
Yeah, exactly there. Just not enough, really. It'd be nice to be an eagle in that situation. I feel pretty bad for the chicken.
You're exactly right. The chicken's really not having the, definitely not Udia skin this time around.
Exactly.
But coming up next, we will have Abyss, hopefully avenging their fallen brothers in Abyss Red, taking on Alpha Sydney.
And hopefully this ends up being one of those situations where they do come out on top. Abyss White have been around a bit longer than Alpha Sydney, but not to really take out BTKA such a fantastic Orianna player. Froggadog known for his assassins and trying to be a bit of a carry in the top lane. So they definitely do have a tough match ahead for them, ahead of them there. Abyss White though with Blackstar, Monkey, Quackham, Beasted, and Reliope. There's, like I said, these guys have been around for a bit longer, so maybe they're going to have that experience advantage over Alpha Sydney.
Is that how you pronounce it? Reliope? That's what we've been calling it, Relipole. And
Or Relipole, you know, we need to speak to him and ask him and see how do you...
We'll hit him up on Twitter.
Yeah, you know, he could be like, it's Relipole. You never really know how he's going to say about it. Hit him up on Twitter, hit him up on League and see what he says.
But out of our opinion here, this is going to be the hotly contested match of the night. Both teams very equally skilled coming into this, but maybe Abyss White having that advantage of a training partner might have the slight edge here.
Yeah, being able to have those scrim partners is such a big deal as well. And basically because they do have not just White, they've also got Abyss Black. It's got
True.
3 people they can work off, or 3 teams they can work off. So it's going to be a little bit of a disadvantage for Alpha Sydney. But again, Alpha Sydney do have the same option. They can probably find themselves their own scrim partners to work with. It just means that it's a little bit more regular for the Abyss side of things.
Yeah, and it always helps to have other people that you can bounce ideas off. Maybe team comps get a lot of different opinions coming in. Maybe their mid laners like to play a bit more controlly, a bit more assassin. They can practice matchups, so on and so forth.
And it just creates such an interesting dynamic when those two teams actually do come up against each other.
Yeah.
Basically, they know exactly what their comfort picks are, know exactly their play styles. So it's really up to them to really have those mind games going. Next thing you know, they've got Teemo with Tiamat. It's got to throw them off balance that way.
Yeah, probably will not be seeing any Tiamat
I really doubt
tonight, but if we do, you can be the prophet, Mendrix. But I wonder how much like games tonight that have played will impact how teams play tonight. Will they be coming in with a preset strategy and standard that they're going to be playing, or do they think, I really like the way they picked that Gangplank mid. Maybe we can work that into our composition. That global ult just adds such a dynamic to a team comp.
One of the big things you need to be good at in League of Legends to excel is adaptability.
Sure.
So these guys will be definitely watching everything through. I imagine for this particular game, they've got that preset strategy ready to go, but they definitely would have picked up ideas for it.
I feel like that's a sticker on our screen that I just want to peel off, but it's Corky Band once again on the side of the first band team, followed up with Rise. We saw Rise earlier on in the night doing absolute work for his team, just 100-0ing anyone, pretty much anyone that he came across.
Yeah, exactly there, and it's a bit interesting to see that he's always going to get Alistar as well, another pick that needs to be taken on out.
Yep.
And he's just so strong at the moment purely because he's able to continue sustaining. The big thing is with that change across with the mastery, allowing him to have missing mana returned back to him every 5 seconds. That's why he's so potent in lane, and that's why in the next 3.3 patch, they're going to be hitting a little bit of his mana in terms of he has to spend more to use that heal.
Yeah, Alice is a type of champion who brings everything to the table. But speaking of bringing everything to the table, Poppy is off the table here.
He is off the table. She likes to knock things off the table as well. But unfortunately that she will not be doing any of it this time around. No giant hammers coming on through. And that's the same. The moving mountain also knocked off. So I guess they're a bit scared about some hard engage coming across here. They've noticed that even though everyone seems to be favoring these kiting compositions at the moment, hard engage has been doing pretty well this particular day.
Yeah, and especially with the hard engage king himself, Malphite, not being a part of the game coming up, you will have to make do with something along the lines of, I was going to say Alistair, but he's banned as well. So Poppy as well, these knock-up champions just getting taken out. Maybe a Rek'Sai is going to have to be the consolation prize here.
Yeah, that's something that can pick up. Fiora straight away.
Beautiful.
Queen of True percentage damage. Gotta love her in the top lane. She's just so hard to deal with. Again, as I mentioned, you needed to catch her out. That's the big thing.
Yeah.
And as the Grand Duelist, I imagine that'd be the case. You need to put her off edge in order to get her on the, actually take her out. Froggadog, though, he's the top laner. How will he respond? He's actually got the counter pick available to him straight away.
Yeah, with Fiora, once she's thrown down that white glove, not many want to accept the duel, but it looks like Froggadog will picking up that Lissandra.
And now that they're Graves as well, probably going to be seeing him in the jungle, and that's going to be Alessandra in the top lane. Most likely she can still go mid, so it's still up in the air what could happen. So now Mr. Monkey and Quackham need to worry about, okay, so is that Alessandra mid? Could be a Graves top, Alessandra mid. Really, the Alpha Sydney are throwing everything up into the air at the moment.
Yeah, taking away two very flexible champions here gives them so much room to work with. We mentioned just before adaptability, and that is exactly what Alpha Sydney is showing us early on in this draft.
And adaptability is just so important. That's
Yeah.
like with this game ever changing as it always is. I mean, who would have thought we would have seen Trundle and the support lane this patch? That's like one of the big things to like take note of as well.
Madness.
Like, everything's
Absolute
been changed.
madness.
Yeah, it is absolutely like Poppy in the top lane. What happened to this champion? She was never being played. All of a sudden now everyone is playing. I understand she's been reworked, but yeah,
Give
she's
someone
just
the ability to
mine.
throw the entire team a half across the map, and they will become meta, I promise you. Looks like Abyss White will be rounding out with 2 massive AP damage dealers of Victor and Elise.
And again, we have another matchup. It's going to be Graves against Elise. That's what, the 3rd time today?
Yeah, about right.
I wonder why they're just making their way through Champion Select every time they're not banned. And now as well, Victor as well, he's actually been making a regular appearance in this particular competition. He seems to be picked up by all those guys that like their control mages, basically just farming up and being a menace towards that late game.
Yeah, nothing says safe farming quite as much as Victor with that death ray can just sit back, get an entire creep wave from level 9 onwards, if I'm not mistaken.
That's correct, and I think it's one of those things when you're looking at these upgrades as he's taking it as well, the moment it goes white, that's when he can take out the entire caster wave. So it's going to be interesting what's going to happen there for this match. Will he farm up? Will he be aggressive? We don't know yet because we don't know what the mid lane will be.
Yeah, that's exactly right, but we see Thresh, the first Thresh of the night, going to be picked up here. Definitely the benchmark of what it means to be a good support. You have to be able to master Thresh.
Thresh is one of those guys that he will always remain relevant. I mean, for mid lane, it's Orianna.
Yep.
For support lane, it's going to be Thresh. Remember that guy entered the Rift? It's just amazing the amount of utility he has. The fact that he can save champions by pulling them far away over the ledges. The fact that he's got a hook as well. So much CC, just well-rounded across the board. But up against him, it might be that Bard.
Yeah, following up will be Callista, picked up by Blinky Callista. We've seen just do work throughout the night, and once again here on the side of Alpha Sydney. But Abyss White hovering over Lucian. Have we seen a Lucian in every game so far?
I think we have.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just really strong all-round pick. He's actually really good to go as the first pick. They actually have the opportunity to counter-pick Callista at the moment. But
Sure.
Lucian, again, he's so well-rounded. He's so strong in that beginning game, and it looks like they're going to go for Braum and the Lucian. Such a really good combination. He just seems to go well with so many supports at the moment, because once he lands that Winter's Bite, it's just up to him to go on through, throw an auto attack, double tap on through, you're stunned. A lot of trade damage coming across.
Keeps a lot of Graves' damage at bay once he puts up that massive shield. So depending on what they pick here, it's going to determine whereabouts Lysandra is going to go on this map.
It is exactly that. And as we can see, we're going towards a possible Nautilus pick.
That'd
Again,
be
this is
cheeky.
someone that can be jungle, can go top,
True.
can even go support. So who knows? We might have an ADC Thresh in the top lane from the situation here.
Well, we did
Highly unlikely. Highly unlikely.
We did see Nautilus coming into the OPL last week, if I'm not mistaken, but it was played in that support role with Thresh already locked in. That is out of the question, the support master himself, but wouldn't be surprised to see a tanky Nautilus in the top lane and a Lysandra mid.
No, he's definitely allowed to go there, and that seems to be the case. Is that a Nautilus? No, they're just trolling
Surely.
us. They're gonna
Surely
they're gonna
they will
swap it around, right? They still have 17 seconds. They'll swap it around.
My Nautilus versus Victor.
There we go.
I was going to say, my Nautilus versus Victor knowledge is not quite up to par as it once was, Mendrix, but I was going to have to let you carry me on that one. But no, he will be up in the top lane. But unless BTK switches over from that Ignite, that will be an Ignite Lysandra, not something we're used to seeing here. But Victor, Quackums, that is, going to be smartly picking up that cleanse.
Yeah, and that's something he really needs. There's so much lockdown on this team. You've got a Thresh, you've got a Nautilus throwing out his good old Death Charge, and of course the Frozen Tomb is not too far away. Lysandra on the map, actually his opponent that he's going to have to worry about. And with that cleanse, it is a good pickup for him to have, especially going up against an Ignite. He doesn't know what he's going up against. I'm surprised that they're not going to go for the double teleport, and this is going to be one of the most standard games we've seen in a while. These guys looking for lane dominance.
Yeah, you're exactly right, but Lysandra kind of the sore thumb of this one. We've seen her a lot in the top lane, but coming into that mid lane against Victor, she does not nearly have enough range to contest him later on in the game. It's all going to be about those strong engages. How exactly does she plan to survive laning against such a dominant force as Victor?
She's probably not going to try and actually kill the Victor. I mean, if he
Sure.
decides to overextend, easy pickup for
Yep.
BTKA. But he's probably going to look to push out the lanes, probably wait for when Victor goes for a back, and then take her opportunity to roam, go head towards that top lane, head towards that bottom lane, and really rip it on through. Use that Glacial Tomb, or the Frozen Tomb,
Yep.
on someone who doesn't have a cleanse to take it away.
The only reason I bring that up is because if that's the game strategy, surely it would have been more beneficial to take Teleport rather than Ignite. Having an aggressive Summoner spell makes me think that BTKA wants a little bit more than to just survive the laning phase.
She's going to be aggressive. Who she's going to be aggressive on is just the question there. It's just one of those things where Victor's hard to get on. He'll be sitting back with his death rays. He'll be out of range. It's pretty easy to predict whether they're going to take the glacial path or not when she throws it out. So that when that giant frozen hand rises, it does move fairly slowly. It does give Lissandra that little bit of mobility that she needs, but it's something that can be choreographed and checked, something that is easy to monitor.
All right, can Abyss Esports White avenge their fallen brothers in red, or can Alpha Sydney do our capital city of New South Wales proud and win this game? Quackums just in the mid lane, going to be getting that nice little ward down.
And did he manage to get it there? No, it survives to live another day. So he's going to have a nice view of Callista there. Nice to just put the, that's something they used to do a while ago, was put the ADC in the mid lane just for that little bit, just to keep an eye on their mid laner. The reason you did that was because they could out-trade them in that little short burst, because they didn't have exactly have their abilities to really do anything yet. So that's why they've sent the ADC there, just to keep an eye on Victor, make sure he's not doing anything too sneaky. But as it is, they're just going to make them zoom themselves back towards that bottom lane, and now it's just going to be standard lanes across the board. Nice line of scrimmage, no one really doing a cheeky invade.
That Braum skin is gorgeous, I might just add.
Let's look. Oh wow, that looks amazing. Oh, he's sort of like a paladin in that look there. He's got a massive shield. It's even a lion. He is a paladin. It's amazing.
Yeah, he's going to be having to do just that to keep Beastseed alive against such a massive aggression lane coming out of Blinky and Mewtwo. Both bot lanes here just going to be starting off with their respective jungle camp.
Yeah, and both of them do need to be careful. This is one of the situations where one misstep, both of those characters can easily burst one each other down. So it's one of those situations where if he gets hooked, there's going to be a nice few spears flying into Beastie there, and then a nice run followed up. But then if you cop a Winter's Bite, there will be a stun followed soon afterwards. Frogger jumping straight onto Blackstar there, just really hard for her to deal with. Every time she tries to proc that Vital, he's going to instantly throw out that good old that ability, that AoE abilities. What is it called? Riptide. There we go.
So we see in the jungle, both players going to be picking themselves up that Hunter's Machete rather than the AoE item, which I think that Graves and Elise tend to favor here. But also in the top, Nautilus is going to be getting himself a Doran's Ring, so wants that mana sustain as well as the extra health.
Yeah, and it's something that's just really good for him to have there, because it does give him that little bit of tankability, because it has that HP into it, a little bit of AP, a bit more damage, and plus it gives him sustain. That's the big thing there. Every time he kills a minion, he's getting that base mana from the ring, and then 4 extra mana on top of that. So it means he can continue to spam those Riptides every time Blackstar decides to use her lunge to get onto him.
Yeah, it sounds like it is going to be a great all-round starting item for himself. Not much action going on just yet, just everyone clearing their respective camps. Relapole doing his best to hit those Qs through the minion line. Getting a nice one onto Mewtwo. In the top lane, we see Blackstar and Frogger. Blackstar has the edge here, being a much better duelist. Well, you got to be if your name's the bloody Grand Duelist, don't you?
Exactly there. She's one of the things she excels at, making sure that she can basically 1v1, even 2v1. But the big thing Frogger has is to his advantage. He doesn't need to win this lane. He is a much better team fighter. That Death Charge is amazing when popped him through. Who are you worried about? Quack him. He's going to be the guy doing a lot of damage. He's not that. He's very easy to lock down once you do get on top of him. One easy Death Charge might mean the death for Abyss White.
Looks like Blackstar, he's taken a lot of damage here, and in the top, Frogger, despite being down a couple of CS, he will make it up with this wave alone. Doing a good job. That is going to be all the Corrupting Potion stacks gone from Blackstar. Look at the damage, all 3 procs of Death Charge hitting here.
Yeah, and that instantly proc that Thunderlords as well.
Wow.
Then. So it's actually really well. Wow. And then every time that passive comes up as well to lock down, it's something that's really effective against the Grand Duelist. She wants to be zipping around, hitting those vitals. No worries. I'm going to use my anchor and put you straight down to the ground.
Just slam you 6 feet under. That is how Frogger wants to play this one. He's doing a great job of catching up in farm. Blackstar now, he's in a little bit of trouble as Frogger still has a biscuit left over.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. That's what's so good about having that ring early for Nautilus. It gives him so much sustain, and he's a fairly innately tanky guy, so he doesn't really need to worry about it too much. As well, on top of that, percentage true damage, I've got a shield. Don't worry about that, Blackstar. You're going to be in for a rough laning phase.
So it looks like Only gets spotted out by the ward. Tried to go for a sneaky gank. The Thresh Lantern would have been enough, but look at Blackstar. Every time we look up at an instant flash from Frogger.
Yeah, he's not taking any risks there. He knows that once he gets cocooned, that Blackstar can easily go through and the two of them together can burst them out. My, oh my, that was a bit of a funny little snip up I had there.
He's got himself down that ward, so Miss Elise with that true damage, percentage damage combined with the true damage of Blackstar. It doesn't matter how tanky or how thick your armor is, you will die.
Exactly. Well, percentage true damage, execute damage, both of these guys have that to their advantage. But the thing is that he's just doing so well sustaining it. Wow, look at that coming on through.
That is just a huge amount of damage. It feels like it's been forever since I've seen a Nautilus. Especially in the top lane here, we have only, it looks like Blackstar might want to be the target here. The Spell Immune comes out from the riposte, but Nautilus trying to do what he can, and that's going to be First Blood going over to Only. Oh my lord, Frogger.
Calculated. That was calculated right there. Basically, that was just well done. They knew exactly what they wanted to do there. Blackstar was getting chipped away, little by little by those Riptides every time she tried to CS. And it was just an easy pickup for AS Only to come in there and push them on through.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to be good for Blackstar. He got the riposte off just in time to stun Nautilus. Didn't even go the full length of the hook. No flash available. It was a miracle he lived.
Yeah, it might have been a little bit of a help there, also coming across from that good old dangerous game, giving him that little bit of extra HP just to keep him alive as well. He's gone back, instantly picked up the Catalyst there. So one of the interesting picks that Nautilus used to go for would actually be, it could be a Rod of Ages, or it could be one of those very powerful engage items like
Righteous Glory?
Righteous Glory,
there it is.
That's the one I was looking for.
I like the really impactful engage item. But looking at the state of this game right now, Alpha Sydney up to a beautiful lead, about 800 gold, and the first blood kill going over the Graves, who's picked himself up that challenging smite here.
Yeah, and it's just really important for him to have as well because he's got a lot of base damage on top of that. When he changes it into true damage, it means that he will actually be hitting so much harder because as people start to tank up, because he likes to be tanky himself. Monkey, though, finding Graves, damage.
He doesn't want to take this fight. The challenge goes down, but he is going to be able to get out once the cocoon was used. Frogger just once again being a total bully, but I got to give my praise to Blackstar, doing a great job keeping up in CS, but he's bought himself a rejuvenation bead, so that's signs of an early tier mount.
Yeah, that's what he's going to work on, and plus it helps him stay in the lane as well. It's just easy itemization for him to go across there. I've got to pick up a little bit of pickaxe, a little bit of extra gold. I'm going to get myself that rejuvenation bead, but just you really want to be able to time it to actually buy that full team mount at once because it gives you that wave clear, and as you can see, Frogger allowed to move around a little bit more because of it.
Yeah, he's now past his level 6 threshold, so his ulti will be available, very unavoidable for most champions in the game. Now, speaking of the ultimate, if Blackstar times his riposte correctly, which he should do with no problem against such a predictable ult, he will be able to avoid the knockup whilst also stunning Frogger in the process.
That's correct.
Yeah, that's going to be very massive to look out for. So Blackstar not going to be the focal target of that depth charge.
No, I believe it will be Quackham. He's the most immobile out of the team, so you want to be able that depth charge hitting as soon as possible. You don't want people flashing, dashing, getting away and just doing nothing. Monkey, though, he gets hooked in.
Yeah, he really wants to go in on this Frogger. Blackstar, he's in trouble. Only has made his way down, but the Grand Challenge has been procced. The healing field going to be enough to keep Blackstar from going down.
And that shield there, popped by Nautilus, but it's basically make sure that he could stay alive through so much of that true damage. But Nuto, he's in trouble.
Yeah, he's trying to do what he can. It looks like he will be thrown in for Beastie with a beautiful flash, but he gets the hook regardless. The box comes down. Looks like they've changed their attention on the real pole, but the culling doing work. The heal comes out as Blinky gets stunned, trying to keep this fight going. Going to be backing off, though, as Beastie comes out ahead of this one. The Relentless Pursuit comes on. One more auto should do it, but Nuto going to survive by the skin of his teeth.
Yeah, if Nuto had actually managed to go through and push it, but Quackham, he's in trouble there. No, he's not going to take that glacial path. But yeah, if he had actually managed to land that hit there, it would have been a different story. But Beastie coming out on top there. No mana for both of those ADCs at the time, and it was just a little bit of having that little bit of extra mana meant that he could keep on pushing HP meant he could keep on pushing them out of the lane.
Oh, look at this. BTK goes in. New Monkey, he is going to get taken down. Only picking up another kill to his name. I was just about to commend Alpha City for doing a great job not falling further behind. But just like that, a great flash engage out of BTKA.
Yeah, no, they really did a great job there with that. Just instantly saw the situation, understood that Monkey, he's very weak at the moment.
Yep.
Instantly, not much you can do. You can't repel away once you're locked in ice.
You're exactly right. So Monkey, he's going to have to tread lightly around this frozen area should he risk falling in. But Beastie, he's doing a good job of staying alive in this lane. Nuto been trying to make the plays here, but always seems to come out on the back end of it.
Yeah, he seems to be trying to get in there, see if he can land the hook and make something happen. Beastie's, again, doing a great job keeping up with CS, but actually really even across the board there for the two of them because there's such an aggressive lane on the side of Alpha Sydney. So they're really playing it well in the bottom lane. As the game progresses, obviously Callista's fantastic to have on neutral objectives, but Lucian is so much better in his team fights. They're able to unload that culling instantly or pick up a kill depending on how it's happened there. So much utility for that ultimate. Versus Callista's, hers is amazing for that team engage, but it's sort of like one hit wonder. If it doesn't land, it's a bit wasted.
Yeah, so about a 1,500 gold lead coming out on the side of Alpha Sydney here. A lot of that is just going to be on Graves and Nautilus, who has a massive CS differential over his counteropponent.
Yeah, wow, he's really picked up along the way there now, and as well, he's going towards that Rod of Ages, basically wanting to continue to push his advantage ahead.
Yep.
Having more AP means he's got a stronger shield, makes it even harder for Blackstar to chew through that massive armor that he's holding.
If I had told you that we would be seeing a Fiora taking on a Nautilus, and the Fiora was the one that was 20 CS down, you'd have called me a madman, Mendrix.
I would have called you a madman, but, you know, considering the situation here, he seems to have the tools to handle her. That's the big thing. She wants to run around and hit the vitals. Well, no worries, I'm going to knock you down onto the ground. You want to try and get those vitals? I've got true damage the moment you use your Grand Challenge. And on top of all that, when she tries to walk away, that Riptide is going to hit her.
Yeah, so we saw Nuto just scanning an already pink-watered bush, so maybe a little bit of a blunder here, but only spending a lot of time in this bot lane. That gives Monkey free reign over the map, should only not get anything out of this, just keeps recalling, then cancelling it. So he's been there for about a minute and a half now and is yet to get anything out of it.
I think that might be a engage. There they go.
Yeah, BC, he is going to be in trouble, gets hooked up immediately up against the wall. That's exactly where Graves wants. He was Blinky, takes that one out with the Rand.
And there we go, that waiting paid off. He sat there waiting for it. I think it was one of those things going, why are they being so careful? Let's just sweep this bush and make sure it is clear and that they don't know I'm there. And in the end, it ends up paying off for them. And now that they've got that might be a tower going in the way of Alpha Sydney, really solidifying their lead.
Yeah, they're really going to have to get Graves up in that melee, basically, range to get all procs of the buckshot. That's going to be another kill. 3 kills up right now. Nearing, over, just past the 2k gold lead. Alpha Sydney putting down white here.
Yeah, that first blood, plus also getting the tower as well. And now they're looking at their sights on the dragon. Where is Elise? She's in the top lane. She wants to try and get Frogadog, and he's having no bar. He's like, no worries, guys. I'm going to sit back behind my tower. I know for a fact that all my team's in the bot lane. So nice and easy. That Winter's Bite trying to be a bit cheeky. Not catching anything there.
Winter's Bite not biting hard enough here. Going to be missing the dragon out on this one. It's very hard considering that Callista has that Rend available to her at any stage in the game. BTKA, we mentioned he just wants to stay alive, and you mentioned he's going to go aggressive. Oh, he switched to teleport in the end. So he didn't have that ignite.
There you go. So it's a bit annoying when they do that, and especially because we can't see the loading screen. It's a bit hard to notice what's happened there. I'm surprised he hasn't used the teleport yet.
Yeah.
That's the big thing. We've been waiting for, like, he would have noticed at the moment he used it. But yeah, last second swap, so he decided to go. He wanted to be a little bit more mobile around the map, make sure if he needed a split push he can. And there's a bit of advantage for Alpha Sydney to have this, especially because they're ahead.
Yeah, looks like Alpha Sydney will be the first to initiate a lane swap. They want to get that top tower down ASAP. Relegating Nautilus to the bot lane. He's strong enough to basically 2v1 at this stage, farm safely under tower. He's so tanky, has so much wave clear, and basically a free knock-up should any dives come his way.
Well, the big thing is if they do try to dive him, he will just CC them and lock them in place and let the tower do the work for him. His Riptide does have enough damage, does have that Rod of Ages as well. That's going to be stacking up, meaning the longer this game goes, the stronger he'll be becoming. And again, as I mentioned, it's going to be a rough lane for Fiora. She's really got to ramp up. I think once she gets her Titanic Hydra, she might be able to go toe-to-toe. Probably will need the Black Cleaver, and at that point, she should start to take the advantage.
Yeah, White just getting completely out-rotated here is Alpha Sydney. They've already taken half, if not more, off that top tower, and Lucian still isn't here yet. So really catching White with their pants down here, and they should get this any second now as Graves and Lysandra come up for the potential team fight.
Yeah, they're thinking of getting in there, perhaps trying to get them while they protected the tower, but wisely they backed off. They're not going to lose their lives and the tower as well. And Muto just thinking, what happened there? Thought she was able to get through.
I think she
hopped.
Well, hopped off it.
She hopped off it
cancelled. Luckily, hopefully they'll realize, I better not do that in a team fight. That might be a little bit detrimental. So
it's good to see it now in the safe space. It's like good for that to happen there rather than actually in a team fight. Froggo just wisely backing away from that Rift Herald to Fiora.
Look at that Victor damage. Not going to be able to dodge the second proc of the laser due to Winter's Bite slow being present at the time. Nuto in that mid lane just trying to collect his souls, stack himself some free stats.
Yeah, and it's just amazing how Thresh can continue to grow throughout the entire game, getting all those souls. He is roaming around a lot, so it's hard for them to collect it the way they want to, especially in these professional games where they're looking to see what they can pick up. But he's going to slowly get stronger the longer this game goes, purely because it is like that Nasus Q, just not as potent.
Yeah, so Nuto, he's just kind of milling around here. He doesn't know that Braum and Monkey are waiting off in the wings, but he really wants to make a play onto Victor here. BTKA has the flash available, a flash frozen tomb. Could be enough here as it almost initiated. No, they just want to go for some tower damage.
Yeah, just want to make sure, play it safe. You know, you never know who's waiting behind there. There was an Elise and a Braum ready to just Glacial Fissure and disengage from the situation. Although, once that Frozen Tomb goes down, that is a lot of damage between the three of them. But now they've got the whole team enraging on it.
Oh,
there you go,
he's got Quacken, but a nice cleanse is going to be getting him out of that ultimate. Look at Monkey, he just gets taken down, squashed like a spider to a boot. There goes Thresh. The box was down, the grand challenge was slammed, but Froggadog going to be picking up himself a kill on the back of that one.
Yeah, and they just hanged around too long there. The teleport was a little bit too late. Not enough for them to actually dissuade them from the fight. And Alpha Sydney come out on top once again.
Yeah, picking themselves up 2 very fast kills. Nuto, the only one going down there. But it looks like White, they don't want to give up with a fight. They want to try and contest this tower, but they do realize that Froggadog and Only are there to defend it.
Yeah, it's a bit hard for them to actually get through that, especially with those icicles flying on through and the Riptide pushing everything back. They're still there, though. They seem to have 2 sieging champions. Fiora is backing away, probably wants to pick up that Titanic Hydra, perhaps be able to take on that Nautilus. And there she goes, it's been picked up now. Will she swap it to a Ravenous? I don't think she will. She wants to keep the HP. Yep, she's holding on to it.
Yep, makes sense. We see Quackham's just going to be recalling after that engage. There's going to be 5 kills to 1 in favor of Alpha Sydney, doubling their gold lead up to 4K, as it was just 2 moments ago. A big CS lead coming out in the mid lane in the favor of Quackham's, but we knew that's what Victor brings to the table when you pick him. But Froggadog continues to impress me, mounting a 30 CS lead above Fiora here.
Yeah, and it's just amazing what he's able to do. He's going towards that Bambi Cinder at the moment, so look for more AoE damage and more AoE clear coming his way. Just so you can probably sit there and just eventually stand and kill Fiora to death that way, rather than actually trying to hit her one-on-one.
A Bard Magical Journey would be excellent there.
It would be excellent there. Can you imagine? Oh my.
The whole team just running through, but it looks like it will be
They're setting
5
something up.
members, but Nuto.
Muto.
Oh, his Thresh senses tingling. Wait, did he see the vitals?
He shouldn't be able to.
So it won't appear unless Fiora is in vision of him. He did get to see it, but not sure if he saw it himself, and that's what prompted him to back off. But Mendrix, my encyclopedia of the night, informs me that he wouldn't have been able to see that. It was just, why take the risk?
Yeah, well, exactly that. I think it was just, why take the risk? No one on the map there. He shouldn't have been able to see it.
Yep.
That was probably because we're spectators. That was just a normal thing coming across there. Because as Fiora can't see it herself until she actually shows herself to the enemy.
Sure, I get you.
So that's why it doesn't pop up there. If it did, it was a bit of a bug, and a very lucky bug for him.
Oh well, in the meantime, as the 5-man were just having a tea party in the bot lane, we see Relapol, he might be caught out here. A nice shield to prevent any further damage, but Only was able to pick up the Rift Herald in the back end of the poise down bottom, and a Dragon as well, going over to Alpha Sydney. It strikes me as odd that White, they had their entire team in this bot lane, yet left without anything.
Yeah, they're just seeing what they could do there. They're trying to get a pick, then capitalize on it, but it never came into them. It was like a Venus flytrap just waiting for the fly, and nothing ever came. And unfortunately for them, Alpha Sydney just were able to keep on going around the map, pick up some free objectives, and you know what? Just going to keep on pummeling on through.
You heard it here first. Venus Flytrap, Zyra, Rito, please. That half damage done to this tower. Blackstars is having his way with the one on the top. Should be dropping that any second now, but a good chunk into that mid-inner tower.
Yeah, they will be taking out that top tower as well there, so a little bit of gold being clawed back for Abyss White there. And Fiora really does need some free farm time against this Nautilus. She needs to actually be able to get to that point where she can 1v1 him. But the way this game is going, it might not get there because he's already picked up his Ninja Tabby. And that's very interesting that he's got the Negatron Cloak, probably moving towards an Abyssal Scepter, even though he's got his partner BTKA has already picked it up.
It's going to be interesting to see what he goes for that. Maybe
GA?
Could be.
Possible.
There's a variety.
Unlikely, but possible.
Yeah, it was interesting that he just chose to sit on the Bambi Cinder. He feels it's going to be enough for him in terms of extra wave clear. He does have that Riptide as the AoE. So there might be a little trouble. Nuto throws out the Lantern. Nothing going to come from it just yet. Just scaring them off. It's always good when you throw that land behind you. The enemy gets all panicky and runs away and you're like, there's no one there, mate.
It is just the ultimate bluff. Can you imagine he throws it out there, everyone's like...
it just flashes away instantly.
Yeah, just like, the best would be he throws it out there, everyone's like, oh yeah, and then you just see the Baron buff go on him, and it's just kind of like, wait a second.
He gets called out with his pocket aces.
Exactly there, just trying to pull it out, trying to take a note out of Twisted Fate's book, but unfortunately nothing coming for him there. And just Alpha Sydney just continuing to choke out Abyss White at the moment. They're trying to see if they can find a pick and probably pull something back for themselves, but they're just not finding a hole in Alpha Sydney's defense. Yeah,
speaking about that, it looks like they've tried a variety of different things to get themselves back in the game. They know they're behind. They know these picks aren't working. What's the next step from here?
That is a very good question. What is the next step from here? They have to continue to work with what they got. They've got that catch out available to them by the Braum and for Elise. They need to ward up. They need to clear all the wards happening, which is going to be so hard against 4 Farsights. That's just every pretty much 70 seconds. Boom, instant vision provided for Alpha Sydney. Such a potent trinket to get right at this point in the game as they're ahead.
So it looks like it's going to be a party at the bot lane here as BC comes down, misses the Q, but a massive amount of damage coming out of Graves. BC, you're in trouble. You're going to get taken down any second now. It is going to be Callista picking that one up. No flank coming out just yet. Frogadog throws off the depth charge just to keep some boundaries here.
Yeah, Newtel coming out of that alive. That was a grand challenge actually put onto him for him to survive. He was pretty phenomenal there. Just using that burst to their advantage.
Ooh.
Blinky in trouble.
He gets caught out by a beautiful Cocoon, gets shut down from Victor, and you mentioned they have to work with what they got in Cocoon, doing just that, Mendrix.
Yeah, they needed to have that pick and then capitalize on it. Although unfortunately Beastie's fault, so they can't really push on through this, and there is no objectives for them to really get from this situation. A 1-for-1 trade coming across there, so they're just going to push everything out, try to relieve some pressure, a little bit of breathing room for Abyss White.
Yeah, Alpha Sydney, they really wanted that siege to go on a little bit longer. They had a massive amount of minions massing up in that top lane, but still continuing to keep that 4K gold lead. It's gone up by the hundreds, but nothing more than that. So you got to give props to Abyss White. They're behind, but they're not falling further behind. They're keeping that gold lead at a standard.
Yeah, certainly keeping up there, making sure that nothing's too far out of reach. And now they're actually starting to trade the kills back, which is just a really good situation for them there. I guess you could say Alpha Sydney overstayed their welcome.
Definitely.
They should have been a little bit more careful there, giving back a constellation kill for Abyss White, but still well done by them to pick up that kill. What a Cocoon. It was instantly deleted.
Yeah, it looks like once again the bot side of the map seems to be the focal point for both of these teams. Callista, a little bit salty that she didn't get that tower, lost her life instead, may come around for a repeat drive by Blackstar. It seems like it's been forever since we've seen anyone in that top lane, and deja vu, Mendrix. It looks like the lane's in the exact same spot, and we have 9 members of the bottom half of the map.
Yeah, with that TP advantage as well, it's good for Alpha Sydney to actually throw him there, but you know what?
Double TP advantage.
I don't want to... But there, Newtown, wow, he called.
He's in a lot of trouble. Luckily, Callista's a champion with a super OP ulti and just pulls him out of safety.
As I mentioned, I think at one point I said it's a 1-hit wonder. No, it's a 2-hit wonder. You can actually pull someone out, and then it's a 1-hit wonder after that point.
Yep, you fake with the right and swing with the left. Thresh is getting the hell out of there. The Winter's Bite didn't proc in time. It'd be interesting if it worked like that. If they were CC, they could not be pulled out.
Well, exactly there, but I guess that's the whole point of why you've bound the soul to the ADC. It's like that physical form just cannot be held any longer, and I'm pulling you back to me.
Yeah, a lot of people choose to pick Kalista for the synergy with the support rather than what she brings as an ADC to the table. That ability can start fights, it can end fights, it can save your team members. There's just so much versatility here, but they're trying to get through this shallow choke, but Fiora is nowhere nearby, or I'm sure Relapole could have got a glacial fissure off in that one.
Yeah, that would have been a fantastic engage and a really great presence of mind for him to go in there. Unfortunately, Fiora decided, I'm going to alleviate that pressure on that bottom lane. I need to get stronger. I picked up a Phage. I also have my Spectral Cow, so I actually think I can handle Nautilus one-on-one. But Nautilus is at that point when he goes, you know what? I don't really think I need to fight you anymore. I'm just going to stick with my team and actually be a force to be reckoned with. If you decide to split push, you better hope you get a tower because you might lose your team.
Look at that top lane, amassing of farm. They were trying to stay around from the dragon, but it has been taken. And looks like Nuto, he wants to come in. Ooh, a nice get behind me. Avoids the hook that surely would have resulted in a kill, but the force has been amassed in that top lane. Look at that red. Over to the left side of your mini-map here. They're going to have to send someone to clear it out any minute now.
It is such a juicy wave. Looks like Monkey is the lucky contender to pick it on up as well. It'll be interesting to see how Alpha Sydney react to that there. Will they say, no worries, will we take it out or will we push elsewhere? Looks like they're going to try and see if they can use that wave to their advantage because Lise doesn't have the biggest wave clear.
Yeah, she's trying to do her darndest to keep this one out. The hook lands on Monkey. The flay comes in. The Glacial Prison is live. Monkey, he's one hit from dead. There he goes. Blinky picks that one up. Here comes Frogadog. He's going to go into Quackums. Just gets Lantern out of this one. I want to see the Fates call into Lantern pulling someone down the entire lane.
That would be incredible for them to do that. And it has been done before.
Oh, I'm sure.
But there we go. Blackstar on the chase. He wants to get AS only. He's what was on AS only. Only that he wants to get only. So he's trying to get away. It doesn't really fit the Alpha Sydney symbol on him.
That's all right. Monkey, though, just gets squashed. And another kill going over to Alpha Sydney. But they missed out on their prized possession here, that tower.
And unfortunately for them there, they managed to pick up a kill, like you mentioned. No advantage game with the objective play. And it's because if they did try to stay around, they might have risked giving up another kill. So that's probably decided they've learned from their mistakes. Let's just take what we've received and come back with an advantage, and maybe next time we'll get the tower.
It's going to be so hard for White to ever get close enough to get a tower. If we look at the tower score, it's going to be a 3-to-1 advantage coming in from Alpha Sydney. The only tower that was taken was in that top lane when Fiora had free reign of it. And I do believe they got a bunch out of it in the mid despite her being up there. So it seems like if anyone from Alpha Sydney is there to defend, they're not going to have much luck.
Exactly right there. And it's just one of those things where Alpha Sydney has now decided to be a bit more careful with how they decide to group up together. That Nautilus seems to always be following around, only really running off to actually clear the waves and get very quickly to get back to the team. He doesn't want to actually be using the teleport. He wants to be ready to throw that death charge out straight away. Posturing around that Baron, thinking about going for it there as we move into a pause.
It's all right, a pause as we quickly get back into positions from our bent over watching positions. But this game, it's looking pretty one-sided. White, they've tried a variety of different things to kind of propel them back into this game, but nothing has worked so far. They got the lucky catch onto Kalista rather, but nothing came of that.
Yeah, there's just nothing that they can really push. When you're actually defending your tower and pick up a kill, it's really hard for you to then go out on the map and actually take something from it.
Sure.
Especially when the most closest tower has already been taken anyway. So they were kind of at a disadvantage because of that. What they are doing amazingly, though, is remaining in the game. They're not letting Alpha Sydney really just steamroll from that, as it has been in the past games where these teams find a lead, keep on going, just keep on chipping away. Next thing you know, it's like a dam has been broken and the water's flowing onto all of them and it's getting swept aside. It's not happening in this situation. The longer this game goes, the better it is for Abyss White. It means that they can actually get to the point where, you know what, having that 10k gold lead doesn't mean much.
You're exactly right. One good Braum ulti with a Victor laser straight down the middle, followed by that Chaos Storm, could spell disaster. And 5k, it seems like a lot. But it's very easy to catch back up this late in the game when you're getting shutdown kills, when you're getting objectives off these long death timers.
Yeah, and they're sort of setting up their own Venus flytrap there, Alpha Sydney, thinking everything should be good there. No. But it's a bit for the Lords, but that is a quickly dying Baron.
Yeah, Kalista, she's got enough spears in here to do at least 1k damage. Red looks like they will just be forfeiting this one any second now. Thresh has been picked up, the teleport coming in for Blackstar, the Dragon, the Nasher has been taken. Relapole gets lifted into the middle of the fight. The Grand Challenge is down. Can she proc it onto Only? No, he's going to get that 1 kill. Reelaport is going to fall after a massive flank from Muto. Gets a triple flay into 3 kills going down. Beastie, the only one left alive from White, and he's going to have to run away.
The dam has broken. They managed to get through and pick up the Baron there. And that was purely because we had her down in the bot lane again. Just a bit of a late teleport by Blackstar. They were able to get as much damage off as they needed to. They had a few wards around the area, and it was just a really good bait by Alpha Sydney, but now that they've taken control of the Baron, they are just pushing on through. Here's that locomotive we were talking about. Here's that Bulldozer back in there. This time it's Alpha Sydney manning the reins.
Yeah, with Braum only just coming up 15 seconds on their nearest member, that is going to be a free inhibitor going over to Alpha Sydney. Can they escape this one? He's going to have to flash despite there being a lantern right there. Open your eyes only. Come on, mate.
That's one of the biggest annoyances as a Thresh. You throw the lantern out and they just choose not to take it. You know, sometimes it's hard to click when you've got a massive Nautilus in the way.
No, tearfully stacked.
Tearfully stacked. Fair enough then, fair enough. But yeah, this game now that's been cracked wide open. Yep. The middle inhibitor now down for Abyss White, so they're going to be having a bit of a tough time here, seeing what they can claw back.
Yeah, we talked about how easy it is to get an extra 5k for yourself, and Alpha Sydney have done just that. Their gold lead now amounting to about 9,000. It is going to be, we said it was an uphill battle for White before. Now it's going to be an uphill battle with the train coming straight down from the top.
And that is going to be quite the battle to get through. Maybe they can sort of like jump on the train and ride some overextension.
Did you see the goal differential between Elise and Graves just there?
No, I did not actually. I was getting too caught up in my analogs there.
Look at that.
My analogies.
3k gold advantage.
Wow, that's incredible there. Damn, that's such a big deal in this situation there.
Especially with Graves.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Graves is one of those guys we've been talking about where he seems to do well if he remains ahead. And that's what's happening in this situation where in the first game when it was Elise versus Graves, he sort of just like fell flat on his bum there. There wasn't too much there.
Yeah, it looks like he will be picking up that Sterix Gauge and the Hex Drinker to round out his build with some damage, whilst also going tanky Graves. He's a man of variety. We can hear the Ghost Blade has been procced. It will just enable him to take out that tower a little bit easier. You see, 7 towers to 1 in favor of BC Sports White. Nuto, he's going to be going straight into the thick of it. The tower taking a lot of damage. A Death Laser coming across Monkey. He's trying to go in here on Blinky. The Chaos Storm comes down, but it is Chaos corrected here. BC, he's going to be knocked up by Nautilus. Survives a little bit, but Fiora, she's left all alone. And I know she's a duelist, but it's not a duel when it's a 1v5, Mendrix.
No, it definitely is not there. A lot of great kiting back by the rest of the team there, but that Baron buff just pulling too powerful from that gold lead as well.
Swing and a miss.
Oh, a bit of a swing and a miss there, but it's all good. They're going to pick up the inhibitor for it as well. Will they continue forward? No.
Oh, he took the lantern. Flash wasn't up, so he didn't have a choice.
It was just like, okay, you know what? This is the better way to go. Fine, I'll take it.
8 towers to 1, 11 kills to 2, 12,000 gold in the lead, and about to be a 4th dragon. Abyss Esports, well, rather, Abyss Esports White, they're going to have to play like Sin Gaming if they want a chance to come back in this one.
They're definitely going to have to there. And Alpha Sydney just picking up this 4th dragon, further going ahead there, making it so much harder for them now. Yeah. It's one of those things where it's like, well, you got 2 inhibitors down. We have to try and get this 5th dragon as well now. We have to make sure that we're not caught out because they've got more gold than us. It's just really one of those situations where you just sort of grasping for straws, trying to find out what's the best way for us to do this. They're going to have to turtle hard and really have one of the best glacial fissures known to man by Braum, followed by that Chaos Storm, and that would be their way to get back into this. But it has to be perfect.
We mentioned it before, but if you just compare the junglers, once again, Graves, ignoring the jungle item, he's almost on his 3rd completed tier 3 item, whilst Elise only has a Dead Man's Plate and boots. How irrelevant is she this game?
She's got a Spectre's cow.
Oh,
to be fair,
to be fair,
but no, you're absolutely right.
406 Graves.
Like we're talking, yeah, exactly. we're talking like she is really like
she's
really
a stun
behind
bot.
at the moment.
She's a stun bot at the stage.
She's exactly what she is. She does do a lot of damage. She does have the runic echoes.
Yep.
She might be able to blow up a squishy. That's what she tried to do onto Blinky there, but unfortunately she hasn't been building that too
much. Doesn't have any squishies left. Even Blinky's tanky.
Blinky, oh my, Blinky. She's got that Morph Mortalis. It's going to be hard for her to get taken out as well. And then you've also looking at, there's Abyssal Scepter, Zhonya's Hourglass. There's not really many targets now for this spider.
Where is this squishy you speak of, man? Alpha Sydney want to know. They're just surgically removing every single tower from the map. The culling comes in. just as a deterrent. The hook comes through onto Black Star, but nothing more going to come out of it just yet. Realpole locks the javelin, eats the spear.
And the siege continues. The siege continues, and this is what Alpha needed to do. It is a matter of time. They've got super minions in 2 lanes now. Look at Abyss White scrambling to push them out and then make it back to their tower before it gets taken out.
Look at that bloody shield!
It's like, no worries, mate. Everything's fine. I've got to just pop that on through, and I'll be tanking it up. And look at that. It's at the point where it's leaning over. That is the leaning power of Pisa at the moment. Exactly, exactly. And all I need to do is one more wave to push it on through, another 30 seconds, and let's see if this is the moment. This is essentially Abyss Sports' moment. They need to go on through and initiate this. Otherwise, Alpha Sydney will have a completely open base.
Yeah, with Black Star in the top lane, it might be time for Frogger to tank that up. But look how much damage he's taken. Looks like the Fate Score has been used. It will be used offensively. The tower goes down, but he's going to chuck Yuto in the back. The Glacial Fissure comes out, but Monkey gets blown up, followed by Black Star. Realpole, he's got nothing more to say to this one. Only flashes in. A huge amount of damage coming out. Beastie, he's going to have to run away from this one. They're going to leave him alive so he can tell the tale, do not mess with Alpha Sydney.
Yeah, and an amazing job there by Alpha Sydney as well. That was just so well done in terms of how they decided to set it up. They went straight for his attempt. Okay, Bisted, he's getting caught out. Will he get? No. That fountain doing so much, but that fountain doesn't do anything for the Nexus, and it falls down. Alpha Sydney are victorious there.
Yep.
And it was just a fantastic team fight coming through from Alpha Sydney. The way they decided to set up that team fight was incredible. It was essentially, they used the ultimate from Callista to set it up. Everyone thought, okay, this is time for them to go. We have to wait for that to be used before we can go in. Graves pops immediately his Ghost Blade and says, no worries, your tower is ours. And then Abyss White's still scrambling, okay, we don't have a tower to defend anymore, but this is our moment. We have to fight, otherwise that was their last stand. And it was just so well done with the kiting back, making sure none of the CCs could be laid over by Abyss White, and Alpha Sydney come out on top.
Yeah, Alpha Sydney played that game to perfection. Despite a few greedy oversteps by Callista there, they seem to make very few mistakes. Surgically removing, I think, every single tower from that map, getting 3 inhibs down every single tower, 4 dragons and a Baron. I can't fault their playstyle that game.
No, it's just absolutely textbook in that regard. They found their advantage. It took them a while to get there. They were slowly ahead, about, like we mentioned, about a 5k gold lead, but not too much there. Abyss White could have done something. But eventually they waited their time. They waited. They slowly pushed out what they could, tried to get what they could, and then eventually that Baron was a tipping scale. Bit of a late teleport coming across there from Black Star. That Baron went on down, and after that fight, it was pretty much all over.
What I really liked was that they never overreached. They knew they had an advantage, but they know how easily the scales are tipped in League of Legends. One wrong move, one catch out from that Braum ult, and it could potentially swing that other team back. So they didn't take any risks. They let their advantages speak for themselves. You saw it twice during that game. They would stay bot, let that massive top wave come in and basically take the tower for them.
And it was just, again, textbook from them. They slowly peeled it back, taking away the layers of the defenses, taking what a gold they needed to, and it was just skyrocketed at that point. 3-1 towers. Next thing you know, one team fight. They had taken another 4 towers from that. An amazing Baron power play.
Yep, and for the last time tonight, we are going to bring up the team standings once again to give you a rundown. We saw Fornot taking out Abyss Red early on in the night, followed by Sentinel Esports falling to the domination squad of Chiefs Black.
Then Legacy Genesis coming out on top against Legion Gaming. And as we just saw, Alpha Sydney taking out Abyss White.
Yeah, a lot of really great games here, and there are your final standings so far. Chiefs Black with a massive 2-0, followed by Legacy Genesis and Legion Gaming, all 2-0 apiece, with Abyss White, the only team in the league not being able to pick up a W for themselves.
Well, we still have a little bit of the competition to go.
Sure.
Another 6 weeks ahead of us, so hopefully we can see a bit more from Abyss White there. It is still early in the season, and there's still plenty of changes to possibly happen.
Yeah, we have patch 6.3 just around the corner. A lot of changes to some of these most dominating picks, such as Graves, who we might not see as much as he's not able to get his burst out as quick as we're used to seeing.
Yeah, he's going to have to choose between damage versus his tankiness now.
Yep.
If he really wants to have that same level of power, he's going to have to build more damage items, not go tanky after he figures he's got his 2. He's like, yeah, I've got my jungle item with a warrior enchant, maybe a more. All right, cool, let's go tanky.
Alrighty, guys, on that note, that does it for us tonight. Thank you all so much for watching, and we'll see you next time.
our fire makes the city look so bright. Close your eyes and just stay tight. We have to go. Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me. This journey will relieve us. Stay with me while we leave. Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me. This journey will relieve us. Stay with me while we leave. Stay with me. Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just